FD, I just want to say I really enjoy your hair. Your analysis, not so much, except the last thing that you said.
And here's where grace is important. You also can do your part. Patriarchy is genderless. The conversation around patriarchy and its consequences are too one sided, and men notice this, even those of us who know why it's a one sided conversation. The ways in which non men contribute to patriarchy seem to never get aired out, and it does feel marginalizing within this space.
You see, my friend, impotence is genderless. And you, by spending so much time trying to save face, by spending so much emotional energy and capital, trying to save femininity from its own creation, from its own complicity into the creation of what is known as patriarchy. You don't realize that you are upholding a highly developed form of patriarchy.
So one thing I have to clarify here is that the patriarchy, unlike what is continually analyzed in academia today, is a structure that has evolved. The old patriarchy of the God of the Father has been replaced by a new patriarchy, a God of the 1% of males. This neoliberal patriarchy. However, in academia today, you don't see any distinction between patriarchy because they've essentialized a structure that is highly realizable, that is objectively there, and can be fought against, supposedly. In pop feminist psychology and even most mainstream psychology, the idea of patriarchy is that all men are superseding all women, when in fact the patriarchy's main goal was to protect a city state, was that your father has also a responsibility with his duty and honor and all of these ideas that feminists have killed. So the problem is clear in academic feminism, in intersectional literature. The problem is a monolithic and essential structure. Yet, what I'm going to be arguing is that that structure has absolutely changed. But the reason we don't see any evolution in academia is because of the power equals privilege narrative and affirmative action.
The Victorian era need to civilize the barbarians started with a chivalry culture that sought to shape the personalities of masculinities. Before nationalism came fully into fruition to come to its own outside of monarchy, various empires of the world were built on the defense of the motherland. The difference between neoliberal colonialism and fascism, who are at war at this moment, is the defense of the mother empire versus the defense of the father nation. However, neoliberal empire is always much more powerful than any nation. Churchill was sent to quell the fascists. Churchill was the most efficient colonial leader, for he mobilized all subject nations into war, rather than having the subject nations revolt at the most opportune time. Queen Victoria's regime expertly created Uncle Toms all around the world. Unlike French colonists who failingly try to impose Frenchness and la fraternité and brotherhood and all these ideas into their colonial subjects, English capitalist colonialism successfully ruled by using local informants and propped up their own systems of power, like the caste system, and today, like intersectionality. The ability to utilize local cultures in service of colonial power existed during the slave trade. And this is why I think it's important to recognize that just as much the complicity of those grandparents of modern serfs as being the feudal serfs at some point themselves, as being the starters of a lineage of servitude. And this isn't about a certain group of people. We all have our sellout great, great, great grandparents who sold us out As Hannah Arendt, the greatest woman thinker who found herself excommunicated from the feminist canon today, Hannah Arendt, the greatest women thinker, she says, the hardest task is to deal with fascism that exists in your own soul. Or at least that's what I learned from her. And you know what that means? That means that intersectionality, without the white, male, and even fascist perspective, is likely to become something far more insidious than fascism itself. That is, neoliberal colonialism of the mind, a kind of slavery where those who are subordinate keep themselves and their own revolts at bay so as to not question the only real status quo, this status quo that you keep talking about. None of it exists. There's only one status quo. There's only one religion, my friend, and that's the red pill, the God of the market. The God of the market, which has long dethroned the God of the Father. Yet continually, we cast blame at a long dead God and pretend we are secular. And this, my friend, is my greatest critique from Leo Strauss to this intersectionality, prescriptive intersectionality movement, which is that the distinction is not between the holy family, which was never holy and more economic. The distinction was more between the secular and the sacred, which was always a lie. Our whole legal systems are based on theology. So thank you for taking the time to listen to my deconstruction of your dismantling, your sad dismantling. And my friend, please, one day I hope you realize that this incessant need to not find complicity in the noble savage, whether it's through racism or through the patriarchy or whatever is left of the patriarchy, you don't realize that you are developing the most highly advanced form of patriarchy there is. Impotence is genderless. What do I mean by that? I mean that the complaints of incels aren't too different from the complaints of female dating strategy women, right? Is not so different than the complaints of incels. It's the same complaint. It's the same impotence. It's not different. Impotence is genderless. Okay? There are some people in this world who are pollinizers, who get to be pollinizers, and some people in this world who aren't, who don't get to be pollinizers. I'm not talking about who has reproductive access. I'm talking about people who are pollinators and people who are receiving the pollination. Whether you're a male or woman, gender, cis, whatever, doesn't matter. Okay? What matters is that some people in this world are pollinators. We call them chads. Okay? And some people in this world, everyone else, doesn't get to be one. Right? And so the people who are in the middle are males, normal males. Right? They aren't chads. Normal male are the people in the middle. They can go towards the feminine impotence perspective or the Chad perspective. And what do I mean when I'm talking about feminine impotence? I'm saying that not that they aren't able to have children, but that to have a child, you have to be in 1 year of, or maybe even more of impotence. You have to go through 1 year of complete and utter impotence, of vulnerability. And that's what fuels this whole thing. Insecurity, an insecurity that props up capitalism and an insecurity that props up hate it's genderless. It's an impotence, right? I was at I'm a straight guy and I'm working at the gay pride and I get so much affection from men, women, whoever. But then I see these two lesbian women who are just ugly on the inside, ugly on the outside, just terrible people. And then they were kicked out of the club. These people just, I don't know if they're terrible people, but they're just, the way they looked at me right? Receiving all this affection. It's the same as incels. It's the same, right? It's the same impotence. Okay. Doesn't matter. Impotence is genderless. Okay. And that's the problem. Okay. The insecurity of impotence. Neither women or men have the power to deal with their insecurity these days. Women tell men to get therapy. Therapy culture and lawyers have replaced interpersonal relationships. Capitalism has replaced interpersonal relationships. Now everything is transactional. Now everything is sorry about my emotional labor. Sorry about this, sorry about that. And only the people who hesitate are the ones who cared. And the people who don't hesitate, who are they? The ones who win, the Chads. I'm going to end with a poem. I want you to read my poem at the end of this video, if you can. You can go to my blog. I'm going to put it at the bottom of the page. So thank you for paying attention.
Hello, today we're going to be talking about this guy who wants to dissect masculinity, to dissect the manosphere. And sorry, I was just watching some videos of the interviews of the students who got shot at the recent couple shoot. I don't even know which shooting it is. It's like so insane. Got kind of emotional listening to that.
Technical difficulties. Please stand by.
Hello, FD Signifier. This is Cyberfunkism. My name is Saul. I am here responding to your long video with a nice, hefty video of my own. I was a male feminist for many years. I've read pretty much every important feminist text that there is need to be read. I am well informed. I used to protest Jordan Peterson, but one day in 2017, I found myself in between a couple different groups of feminists who were yelling at each other, calling each other misogynists, and telling each other that it was too much emotional labor to educate one another. Soon, however, I started to realize that there is something very rotten within the core of feminism. And now I've realized that there is an anti-communist, an anti-communal strain within the intersectional movement. And those anti-communal strains are a result of our unresolved collective traumas. So thank you for taking the time for taking a look at my channel, which is very much dedicated to disentangling progressive bullshit. If you are interested, you can take a look at my critique of Silvia Federici video, my critique of Bell Hooks video, or my professional gaslighters and the moralizing of capitalism video, where I talk about the history of critical theory and its evolution into critical race theory. And if you're interested in my origin story, you can take a look at either my Unwitting Colonizers video or my Paranoia of the Conflict of the Faculties video. Thank you for taking the time to put in all of that unpaid emotional labor into actual community building.
Just mentioned as dangerous to civilization. For the first time in history, some white men have something they've never really had before.
My friend, masculinity is dangerous to civilization. My people, for thousands of years, okay, it doesn't matter who was the king, right? Whoever was the king who wanted taxes, my people, what would we do? We would go up into the mountains. Oh, come and tax us up here, bitch. Right? That's a danger. Masculinity is dangerous. That's why feminism is allied to the state. That's why carceral feminism rules the day today. My friend, we are going to be starting this dissection of the dissection today with the work of FD Signifier, a fellow platformed straw man in our censorship culture. He is our next big deal, next to ContraPoints and Philosophy Tube and all of these people that are platformed into positions that we can all listen to and everybody likes, compared to actual channels that do actual philosophy that get deregulated and they get flagged by the mass of traumatized people, the people that cannot control their own trauma, the vicariously traumatized people, the people that see racism and sexism behind every corner. And we're going to be dissecting this supposed intersectional analysis. And if you don't know me, I am Cyberfunkism Saul.
is my name. And I have been a feminist for 10 years until I realized when I was in the middle of two feminist groups yelling at each other, saying it's too much emotional labor to educate each other, until I started to realize that there is a big problem with regards to the whole fucking left. And I realized something that Adolf Reed recently said in his analysis, another analysis that I highly recommend from Critical Theory Workshop that you take a look. Adolf Reed says there is no left. And in fact, that kind of there is not a left, there is no left, gave us a kind of freedom to explore the possibility of creating an authentic left. And this, my friend, is another propped up tool of the left. And he does, in fact, call himself an uncle. In fact, I am going to be really unclefying him in our analysis today.
However, with those populations, I think we have some understanding as to why that's the case. We know why queer people and queer youth turn to self-harm in a society that constantly prosecutes them. We have well-developed understandings for these disparities. For white men who occupy such a clear space of privilege in the US, and I'm sure in the UK as well, why is there such a disparity? Why are these boys and men killing themselves while at least on paper, they should have way less to be concerned about? The data and research points to things like mental illness, substance addiction, as well as economic and social instability, and an absence of effective coping mechanisms, often exacerbated by an adherence to classical views of masculinity. Suicide among white men is more common in rural areas, which have
My friend, again, who pushes us into classical forms of masculinity? Men?
The most incisive portion of this chapter, the closest to truly recognizing complicity, comes as almost a footnote at the end of the chapter 4, a footnote which could have been a book in itself. Okay, she writes, when feminism first began, women talked openly about our desires to know men better, to love them for who they really are. We talked about our desires to be loved for who we really are, that is, to be accepted in our physical and spiritual beings, rather than feeling we had to make ourselves into a fantasy self to become the object of male desire. And we urged men to be true to themselves, to express themselves. Then, when men began to share their thoughts and feelings, some women could not cope. They wanted the old lies and pretenses to be back in place. In the 70s, a popular Sylvia greeting card showed a woman seated in front of a fortune teller gazing into a crystal ball. The caption on the front of the card read, "He never talks about his feelings." On the inside, the response was, "Next year at 2 p.m., men will start talking about their feelings, and at 2:05, women all over America will be sorry." When we hear another person's thoughts, beliefs, and feelings, it is more difficult to project onto them our perceptions of who they really are. It is harder to be manipulative. At times, women find it difficult to hear what many men have to say when what they tell us does not conform to our fantasies of who we want them to be. I think that this paragraph is probably the best line in the book, when she holds feminists to task.
No. Men are warning each other that we have no choice but to move into those classical positions of masculinity, because we live in a society that is completely hypocritical. It tells us that we need to fight for equality on one hand, and on the other hand, it creates non-equality in every other place we go. Right? The people who are fighting for equality are the ones who are worshiping privilege at the same time.
So I've been waiting for part 2 of FT Signifier's work so that I can respond to it holistically, but it's a piece of crap. It's so terrible. It's so terrible. His work is just the epitome of an ideological frame of reference that is a product of pure brainwashing and an inability to think and an inability to be critical theory, while at the same time pretending to be critical theory, while at the same time using all the academic jargon that's necessary for you to become, basically get ahead in this world and be accepted by the political sphere, that the hostile takeover of a one kind of ideology, kind of way of thinking that is enforced throughout every aspect of our society, legal, academic, any type of professional institution, any type of capitalist institution. And leading from there, I just want to take a moment to talk about Toronto's Pride Parade, which I worked at. And it was really fun. The individual relationships that I had with various people, amazing time that I had. It was really good. However, as a whole, if you ask anybody that's talking about pride, anybody that you talk to, they will tell you about a little bit of a soullessness when you're talking about collectivity. Individually, in our individual interpersonal relationships, there was absolutely no problem. There's no problem at all. Uh, there's a lot of love and understanding and conversation between different perspectives on the world, even between the security guards that I was working with who had a lot of reservations. Ironically, those same security guards were needed in protection of the pride. The police and security guards, the masculine kind of people that are protecting the pride, they themselves have kind of a. It's interesting how this kind of progressive thought needs a kind of masculine protection, right? So it's actually very interesting to see that, and especially because the masculine people, and when I say masculine, I mean the protector types. A lot of those guys aren't actually, part of the Pride Parade themselves, right? They are just hired. They're hired, usually colored people. They're hired people that need the work, and it's very interesting to see that juxtaposition. Regardless, the Pride itself, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, we used to actually have a debate in the left whether Pride should be capitalist, whether there should be capitalism incorporated into Pride. Today, however, every aspect of our society is transactional. Every aspect of our society is a commodification of emotional labor, a privilege cost benefit analysis that basically ends up privileging or ends up worshiping privilege from the back door, which is exactly the problem of all of feminism today. And I start with that analogy, very important analogy, because I'm hanging out at Pride and talk to a lot of women who have complaints about men, straight men, and after a large conversation with many people, I would come out and be like, well, I'm like 90% straight. I'm like 85% straight, even after agreeing with so much of their complaints about straight men or whatever. It's interesting that after all of that, they like trust me for a moment, and then they open up to me, and then afterwards I can come out as being straight. It's really funny. And another thing I really want to talk about is my own dissection of masculinity from an anti-feminist or ex-feminist perspective. I want to dissect masculinity itself. And I think how you do that is not the way that FT Signifier does it, which is basically repeat the popular mantras. There's no critical theory. It's just repeating the same shit that we've been told for the last 20 years. They keep repeating this crap, and then they pretend like it's new research. There is no new research. The research has been stifled for the last 60 years of affirmative action kind of research. And what I mean by this affirmative action kind of research is this kind of power equals privilege logic that has, taken over most of our social lives, our relationships with one another, that kind of cost-benefit analysis in our everyday relationships when it comes to privilege, that, again, worships privilege through the back door. That has been in academia for the last 60 years, and that's what all my Leo Strauss videos are going to be about. The much more actual philosophy that's being done, not the kind of FD Signifier shit show cult of his examination of nihilism. Isn't even philosophy 101. It's not even high school philosophy. It's just terrible. Regardless, I want to start with this as a taste to an actual dissection of masculinity, not the kind of dissection that you find in popular rhetoric, not the kind of dissection, the supposed dissecting, right? We're going to actually do deconstruction of masculinity. If I get enough support, if I get enough people that are interested in this, I would continue with ex-feminist perspective or ex-feminist deconstruction of masculinity. So I'm going to read Foucault's History of Sexuality to highlight why this issue, this is going to be the real idea of masculinity or dissection of masculinity. And I want to bring this out because I had these conversations during Pride as well. So Diogenes made fun of Demosthenes and the morals he had while pretending to be the leader, demagogos, of the Athenian people, demagogos of the Athenian people. When one played the role of a subordinate partner in the game of pleasure relations, one could not be truly dominant in the game of civic and political activity. Now, we're going to be talking about, if we're going to be talking about dissecting masculinity, we really need to be talking about ancient Greece and the idea of being a bottom and being a top in the gay world, in modern gay life, and in Foucault's own life, who he knows he is a pedophile. Foucault is a pedophile. He abused children. We know this while reading this, why he was so interested in this and why he actually engaged in this activity as well. Foucault isn't, a mentally healthy person. He is himself kind of, I guess, he rationalized what he was doing through this process itself. So Foucault did these things as well. So we have to see, and Foucault is someone who wants to fight oppression. So let's see what the complications here are. So it's not just that, it's that some people are dominant on the bottom and some people are on the top, who is getting penetrated and who is not getting penetrated. It's not so simple. And we're going to read this paragraph, which explains why it's not so simple. So usually people cite this as to show the solidarity between gay men and straight women, in that there are both. I had a professor, a feminist professor in college on Aristotle, Delorier, I think her name was Margaret Delorier. She made this connection first for me, the solidarity that's supposed to kind of exist between gay men and women. But in fact, I'm going to say that the patriarchy and homosexuality are much more allied to each other than at one saw, and that could be explained in the context of this paragraph, as well as in Foucault's own life. Foucault as, I think, a person who wants to fight oppression, but then he ends up being an abuser, a pedophile in another sense. So let's read the rest of the context by which he's saying it. The extent to which these criticisms and satires have been justified in reality matters little. There is at least one thing, so we don't even know exactly what is going on in ancient Greece. We can't, and that's what the first qualification here is. We can't really know what's going on. We can only get bits and pieces, obviously. And this idea of dominant and subordinate positions in penetrative activity, that itself is a lot of anachronistic perspectives on that as well, because we've had a lot of evolution from these perspectives. So when we look back on time, it could be an anachronistic perspective. And I think Foucault realizes that. There is at least one thing that they show clearly by their mere existence, namely the difficulty caused in the society that accepted sexual relations between men by the juxtaposition of an ethos of male superiority and a conception of all sexual intercourse in terms of the schema of penetration and male domination. The consequence of this was that on the one hand, the active and dominant role was always assigned positive values, but on the other hand, it was necessary to attribute to one of the partners in the sexual act the passive, dominated, and the inferior position. And while this was no problem when it involved a woman or a slave, the case was altered when it involved a man, an equal, or a soon to be equal in civic society, a citizen. It is doubtless the existence of this difficulty that explains both the silence in which this relationship between adults was actually enveloped and the noisy disqualification of those who broke this silence by declaring their acceptance of, or rather their preference for, this subordinate role. So taking on that subordinate role was in fact a form of becoming a dominant position. So that's why subordinate here is in quotations. So you say, yeah, I'll take it up in the ass. In fact, it's a very manly thing to do, take it up in the ass from another strong man, It was also in view of this difficulty that all attention was concentrated on the relationship between men and boys. Since in this case, one of the two partners, owing to his use and to the fact that he had not yet attained manly status, could be, for a period that everyone knew to be brief, an admissible object of pleasure. But while the boy, because of this particular charm, could be a prey that men might pursue without causing a scandal or a problem, one had to keep in mind that the day would come when he would have to be a man to exercise powers and responsibilities, so that obviously he could then no longer be an object of pleasure. Object of pleasure. But then, to what extent could he have been such an object? And you can see this is Foucault's pedophilic phrase right here, right? But then, to what extent could have he been an object? In the ancient Greek world, having sex with your brothers in arms was seen as a way to uphold the patriarchy, in that you are creating a bond with your military soldiers. So the problem with this perspective, the problem at hand, is the same problem with incels, the same problem with women, in fact, the same problem with men, the same problem with everybody, is the problem of impotence. The fact that your penis is not big enough, in another sense, or that you are not able to penetrate. See, that a boy who is going to be a citizen, right? It is through the subordination to a higher power that you become one day a citizen, right? That's what the controversy is. So in the popular rhetoric of homosexuality or in the gay circles today, there's always this same problem of impotence that we find in an incel world, where people are wondering about their position as a top or a bottom. But of course, there's also this other ambiguity there. It's not just so simple as being a top and a bottom. The ambiguity here is that being a bottom means that you are actually, strong enough to be the bottom, right? You are strong enough to be in a subordinate role. And ultimately, what is your duty? Your duty is to the state. So you might be in a dominant role, but you still have a higher power, the higher power here being the city-state. So you have to have that subordinate role to the state, to the city-state, in fact, as well. What is that? What is the city-state, or the public sphere, or the military regiment, right? So sometimes you have to be in a subordinate position. You have to be in the front lines with your shield and your whatever pike. You have to be willing to be in that subordinate position, so that the dominant guy behind you can, defend you when the Persians come with their immortals, right? Persians didn't have gay sex, so they weren't able to, die for their brothers in arms, right? If you see that movie 300, it's all about love, right? The movie 300, or it should have been all about love, where these men are so in love with each other that they're willing to die for each other. And in their willingness to die for each other, they become that. Exactly, that's what masculinity is all about: willingness to die. And how do you develop that willingness to die? Is by being an ambiguous position with regards to top and bottom. So in that perspective, that is the way that we can really dissect what masculinity means. Unfortunately, today, we have to accept the popular ideology, which is, in fact, neoliberal capitalism, and we're going to get back to the work of Despicable, that this is what is considered academia today, and it's just such a sad state of affairs. So please follow my companion video to this, is my videos on Leo Strauss, talking about why we're here at a state of just obvious unthinkingness, obvious spreading propaganda, obvious not able to speak the truth, this obvious presentation culture, this obvious social capitalism culture, where people who are rising up the ranks have to, again, repeat the popular idioms. It's really a despicable state of affairs. But let's take a look. I'm going to be interjecting today with the work of, or the non-thinking of FD Signifier today.
Higher poverty, as well as higher access to guns and lower access to quality healthcare. Yet, and you all know this, these same rural areas vote against any and all progressive policies that might help them, because they, like most of America, are very conservative, because conservatism in America is part of the hegemony. at least in a specific demonstrable sense. And this is the enduring paradox of the crisis of men. There is a hegemonic hold that often has to be severed first, or at least greatly weakened before boys and men are able to actually deal with the problems they all face, which is living as men under late capitalism.
Everyone.
Pretty much all the things that are said there to be plaguing men, especially white men, can be explained through understanding the exploitative nature of capitalism and how men play a specific and important role in the maintenance of capitalism, a role that for the vast majority of them requires a traumatizing debasement of their sense of self and humanity.
Yes, I agree with this. Yes. But again, why? Why? Why do men feel like they have to exploit surplus labor to win? Because that's the only way to be loved.
Men have to be the arbiters and vectors of patriarchal power. Patriarchy does not work with our support. We are the glue.
So here's one of the things, right? Is expecting emotional labor from your girlfriend or your wife, is that a patriarchal attitude? Is expecting emotional labor from your spouse, is that expectation an idea of patriarchy? Or is this idea of turning every aspect of our lives into a emotional labor cost benefit analysis, is that neoliberal subjectivity, right?
That keeps that machine together. But consider how glue is made. I'm reminded of Boxer from George Orwell's Animal Farm. Long story short, the animals are the proletariat and the pigs are the bourgeois, and you should really read the book. It's like 100 pages long. It's a good one. Boxer is a horse, and he is the strongest and hardest working of all the other animals. He neglects his physical health as well as his intellectual development to focus on his role of being the workhorse, which is an esteemed and valued role that brings some admiration and respect from his peers. Even though as he works harder, he is slowly destroying his body. He does this without question because he believes that in the end, the pigs who have all the real power will reward him for his toil and dedication in the social order that he's helped build, that is impossible to create without his help. This is the plight of men right now. Much like Boxer, many men are intensely aligned and committed to the hegemonic belief system that their performance of their role in society gives them rewards and will give them their patriarchal dividend, will make them the main character of their story. And much like Boxer, they are guaranteed nothing, no matter what they do, unless, of course, they can somehow find themselves a pathway to the top of the hierarchy.
My friend, those pigs were Marxist. Those pigs were, this was supposed to be a communist system. This was a critique of communism, not about capitalism.
Which very, very few men of any race are capable of doing.
Now, this is very interesting. Do you see how there's an anti-communist lens within the left? Right? This is supposed to be a critique of capitalism. What's he doing? He's pointing out Animal Farm.
When they have to actually start from scratch. And the manosphere in various ways offers the false promise of fixing this problem, of making you a man so great that you'll definitely get the dividend.
You see, he doesn't understand he's an anti-leftist. At this point, I'm wondering whether his analysis of Batman was worse or his analysis of this. Wow. This guy is basically looking at a critique of communism, of hardcore style communism, and calling it a critique of capitalism? What? He is obviously showing here involuntarily that the patriarchy and capitalism are two different things, that they are not allied, by critiquing something that was supposed to be a critique of communism. What the heck was Animal Farm writing about with that amazing critique? Wonderful, thank you. But that's an anti-leftist critique.
You've always wanted. The promise of giving you a map to be the main character that you've always wanted to be. This messaging works because these boys and men, whether they're edgelords or good-looking petite bourgeois boys of relative privilege,
that's it.
Feel the squeeze, feel the sense of existential dread, and they want to address it. They want to address what are actually the failures and limitations of patriarchy under capitalism with performing patriarchy under capitalism. So
was Animal Farm fucking capitalist?
Well, today we have men from Gen X, Millennials, Gen Z, and soon to be Gen Alpha, as the oldest of them are entering puberty and they're going to start Googling shit on YouTube and TikTok, and they're going to be grappling with the concept of performing masculinity and fearing the possibility of failing at it and suffering numerous consequences, or succeeding and suffering other consequences. And that's one thing I also want to get across here, is that much of the manosphere historically and now is built upon a fear response. As boys, we fear that poor performance of masculinity can contribute to bullying and ostracism, which it does. As men, we fear...
Bullying from who? Bullying from who? The reason why men bully each other about this, it has nothing to do with men. It's obvious. When a man cries in front of a woman, right? Check out my bell hooks video. When a man cries in front of a woman, something deep inside in that woman is struck. Some deep insecurity, right? Some deep insecurity that she needs a man. She needs a strong man. A man can't cry.
then it will lead to low prospects for intimate partnership and professional success, which it does. Then for a lot of men who ostensibly do perform masculinity effectively, unless they're at the top of the food chain, they will still be susceptible to the harms of capitalism in the form of exploitative and dehumanizing work, low wages, poor health practices, etc. And even those at the top of the top still have to contend with the erosion of their soul. This is the infected foundation underneath all of this nonsense that ties.
That is true, though. We all have to deal with the erosion of our soul because the meaningfulness in our society is taken away. How can we find meaningfulness in our society?
It all together and makes the manosphere seem to have such widespread reach, as it makes it possible for someone to start out just wanting to build some muscle or learn how to talk to girls or searching for their favorite anime character and end up arguing for things like enforced monogamy, sex redistribution, or that women should be denied the right to vote. This
kind of platforming of straw man perspective is just so belligerent. It's just such a sad state of affairs with regards to the state of being able to think.
Scary and hard thing to understand is that, like most social ills, the worst parts of the manosphere stem from a very valid and very universal sense of anguish in men. And we have to contend with and process this if we are ever going to seriously address how to fix the problems that the manosphere presents to us. Up until now, I've mostly been talking only about white men and boys. And while there's plenty of diversity in all of these groups, there are some distinct differences in what most refer to as the black manosphere, which has grown a lot in terms of visibility in the last few years with figures like Kevin Samuels and kind of Fresh and Fit. I'll get to that later. That said, the black manosphere is not new, and to be fair, at least on YouTube, it's probably been around a lot longer in its current state than its white counterparts. And I think it's important to
Why is that? It's because the intersectionality movement started from black women, right? And it was the black men who were on the front lines of that movement first, right? It was the black men that had to compete, that had to contend against this idea that we have to be masculine because of feminism. Feminism is what reinforces masculinity through the back door without realizing it, because it's an unconscious movement. It's a vicariously traumatized movement.
Parse out some of these differences before moving on, because we want to keep in mind that these two groups definitely converge in some areas, but separate in others. Unlike his white counterpart, the black manosphere has the benefit of being able to subterfuge a lot of his elements under the guise of pro-black thought and political discourse. Many, not all, but many of the figures in the black manosphere present themselves as pro-black political figures and talking heads in conjunction with being male advocates, and they just happen to peddle conservative, misogynistic, and every once in a while homophobic rhetoric as solutions to the issues that black people face.
Homoeroticism is a key that what he calls homophobia, I call homoeroticism, right? When you call your bro, yo, no homo, bro, whatever, all of those is a form of love. Now, I don't want to get ancient Greek on you here, but we have to go to the home of the brave if we're going to talk about the patriarchy. Where do we find homoeroticism mixed with the patriarchy? The patriarchy at root is homoerotic. Gayness and, why have sex with women? They are inferior. That's the patriarchal perspective. Look at ancient Greece. What does the word, that I'm not allowed to say here, that ancient word, what does that mean? Okay? Philia. Okay? It's a type of love. Homoeroticism is hand in hand with, and homosexuality is hand in hand with the patriarchy. What the fuck is the feminist analysis today? Feminist analysis today is that there is homophobia within. No, there isn't. You don't know what it's like to be in the locker room, okay? There's a little bit of sexuality there. You people don't know, okay? You can be the straightest guy, all right? This is how men operate ontologically, okay? These people from the outside, they tell us what it's like to be in the fucking locker room. No, I'm telling you that homoeroticism, there's never any homophobia within patriarchy. The patriarchy, in fact, encourages homoeroticism. Why? Because that's how we fucking die together. We fucking build soldiers in Roman Empire. Fucking the Persians. I'm pretty sure everybody was a little bit fucking gay when it comes to fucking fighting for your brother, when you have to die for your brother on the fucking front lines when you're a fucking soldier. There's a little bit of homosexuality happening in those bunkers. You know how I felt it? Because I had sex in those fucking bunkers when I went to visit in the Netherlands in World War II. I'm like, there was definitely gay sex happening in here. I fucking felt it. I fucking felt the spirituality around me. Anyway, fuck these people. They don't know shit about homosexuality even. Fuck it. About the history. Fuck, man. Alexander the Great. These people don't understand that. This guy has never played soccer with his group of friends. This dude is not chilling with the bros at all, right? And he speaks on behalf of us all bros.
The insecurities and frustrations for black men that attract them to the manosphere is pretty much the same as their white counterparts, except that those frustrations, the financial insecurity, the ugly breakups and divorces, child custody battles, etc., are all made a bit more complicated by structural racism. And along with that, because of structural racism, they also are dealing with high death rates, lower access to healthcare, and barriers to a lot of the ways that the manosphere preaches for seeking self-help. Historically, the nature of patriarchy.
Again, enforcement of therapy culture is how the state enforces neoliberal subjectivity.
Has mostly excluded black men in a traditional sense. Black men as a whole have never fully encapsulated the patriarchal image of father knows best, doting wife, 2 kids, and a dog. Even those black men that did have those things were always still barred from the full essence of what that framework was supposed to offer in terms of respect and stability. You can be black and be the man of the house and the man in your neighborhood, but you were still going to be called boy when the police came around. Plenty of black men between the 1920s and the 1960s contributed to traditional male-centric communities and played roles as patriarchs in them, only for them to be burned down by white terrorist mobs. However, I would argue that more typically the black manosphere grows out of conservative pro-black movements.
Do you think that race plays a part in wealth distribution, or either a mindset that you can't or
Today?
cannot? Yeah.
No,
You don't?
no, I don't. I don't. Hey, you and I, we're proof. Why would race have anything to do with it? Put your mind to what you want to do and go for that. It's kind of like religion to me. It's a good excuse for not getting there.
Yeah. You know, I said, and it's probably get me in trouble, but I said to some of my colleagues recently, so I know that it's an issue, but it seems like every single day on television I'm talking about race, and it's because of the news cycle, it's in the news, but sometimes I get so tired of talking about it, I want to just go, this is over, can we move on?
And if you talk about it, it exists.
Right.
Yeah. It's not like it exists and we refuse to talk about it, but making it a bigger issue than it needs to be is a problem we have.
As I alluded to in previous videos, older generations of black people who faced a more intense and overtly hostile world of racism and also bore witness to really ugly images and experiences of crime and violence from their own people in black neighborhoods were very susceptible to a line of thinking that said that black people's biggest problems was themselves, and that if we just rejected the uglier and negative aspects of black life and culture and focused more into mimicking what we saw from whiteness, that we would be better off as a people. And to be fair, this isn't...
Or not necessarily whiteness, but higher class people, right? Higher class people don't turn their family relationships into cost-benefit analysis.
Are now telling us something very interesting indeed, which is one half of America is rebuilding social capital, and another half of America is losing it. And you are therefore getting not only an economic divide, but a social divide, an educational divide. You have a half of America that's rebuilt its families, that is actually going back to church and to synagogue, that is strongly committed to voluntary activity, that is ferociously ambitious for its children. Those kids brought up in those stable homes are going to have a huge advantage over the half of America that have been left behind.
So we don't have to go so far as to say that race doesn't matter. What we can say is that whatever the collective social possibilities are within a community, if that collective capital isn't divided amongst individuals, rather it's seen as a collective project altogether. And that's what a lot of these enclosed communities are within the United States. The issue here is that individualized social capital takes away from collective social capital, from the possibility of collective social capital. It individualizes us.
The policy response has been treatment and mental health services and deterrence programs and community engagement that don't ravage these communities.
Community engagement, the commodification of emotional labor has destroyed community, my friends. There is no community. There is no community anymore. There is no public sphere anymore.
This is the difference between an addict in recovery moving on with his life versus a convicted felon who's unable to find meaningful employment.
In a community today, you can't be truthful. You have to repeat these social idioms, these idioms. that's the only way to participate in community. That's not community. That's capitalism. That's social
after a lengthy
capitalism.
prison sentence, during which his community suffered in his absence, which also raises the possibility of recidivism. But a lot of people don't understand this, and so the strong sentiment in a lot of pro-Black spaces is that the key to Black liberation is the restoration of the Black family into a line-said Black family with the traditional images of family normalized to us by the Western white world, aka hegemony. They don't recognize a system that will always find ways to take us out, regardless of how well we perform whiteness.
Kinship structures in Africa are so powerful. The kinship structures in Africa are anti-capitalist. This is the difference between these African-American perspective that in fact seeks to universalize Black experience, which is racist in itself. This is all Adolph Reed, right? It universalizes a Black experience. But when you look at the kinship traditional structures in Africa and look at how anti-capitalist they are, how they don't allow for various types of intersectional rhetoric to come into their communities, right? They have very strong community and inability to deal with their collective trauma. In Africa, they have those traditional structures to help deal with trauma, right? You need those traditional music. You need that something that connects you to the ancestors, right? But our inability to deal with our collective trauma is why this kind of argument even exists in the first place. By the way, I'm not even arguing this. This is Silvia Federici arguing it, a prominent feminist, which I disagree with. So in my critique of Silvia Federici video, I only basically talk about what I disagree with, but this was one of the things that I found fascinating in the book.
Because that dream is so enticing, a lot of enterprising grifters have constantly presented this idea of fixing the Black community through the Black family by making it look more like what we think white families look like, which of course often leads to blaming.
Ridiculous. We need to learn from African structures of kinship, not white picket fence people. Okay, kinship structures can come in many different forms. The only form it can't come in is the commodification of emotional labor, the moralization of the commodification of emotional labor. It's even worse, right? That's where community dies. That's where kinship structures die.
Black women or not allowing Black men to effectively lead. A narrative made very famous by the Moynihan Report from 1965. The Moynihan Report was a federal report by sociologist something Moynihan. In this report, which is a favorite staple of the Black manosphere as well as Black conservatives, characterized Black men as infantile and lazy and uninterested in self-betterment, partly because Black women emasculate them. As a cherry on top, the report, which offered no real solutions, gave one prescription that said that maybe these Black men should join the army as a way to reclaim their masculinity. More on that in a later video, but just understand that this report came right in time for the Vietnam War. What a coincidence. This report has been lambasted by a variety of Black scholars for its complete absolvement of the constraints of white supremacy and the legacy of white.
And, there's no mention of the white feather movement, right?
Terrorism on these issues that Black people face in terms of their families in these communities, as well as its oversimplistic views on gender dynamics between Black men and women. This report hated both by scholars who discuss Black masculinity and by intersectional feminist scholars.
So the white feather movement is key here because it shows that masculinity is not enforced by males. It's enforced by even feminists, by the feminists who were handing out white feathers to men who would refuse to go off and to die in war.
Yet it's a favorite of the Black manosphere because it gives credence to the conservative talking point that the problem with the Black family is Black women.
Society, they did not expect to happen what happened. Go read the Moynihan Report and Moynihan Scissors. They did not expect to give government system of food stamps to the Black community and for women to choose the check over the men over there.
You often hear Black manosphere types talk about how the likelihood of a Black child being raised in a single-parent home has skyrocketed in the last 20 or 30 years. And this is true, but it's also true for every other race in this country. And it doesn't take into account all the other variables that decide whether or not a person is going to be raised in a two-parent household. What they really just want to say is that it's because Black women aren't submissive enough. They disregard the well-documented structural barriers to
another platforming of straw man, right? It's because they're not submissive enough. Yeah, okay, so that's the extreme perspective of the Black community. I don't even know about this stuff, but it's just so much platforming of straw man.
Black economic viability, or the historical fact that Black women have always worked, partially because their labor was more valuable in the open market at certain times in the last 100 or so years, versus Black men who, even when not excluded from labor, did not have access to some of the more lucrative house caretaker jobs that Black women ended up taking. They just run with the rhetoric about Black women not being submissive and blah, 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 blah. You have heard this before. In accordance to that, there have long since been Black male figures, especially in the comedy world, such as with Patrice O'Neal, and on YouTube even 10, 15 years ago, who have made money and gained notoriety by peddling misogyny disguised as Black liberation.
Ridiculous, 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 ridiculous.
They'll say that the black family must be fixed and that this cannot be done if the black woman doesn't get behind her man. It doesn't matter that this has never really been how.
Yes, we have obligations to our families. We have obligations not just as women or as men, but as people. We have obligations to our families. We have a duty to speak in our communities, to duty to speak with people we disagree with. Those kinds of obligations, those kind of democratic obligations. It's the difference between being a citizen in our society, where you have obligations. Before you have a vote, you have to have obligations. Your vote is tied to your ability to participate and contribute to society, whether through property ownership or whether through your ability to be a soldier for society, whatever the contribution is. Right now, everybody gets a vote willy-nilly, and when everybody gets a vote willy-nilly, the society, the republic itself, is dying, and nobody wants to fight for the West anymore.
This is work in our society, in our culture, and even in many cultures in Africa, or that white supremacy bars so many black men from access to the economic and social capital they need to be heads of the household. It doesn't matter, do it anyway, or you hate black people. There are old archives of a lot of these men's content on YouTube if you want to find it. This complicates the black manosphere a bit because while these men still uphold the status quo and spew misogyny, they're also responding to a much more specific and legitimate set.
Even Cornel West, in his book, talks about these things. Check out my bell hooks video on love, and you can see that even Cornel West makes such arguments
of oppressions as opposed to their white counterparts.
The argument that Cornel West makes is that capitalist human social interrelationships within the poor communities, right, aren't repeated within the rich communities. Rich people don't destroy this idea of voluntarism in their community. Rich people, rich communities, they have a strong sense of community obligation. They have a strong sense of family obligation. Okay, it's only poor people in mind, poor people in money, poor people in everything, right, that aren't able to rise up, and they are the ones that are forced into an amygdalic thinking. Yeah, so maybe if we do improve the economic conditions of people won't be in an amygdalic thinking, but that's not the case because we also live in a society which enforces vicarious traumatization at every corner, because that's how you control people. Through the Patriot Act, through Patriot Act 2.0 that's going to come out soon.
So this doesn't make it any better, it just makes their gripes a bit more legitimate. Aside from that, there's not a lot of material difference between black and white manosphere spaces. Sometimes misogyny comes from a hotep, sometimes it comes from an aspiring Republican grifter, sometimes it's just a black version of the same sleazy pickup artist type character. White guys have men going their own way or MGTOW, black men have save yourself black men or SYSB.
Let's just take a look at this comment right here. It's a brave new world. I was on Tinder for years. There used to be a ton of dates, lots of sex, and I'm only 5'8". But now it just feels different. Perhaps it's my age. I cannot relate to any women below 25. And all the women in their 30s are either overweight or covered in a bunch of dumb tattoos or have horrible political ideas. Even though a lot of them want to hook up, I find that I give them a hard pass or don't let it continue. I would rather read books, work out, focus on accumulating wealth, and traveling. This is not a minority perspective. This guy is 5'8". Why? Right? Why participate in this disgusting world that we have? A world which is shaped, the psychology of which is shaped by the 1% of men. Why do I have to participate in this world? Why do I have to participate in a world where you can go and watch my biopolitics of sex video? Why do men not want to participate in this? This guy's 5'8". How many times, I can tell you that he's probably a very good looking guy, but how many times has he been used as a monkey branch? How many times have us, semi-chads, there's thousands of us semi-chads, right? Not hot enough to be Hassan, but hot enough to get around, like this guy JB, right? Why should we have to participate in a world where we get monkey branched all the time? Especially when those people are the ones that are claiming equality all the time, when it's clearly not equality, when it's clearly the psychology of the 1% of males that actually has taken over the discipline of the American Psychological Association too. The real misogyny here, in my perspective, the real misogyny here is not holding people accountable. People who are, on the one hand, talking about privilege all the time, and the people on the same hand, in the same breath, they uphold privilege, right? We can't live in that world. We can't live in such a pure, hypocritical world. hypocritical world, and if you don't repeat these hypocrisies, then you are subject to social capital sanctions. Is this hate? That's my question here. Is this hate, or does this just make sense? It just makes sense.
What is heavy? So asketh the load-bearing spirit, then kneeleth it down like the camel, and wanteth to be well laden. Zarathustra. Contemporary media ecologies reflect how a peculiar logic of economic, political, and financial securitization seeps into our lives and shapes our subjectivities. Through a flattened and specifically audiovisual media, camp mentalities are reinforced as we are enamored and entranced by spectacle, as when peering into the photogenic lives of others on Instagram or watching others enjoy themselves playing video games on YouTube. Feeling emotion has become a duty fulfilled by others, like staged audiences that laugh on our behalf. The public becomes the phantom, applause, and laughter which accompanies American sitcoms, a reminder that this line was funny, that here, we were supposed to laugh.
Hey! George, easy.
A panopticonic casino of software which is designed to turn us into addicts is perhaps also short-circuiting our neural pathways and attention spans. An overabundance of contingent relationships paralyzes us within the paradox of choice while reinforcing the creation of overly strategic cold intimacies.
But in my research, I did find a handful of really good ones. Let's start here, though, at the mass grocery store and show you the ones you want to stay away from and why. But before we do that, basically
polarized echo chambers, ban disagreement, and foster communities of confirmation bias, creating empathy gaps that hinders consideration of morality when engaging in any sort of social activity. Our devices are tailored to be more entertaining and engaging than the mundane conversations.
I don't mean a place of recreation. I mean a place of recreation, reproducing yourself and your personality. And through this intimate contact, it was possible to become a stronger individual even though you lived in a more collective environment. That world has been eroded and subverted steadily by the encroachment of the factory, of the office, of the supermarket, into our own personal lives and finally into our own heads. We think in terms of buying and selling more and more. And I come across this repeatedly when somebody says to me, I don't buy that idea, and in which I respond, I'm not selling it. And I've used this line over and over again, because it is, to me, the typification of the way in which people deal with idea, deal with culture, deal with the most intimate relationships they have. They invest in a marriage. Who the hell ever invested in a marriage? In a business, perhaps, yes, but not in a marriage. So people, in a sense, are being hollowed out. It isn't only television that is doing it. Television, as it were, is filling an increasingly empty vessel. That's what's happening. And they're taking over the world of imagination, taking over that world, that dream world, that magnificent dream world that the child still has and which the rest of civilization repeatedly represses in the course of what we call maturation or becoming mature.
People didn't think about Darth Vader and the whole sort of sense of who decides what voice will constitute the villainous voice.
If this is a consular ship, where is the ambassador?
I mean, what does it mean that media has such control of our imaginations that they don't want to accept that there are conscious manipulations taking place, and that in fact we want to reserve, particularly for the arena of movie making, a certain sense of magic, a certain sense that reality is being documented. And again, you know, I think that part of the power of cultural criticism and cultural studies has been its sort of political intervention as a force in American society to say there really is a conscious manipulation of representations, and it's not about magical thinking, it's not about like pure imagination, creativity, it's about people consciously knowing what kinds of images will produce a certain kind of impact.
I will love you my whole life.
Is that it? Is it going to be some Scottish guy, or what is this?
And action!
Lucas had never intended to use the on-set vocal performance of David Prowse.
Start tearing this ship apart piece by piece until you find those tapes. Find the passengers of this vessel. I want them alive!
Prowse's voice would later be replaced with a more menacing performance, provided by classically trained stage and film actor James Earl Jones.
George had hired David Prowse, but he said he wanted a so-called darker voice, and not in terms of ethnic, but in terms of timbre. And the rumor is that he thought of Orson Welles, and then probably thought that Orson might be too recognizable. So what he ends up is picking a voice that was born in Mississippi, raised in Michigan, and was a stutterer.
Television has begun to fill that in with its synthetic plots, with its advertising, with its one-dimensional pictorial image of what reality is all about. This terrifying problem has made us ask the all-important question that most people do when they encounter an analyst today. Not why do I have a twitch, not why do I have a shudder, why is it that I have dreams that wake me up, why do I wake up screaming at night? Those were the questions that you went to in the 1930s if you had a psychological problem, and if you went to a therapist. Now they go around and they ask the question, who am I? Who am I? What am I? Why am I? And the key thing that is involved here is what they're asking is, what is their place in the world? Because there is no place in the world for people to be human again. There is no place in the world for people to be personal and to have a personality. And for that reason, we go madly and insanely after all kinds of fashions today to decorate what is a very deep sense of hollowness inside us. We cover ourselves up. We cover ourselves up with different hairdos. We cover ourselves up with different styles of clothing. We cover ourselves up with all kinds of accoutrements. We have to wear Thunderbirds to play Indian. Or we have to wear leather jackets to be tough, even though we may be accountants somewhere. Or we have to dress like prostitutes so we look interesting, even though we may be secretaries somewhere. All of this, we wear boots in the summertime. Who the hell ever wore boots in the summertime? But all of this is meant to make us interesting to ourselves, because we are so hollowed out by the breakdown of community, by the mutual networks of support systems, by the rich articulation of a spontaneous cultural life that comes out of the streets and that comes from the intercourse of past as well as present and hopefully future, through the different generational interactions that exist. And we are faced with the real problem not only of whether or not we have power anymore over our lives, but who are we and why are we alive? And that becomes the great therapeutic problem in psychiatry today. This points to a very deep sense of disempowerment, as I said, that emerges from the large corporations, that emerges from the invasion, the enormous concentration of the state, and that emerges very significantly from the marketplace into every recess into which we could retreat 30, 40, 50 years ago, or even 20 years ago. The counterculture was an attempt in the 1960s to recreate again a community in which we could retreat. a network in which we could again develop a sense of identity, a sense of solidarity, a sense of community that has been eroded steadily, not only by television, but by the marketplace, by the buyer-seller relationship, by the reduction of everything to an object, to a thing, to an investment that you either buy, that you sell, feedback, input, output. And that's the problem we face.
Quoting Zizek, in everyday life, ideology is at work, especially in the apparent innocent reference to pure utility. One should never forget that in the symbolic universe, quote, utility, quote, functions as a reflective notion. That is, it always involves the assertion of utility as meaning.
We see the real problem here. A lot of edgelords are operating in a passive nihilism. The acknowledgement that life has no meaning, no morals, and no intrinsic sense of value has left them much more like Owlman, the Riddler, and the Joker.
And it's a doozy, and we're going to have some terrible, terrible philosophy for you. And if you are interested in actual philosophy, my coming videos will be coming on Leo Strauss and historicism and scholasticism. That is going to be really good philosophy for you guys. So
do start, particularly young white dudes, do start embracing that nothingness. That to me is where all the really dark shit can grow. It's that absence of belief that I think makes such a fertile ground for all the shit that we've been talking about.
So we're going to be starting our discussion with a very narrow understanding of nihilism. The trigger warning is a funny thing because there's studies done that the trigger warning itself becomes a triggering activity, right? A trigger warning is a trigger in itself.
So almost a year ago, I released a video called Edgelord Movies and the Men Who Love Them.
So he starts off his discussion talking about how he started from the bottom and now he's here. Yeah, in our world where if you start from the bottom, but if you repeat those idioms, if you repeat those popular idioms, those popular intersectional idioms, like my man is going to be doing, he is, of course, he's going to be platformed into positions of power. Of course, he's going to be like the next Carrie Bourassa. If you don't know who Carrie Bourassa is, I encourage you to Google her. She is, right now, she is a person that was faking her identity for the last 20 years and giving out grant money to people that were explicitly saying that or repeating those intersectional idioms over and over and over again.
Harry Bourassa.
I've long noticed, however, that when it comes to talking about whiteness and white men, although of course it's usually white men doing all of the talking, they never fully occupy the space solely as a subject. The same way that non-white or non-men do when other topics arise. We tend to situate being white and male as a default status with minimal need to assess or examine it critically as a specific intersection of identity. We don't look at being white and being male as its own thing and not as a control group for other things to be compared to. When we think of intersectionality, we never think that white maleness is an intersection when it is. But even just me evoking the concept of intersectionality and saying the intersection of whiteness and maleness, and for the most part cisgendered and hetero, that's somewhat transgressive. And I know from experience that there are going to be those who are uncomfortable with evoking such a standpoint or critical lens to talk about white men. And I get that.
Once again, standpoint epistemology is pure market logic, my friends. There is no left today. Search market liberalism and standpoint epistemology.
So this video was not supposed to start like this. It was not supposed to start at the editing table. However, 99% of this video was written and recorded over 2 weeks ago. And in that time, there have been 3 spree shootings to hit the media that we know of, and possibly even more. This video was meant to be an examination of the manosphere and serve as my perspective on it as a whole, from its history to its reason for existing at the intersection between whiteness and maleness. And it's awkward. It feels weird to do that. And it feels even weirder and almost kind of gross.
Oh man, this guy is so stuck in this worldview. It's so impossible to think outside of this worldview that it's just gross. It's gross to think of or to use intersectionality outside. It's just gross. It's you. Look at. I want you to focus on all the idioms that he's going to be employing throughout this whole thing. He employs all of these idioms and substitute these idioms as a form of thinking when it's not thinking at all. Repeating idioms, repeating intersectional rhetoric is not at all thinking. But let's see if there is any analytical intersectionality that we can be taking from and we can use from.
Under the circumstances. However, this is based on research I did for my PhD program, which I am not finishing. Don't ask, but life is too short. And my research tells me that this is a sound and reasonable angle to engage with to make sense of these types of events and the manosphere as a whole. And this video is long as hell. I'm sorry, I had a lot to say. I think my explanation...
He had a lot of nothing to say. I mean, there's nothing in this video. I didn't learn much.
An examination of this particular part of the issue is useful and even more timely considering the situation, but paradoxically, it's also poorly timed because all of us are still going through this right now in the moment. And it's not always easy to jump into a philosophical discussion about an ongoing current crisis. So in the end, what I'm really asking for here is that you give me grace. And if you can, watch the whole video.
My friend, why would I give you grace when that is so interesting? So he does expect grace. But, I mean, this is the closest to grace that white men are going to get. So it's interesting here.
Watching in chunks, there's chapters in the description. This was a tough video to make even before the recent events. But all that said, I'm definitely not the final voice on this topic, and I'm sure that there are some things that I will get wrong or miss completely. But my heart is in the right place, I promise. Okay, now that the dramatic tension that I envisioned when making this video has been thoroughly destroyed, let's just go ahead and start it anyway. I personally think that this is part of the problem, really. By leaving white men as this box that is perpetually checked when we begin to analyze social issues, we leave a lot of details and information underdeveloped. Now, I don't know if what I'm about to do will work because I am doing something a bit transgressive, but that's the nature of science. So if it doesn't work, I'm sure somebody will come behind me and fix it. And if it does work, you know, maybe we'll do something special here. And to make it work as best as I can, I have made the effort to talk to some white dudes, all of which have that unique standpoint of the edgelord identity that can provide some perspective explicitly about how whiteness and maleness contributes to it. And if this video's length is an indicator, shit may get complex, so we shall see.
Oh, they don't really mean what they're saying. This is all a joke. Everybody in 4chan is a Nazi. Like, they all pretend to be a Nazi. They all pretend to be whatever. They all pretend to be pedophiles. Exactly. And like, looking back, I'm like kind of embarrassed to say this, but like I really didn't pick up on like how dangerous that was. And I just thought it was just like another way of being, you know, funny and making jokes. And this was, I think this is like an extremely intentional thing. This is like the sort of thing that like white nationalists.
My friends, we are going to be living through a time when behind every corner, we are going to need a surveillance state. Look at all of these liberal arguments that are going to be used to prop up a Patriot Act 2.0. Look at what's happening in the news today. Yes, we do have a lot of terrible things that are going on. But in response to that, look at this. It's 9/11 over and over and over and over again right now. And this spread through this vicarious traumatization of all of these idioms that are coming at us. Okay, we got to really be paying attention because the left is the one who is forwarding Patriot Act 2.0 that are going to be coming.
We'll talk about as a way of radicalizing people. A lot of anxiety about like, I'm saying edgy stuff, but like everybody here's cool with it, right? And, you know, as I got older, I would realize more and more like, just because your white friends are cool with it doesn't necessarily mean it's cool.
Yeah, so why does edgelordism exist? So we're going to be talking about that. We're going to be looking through it.
So yeah, like I understand some of where these people like begin because I think a lot of them begin in a similar place. And I sort of saw the direction that things would go. Like I would be on forums and I would watch those forums slowly become more conservative until all the people like me kind of stopped wanting to post there. And then, you know, the alt-right happened and Trump got elected and Charlottesville happened. And all of these things made me realize like, okay, I need to get more explicitly political in my videos.
My family, I felt like I was just fading into the background. And at school, like I went to an old boys school where like a sensitive young lad such as me sort of faded into the background. And
so here we're going to be talking about something that's actually very important. This idea of platforming certain people that eclipse all the other people that are thinking about the same issue.
There was just like a very hyper-masculine environment. And as a result of that, I feel like I needed to claim my own power outside of traditional masculinity. I listened to music that had like a good amount of edge to it. Funny thing, like in retrospect, I didn't realize like this is depression that I was feeling. But yeah, as a result, I just sort of retreated into the things that pandered to my need to feel angry at something.
100%. Like, I think the only reason I probably don't have, you know, a bunch of problematic shit floating out about me is because I didn't have, you know, a Twitter account when I was 15. You know, like I was that kid. Like I was never as like passionate about it or identified with it as hard. But yeah, I mean, like if I could go back and like all
prisons are filled with, you know, people who have emotional, psychological problems. And what is their solution to this? A lot of our institutions these days have within them, from academia, from Oxford, even the very roots, right? So it's all influenced by this power equals privileged ideology that's even affecting Oxford Dictionary, right? And that's why edgelordism even exists, right? It's because the fact that from first propaganda from absolutely every aspect of society that we have to just
speak whatever we want. That's freedom of speech. We feel wonderful. We feel safe. We feel expressed, right? It's not about whatever these people are talking about, okay? It's not about hate.
Affects a provocative or extreme persona, especially online, typically used of a man, like FD Signifier.
Webster states in a short article,
for all the internet offers, it sure does come with a lot of drama. Bickering in comment sections, thirsty attention seekers on Instagram. If you spend any significant time online, you're likely to encounter some odd and difficult personalities. One such person might be an edgelord. The word has taken hold to refer to one who makes wildly dark and exaggerated statements, usually on an internet forum, with the intent of shocking others. There is usually a tone of nihilism to such remarks, the kind that might be flagged by...
Wonderful, wonderful. Not only is there a misunderstanding of nihilism, there's there's so much gaslighting happening here from A to Z. Just so much gaslighting. That's why edgelordism exists. Even this definition, right? It's like when you go to the MGTOW Wikipedia, right? What does it say? Hatred of women is like the first thing that comes up. This is the platforming of strawman culture that creates the edgelords in the first place, right? Even the definition of the edgelord is imbued with feminist bullshit. It's imbued with intersectional bullshit.
A counselor as antisocial behavior, similar to FD Signifier.
And 3, edgelords actively reject conventional social behavior and to an extent interest in identities that may be more appropriate for the status quo.
What the fuck is conventional social behavior? Do we have any conventional social behavior in Gen Z times? What the hell is conventional social behavior? What the hell is conventional social behavior after the era of Trump? There is nothing conventional. There is no centralized anything.
4, edgelord ideology has a lot of connective tissue with problematic schools of thought such as nihilism and fascism. A lot of the academic discourse...
Nihilism is not a problematic school of thought. In fact, it's a problem. It's a freeing school of thought. Nihilism is not this kind of philosophy 101 kind of nihilism. There's a much more deep, intense study of nihilism. Nihilism is not being pessimistic. Okay, nihilism is not being pessimistic. Wow.
Around edgelords focuses explicitly on right-wing, neo-Nazi, and fascist activity online. However, a lot of this academic inquiry...
And one of the things that I need to say right now is that I am not a Nazi. I am not a right-wing guy. I'm a Marxist. I'm a leftist. In fact, I'm way far left of this guy. That's my argument.
Looks at the pre and post Gamergate / rise of Donald Trump era of online communities. However, in the last few years, a lot of edgelords have been, at least on some level, converted from...
Donald Trump wasn't... He's the symptom.
Right-wing ideologies into more leftist or progressive political positions through the efforts of a variety of left-leaning content creators and political streamers, aka debate streamers and debate bros. And don't worry, we won't be here. We won't be here for long. We won't be here for long. Don't worry, we won't be here. We won't be here for long. We won't be here for long. Don't worry, we won't be here. We won't be here for long. We won't be here for long. Don't worry, we won't be here. We won't be here for long. This is because the interests of edgelords, such as video games, anime, tech, etc., and where they tend to collect online, has not changed regardless of their political affiliation. And to be clear, those interests are not of any real material issue outside of some concerning patterns you might find in the porn.
Not a real concerning issue. Not a real concerning issue. So what is important to white males, okay, is not a real concerning issue. It's funny. What I like about this video is that finally, a person is including the white male in terms of intersectionality. In intersectionality, it's funny that white males have zero voice in this supposed democratic way of doing things. Intersectionality is about deplatforming the white male perspective, the white heteronormative capitalist perspective, right? But it's doing that in the cause of what? In the cause of some sort of something close to a collectivist notion of how we should be engaging with one another. At first, again, these ideas totally make sense. It's not that white males are supposed to have zero voice, right? That's not democracy.
Consumption of edgelords and the depictions of minors in some anime. For now, I want to disregard the political affiliation, although I think it's fair to say that the majority of edgelords are either overtly right-leaning, in some cases far right.
My friend, I am a prime edgelord, I guess, according to this definition. I say extreme things like intersectionality is integral to the colonization process, to the neoliberal colonialism of the mind, by turning all social relationships into capitalist cost-benefit relationships of privilege and emotional labor. That is a right-wing movement, not these people.
or at least amenable to far-right ideology, or in recovery from far-right ideology, and in the process of unlearning and maybe detoxing from it. Let's put
this guy just speaks in idioms.
Political elements of this, though, and just focus on the ideology as a whole. I truly feel like the actual politics of being an edgelord are secondary to the identity of being an edgelord, because far-right politics have an advantage here, because more leftists and more left-leaning political frames are far less tolerant of edgelord behavior than the far right. In my last edgelord video, and I think in pop culture, we often see the Joker as the quintessential edgelord.
Okay, so unfortunately, the Joker Batman analysis here is so dry, is so empty.
Nietzsche famously said, "Beware that when fighting monsters, you yourself do not become a monster. For when you gaze long into the abyss gazes also into you." Nietzsche is a very popular figure among edgelords and the neo-Nazi movement because he's one of the most influential thinkers in the philosophy of nihilism. I won't act like I have a strong understanding of nihilism.
Yeah, you don't have a strong understanding of nihilism. You are not well read on nihilism. You basically don't know shit about nihilism, but that's not going to stop you from making a video about a long-ass video about your basic 101 understanding of what everyone thinks nihilism is. Anyone who's not a philosophy student thinks nihilism is. Nihilism is not pessimism. Nihilism is not depression. Okay, nihilism is a way towards freedom. Nihilism is looking at the desert of nothingness and realizing that you have an obligation to create meaning. Okay, if you want to learn about nihilism, check out my Ritual Traces series, where I do an in-depth study of Nietzsche.
But I think I'm solid in saying that the core theme of nihilism is that nothing, not even human life, has any intrinsic meaning or value. Nothing matters. Yes, I know I probably am saying Nietzsche's name wrong. And while nihilism often evokes images of dreary edgelords with poor attitudes and antisocial behavior, it seems that this is really not how nihilism is meant to work as a philosophy in terms of being this defining value through which one should live life and experience the world. An editorial published in the Harvard Crimson had the following to say about nihilism. You see, nihilists can be broken into two specific groups. The first are the passive nihilists. These are individuals who, when faced with the realization that existence has no inherent meaning, can fall into a deep depression as a result. This is an act of resignation. The passive nihilist no longer sees any purpose in life, and his mental and physical condition suffer as a result. And this is the kind of nihilism we should avoid. However, there exists another group of nihilists, the active nihilists. An active nihilist is someone who, when confronted with the exact same realization, rejoices at the freedom that it gives them. If there were a specific meaning to human life, then each of us will be bound to follow it. But if there is not, then we all have the freedom to decide the purpose of our own lives.
So this is an article understanding of this is when you read one article about nihilism and you come up with a distinction between passive and active nihilism. That, first of all, this binary distinction between passive and active is just not helpful for any analysis. Okay, it's not a good understanding of what nihilism is in the first place. And he uses this very limited one article read. He read one article about nihilism that makes a distinction between passive and active, and he uses that. He pushes that all the way. But when you have no understanding of what nihilism is, and then you use this distinction to try to analyze things, okay, I don't know who has made this Harvard article that he's read. Who gives a shit about this kind of understanding? Okay, there's no such thing as a passive nihilist. It's a nihilism. It's a correct understanding of nihilism and a popular understanding of nihilism, a deep understanding of nihilism, and a surface understanding of nihilism.
In fact, we are required to do so if we wish to avoid the pit of passive
You are required
nihilism.
to do so.
One active nihilist might conclude that the purpose of
you have an obligation, right? That's Nietzsche's line. You have an obligation to create meaning. You have an obligation. You have a duty, in fact, towards others. In fact, this is why Nietzsche is an anti-individualist in a way. Nietzsche is not so individualist as people think.
Their life is to combat poverty.
So when the philosopher comes down from the mountain in Thus Spake Zarathustra, why does the philosopher come back down from the mountain? Why does the philosopher king return to the cave? Because there's an obligation. There's a duty for meaning.
Across the globe. Another might commit themselves to protecting the environment. Active nihilists have tremendous freedom in determining the best way to live their own lives. So it seems to me that our men blinked and thus adopted an understanding of nihilism that almost seeks to punish the world for having no intrinsic meaning. But the Chad Batman stared into the abyss, did not blink, and came out of it in an active state of nihilism that he would decide that his life is to be dedicated to fighting for justice and vengeance. Nihilism and Nihilism and Nietzsche are popular among edgelords as both were basic tools to engage with the rejection of organized religion, the first major target of the early skeptic communities on YouTube.
We chose to accept reality. You can't prove God doesn't exist. Yes, we already did. God don't fucking exist.
The open
I hate those fucking people. I hate the fucking four horsemen of the apocalypse. They're fucking stupid.
Rejection of society and societal norms and morals gives nihilists, and by proxy edgelords, a genuine sense that they can reclaim agency and power by deciding for themselves what is and what is not important. If you think about the places where many edgelords come from, the outskirts of social efficacy, maybe they're less affable, less charismatic, less attractive, less rich, etc., it makes sense that a philosophy that is built to say that you get to define for yourself what is and isn't important will be very attractive and appealing. But the question still is, why do they spend so much time deciding that they're not going to pursue what's important to them, but they're going to actively try to destroy what's important?
You don't decide for yourself what is important. You look at the deserts, and the desert tells you that there's signifiers in the desert of meaninglessness. Within the desert of meaninglessness, you find clues. You don't just decide for yourself willy-nilly to create meaning for yourself. This is, again, a watered-down interpretation of Nietzsche. You have to look at the clues in the desert of nothingness, and there you find meaning. There's objective meaning. Okay, it's not just create meaning for yourself.
To others. Coming back to Batman and the Joker.
Creating meaning for yourself is part of this postmodern subjectivity that I critique in my video regarding the rise of the neoliberal subjectivity and mental health institutions and progressivism that's creating this idea of this kind of subjectivity. And it's interesting that he starts with this idea of white males not being in a subject position, not putting themselves in a subject position.
Comes to talking about whiteness and white men, although of course it's usually white men doing all of the talking, they never fully occupy the space solely as a subject.
They lump a whole group of people together, right? And he's going to make some distinctions, but it's just not enough, right? It's still, it's racist. At the end of the day, it's just racist. It's straight up racism. Racist shit in, racist shit out, as Adolf Reed says. This is all just racism and upholding of privilege through the back door without realizing it, without being conscious of it, and then calling the other people, the white males, having no subjectivity.
Their newfound freedom of mind to pursue something that is important, they seek vengeance. They want to punish the world for ever tricking them into believing in it in the first place, especially if they felt like said world ostracized or punished them for not being able to perform the appropriate type of social interaction that they were ostracized for. They see this as a way to reclaim a sense of power that's denied to them, but not other young boys and men who don't have the aces and the barriers and the social stigmas that they had. This desire for power to correct or to take revenge on a thing to
So this is one of the Duluth model idioms, that the reason why males do what they do is because they want to control. It's because they want power, right? It's part of this APA psychology takeover, the feminist takeover of the American Psychological Association. It's one of those idioms that the reason why men do what they do is because they want power over women. They want power. No, the reason why they do what they do is not because necessarily they want power. Sure, again, we need to have a distinction here. Okay, what's happening here is that once again we look at a very small group of women, or we look at a very small group of men, the ones who actually want all of these toxic masculinity things, and then we extend that notion onto all masculinity itself, instead of seeing that small portion of people as not having masculine problems. They have psychological problems that all human beings have. They have narcissistic problems. They have all these what they call, but what they do instead is they call it toxic masculinity, and they spread that all over. They spread their bullshit all over the place.
Romantically, economically, etc. They suffer from their trauma in ways that makes any ability for them to advance in life difficult or impossible. Their acts of violence give them importance and grandiosity in a way that they could never achieve through more normative and appropriate means. And then the movies further make the mistake of aggrandizing them despite all of this through surges of music and cool lighting and awesome costume designs and hero shots. And
my friend, everybody has a different interpretation of what the Joker is all about. And this guy's interpretation is just steeped in fucking idioms. It's so crazy how when you're within a church, right, you don't realize you're in a church. That's the problem with this guy. That's the problem with all of these intersectional people. They don't realize that they are operating within their own religion and their own theocracy and and they excommunicate people like me, right? The people who are on your side, the people who want to end racism, the people who want to end sexism, the people who want to end all of that. What they do is they push people onto the right. Right? They don't realize. They're so dumb. They don't realize that they push people onto the right. The left continually pushes people to the right, okay? I would love to support all of the things that the left wants to support, but I find myself being on the right-wing camp and just being like, fuck the liberals, do whatever pisses off the liberals. Vote in a way that just pisses off liberals. I don't even care about what's right. I just want to vote for the way that pisses off liberals. That's the ultimate edgelord position, and we are pushed into that position, not because of our own psychology, but because of a systematic, the takeover of a system that gaslights us from A to Z, including you, my friend.
The narrative and analysis supposedly tells us that these characters are wrong and are losers. But when you look at the way that they're framed, and surely you see the way that many people talk about them in the aftermath, they see it as aspirational and to the average edgy boy, attainable. These guys find power in rejecting appropriate social behavior, and they exert that power by openly flouting this rejection.
So let me get this straight. While the right wing is busy blaming Counter-Strike for its presentational politics, influencing our boys to shoot up places, Counter-Strike is a problem, that's what the right wing says, this guy is literally making the claim that it's because of the creation of Joker, that the Joker is an influence upon our young men to become Jokerific and to go shoot places up? Do you see how stupid representational politics is when you think that presentation is everything? Let me just make this clear. The presentation, or how Joker is presented to us, is not going to influence whether there's going to be shootings or not. Do you want a politically correct Joker? Because that would be hilarious.
Too sensitive to things that are just jokes. They're just kind of awful on purpose. And in their minds, their awfulness is the truth.
And in fact, we need to continue to be more awful. In fact, we need to be awful in public. We need to be awful in public because we need to talk. We need to have a voice, right?
The way they approach the problem is that instead of resolving it, the predominant effect is just to keep it under check and allowing the true problem, racism, sexism, to survive in a more covered up version, and so on and so on. Of course, racist jokes and so on can be extremely oppressive, humiliating, and so on. But the solution, I think, is to create an atmosphere or to practice these jokes in such a way that they really function as that little bit of obscene contact which establishes true proximity between us. And I'm talking from my own past political experience, ex-Yugoslavia. I remember when I was young, when I met with other people from ex-Yugoslav republics, Serbs, Croats, Bosniaks, and so on, we were all the time telling dirty jokes about each other. But not so much against the other. We were in a wonderful way competing who will be able to tell a nastier joke about ourselves. These were obscene racist jokes. But their effect was a wonderful sense of shared obscene solidarity. It works. So you see this ambiguity, that's my problem with political correctness. No? It's just a form of self-discipline which doesn't really allow you to overcome racism. It's just oppressed, controlled racism. I'm not an idiot. I'm well aware this doesn't mean we should just walk around and humiliate each other. It's a great art how to do it. Where Badiou already begins with a wonderful provocative claim that from Socrates onward, the function of philosophy is to corrupt the youth. To alienate, or rather, in Brechtian sense, extraneate them from the predominant ideological political order, to sow radical doubts, to enable them to think autonomously. No wonder Socrates, the first philosopher, was also its first victim, ordered by the democratic court of Athens to drink poison.
What does it mean to be an edgelord, right? I'm gonna take up the edgelord position because I am the devil's advocate here, right? The devil's advocate of the edgelord. Why does the edgelord exist? All of the reasonings that this man has given to why edgelords exist are platform strawman ideas. They don't give the best version of what the edgelord could be, why the edgelord is actually the devil's advocate, right?
It's the right thing to do in a shitty world. And they're fucking miserable because the reality is all of this is one big cope. Because they aren't Batman, they aren't even Owlman. They're who the Joker really would be in a real world situation.
I would wonder who is miserable. Like, who the fuck gives a shit about happiness? Choose interesting over happiness. Happiness is for the people that want to chase something. Okay, we have bigger aspirations than happiness. Who gives a shit about happiness? Happiness is easy. It comes and goes. What the fuck? Who cares? Okay, it's, again, part of this psychologization of society. Oh, you must have a psychological problem. If you say something about the world, that's something that's wrong about the world, these people come out, these gaslighters, the people that warn us about gaslighting, these guys are warning us about gaslighting, but they are the ultimate gaslighters. That's why my professional gaslighters video, professional gaslighters and the moralizing of capitalism. That's what they're all doing. They're moralizing capitalist human social relationships, and they're gaslighting us to do that, right? They are the most advanced gaslighters here, and they just don't realize it.
They're fucking losers, but it's not that simple, and we need to be more empathetic than to just say that outright. Take Bruce Wayne, the billionaire playboy genius, super athlete, super inventor that looks like a male model. Of course, Batman can operate in an active space of nihilism. He has everything else he might need to assuage the negative elements of his childhood trauma. His edgelord persona is Nietzsche.
First of all, this binary distinction between passive and active is just not helpful for any analysis. Okay, it's not a good understanding of what nihilism is in the first place. And he uses this very limited one article he read one article about nihilism that makes a distinction between passive and active, and he uses that. He pushes that all the way. But when you have no understanding of what nihilism is, and then you use this distinction to try to analyze things, okay.
He's Ubermensch, and it's not attainable to Arthur Fleck, the deranged murderer and stalker, or Defense, the sad, bitter, short, ugly divorcee who's being laid off, even among other white men. And here's where we'll start to get maybe into the danger zone. It's important to note that there is a greater element of privilege for a Batman versus a Joker. It's physical, it's economic, and it's structural. The Riddler even calls him out for this in the movie.
Do you know what being an orphan is? It's 30 kids to a room. 12 years old and already a dropout, knowing the pain. You wake up screaming with rats, chewing your fingers. And every winter, one of the babies die because it's so cold. But oh no. Let's talk about the billionaire with the lying dead daddy, because at least the money makes it go down easy, doesn't it?
Insinuating that he was stupid for ever thinking that maybe Bruce Wayne would see or understand the world the way he did. And this is a major flaw in the way we talk about edgelords and white men in general, and really all men for the most part. We're trying to assess and analyze certain problems across gender. While there is a protective layer of race and gender privilege for all white men compared to everyone else, the analysis and difference between rich and poor white men, able-bodied and disabled white men, neurotypical and atypical men, or even just good-looking and not good-looking, we haven't went there enough. We've left that. They say things that they know bother people and then deride them for being triggered. They indulge in lewd images, some of minors, and let you know that there's nothing that you can do about it. They hide behind anime avatars on Twitter and do whatever they can to openly antagonize others who, in their opinion, are foolishly fighting to make the world a better place and are being...
Oh yeah, they were trying to make the world a better place. They make the world a better place by cutting people out, by shutting people up, by doing all the fucking terrible things that they're doing, that we know that they're doing. Okay, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. The devil's advocate opens the gates of heaven. That's the only way. And what they've done is they turned the devil's advocate into a toxic masculine figure.
Reason. I understand why. A lot of us are a bit too busy fighting our own liberation to think too hard or too effectively on the liberation of white men from the same systems that privilege them the most. And it feels fucking stupid, and in many cases like a complete waste of time, to engage with white men and boys in conversations that analyzes and breaks down elements of their lived experiences and identities the same way we often do our own.
So much emotional labor, so much unpaid emotional labor.
Because
see, this is what I was talking to some feminist the other day, and she was saying that she was going on this rant, like, you have a duty to vote. And I say, okay, who should I vote for? And she said to me, oh, well, I'm not going to talk to you about it. You should make your own decision. You should look at the news and make your own decision. I'm like, well, look, either we have a duty, and she believed that we have a duty to vote. I asked her, do you have a duty to vote? And she's like, yes, we have a duty to vote. I'm like, then if you have a duty to vote, then you have a duty to talk to other people in your society, right? But she says, no, I have no duty to talk to other people in my society. No, look, either we both have voting is the first level of democracy. If we have a duty to vote, then we do have also a duty to talk to the people that we disagree with in our society, to learn about all the other religions and all the other demographics in our society, to learn about the various languages in our society, the various types of people in our society. We have more than just the duty to vote, the duty to talk to each other, the duty to be in a democracy. Duty, obligation, these kinds of things, they don't understand these kinds of things. Discipline, they don't understand these kinds of things. They're leftists, right? They don't understand these kinds of things. Like, I know I'm a leftist. The leftist idea is, all this anarchistic kind of ways of doing things. But in fact, freedom is found in duty. Freedom is found in obligation. Freedom is found in responsibility. But none of these words mean anything for the left. The left that autonomizes, turns everyone into autonomous individuals by through their intersectionality. They cut people up into individuals, even worse than an individual. They individualize, and they take away people's subjectivity by not letting them think for themselves and replacing self-thinking with all of these earworm idioms that makes people not be able to think, that they only repeat shit, and then they think that they're doing actual analysis, like this man right here.
They don't really have that muscle a lot of time. It's hard for them to even start down that path initially because it basically requires them to completely reframe their understanding of the world and the self to even start to make sense of it. But it's to a point where we've greatly fallen behind, where even though we do have a ton of cis-het white men in this space on the left, the actual explicit analysis on whiteness and maleness is lacking, and it's even lacking also in academia. If I were a normal 13-year-old white boy and I was
it's even lacking in academia, as if academia is anything. As if any thinking is happening in academia today. There is no thinking happening in academia today. There's absolutely no thinking happening in academia today. You cannot get ahead in academia without repeating the same intersectional bullshit. And we're going to be talking about that in my next video.
Struggling socially, or I was struggling emotionally, or I was struggling with an ACE, an adverse childhood experience. And maybe I'm a product of white habitus. So even though I don't outwardly hate or take issue with
habitus, does he even know who created that word?
People of other races, or queer people or women, I also don't quite have the best filters for recognizing harmful and aggressive beliefs about those groups. Maybe I'm into anime or
habitus is a very important concept. Please Google it.
Gaming, because those spaces make me feel good and those communities affirm me and give me a sense of belonging and identity that I don't get in other social spaces. Whatever the case, if I was looking for help and I was looking for something to aid me in a way that made sense for my specific unique intersection among people that I tend to trust, unless there was someone like truly there to aid me right on time in a specific journey into a progressive and useful,
progressive and useful. Those two things don't go together at all. Okay, democracy is not efficient. The left is not meant to be efficient. It's not an efficient process. Democratic process is not efficient on purpose, right? And that's the reason why it's there. It's not meant for use value. Okay, democracy is in and of itself valuable. Participating in the demos, participating in the public sphere, and risking your life to defend that public sphere, right? Who wants to risk their life to represent it's too much emotional labor to educate you culture that these people have created? That they keep, look at this eye roll culture that they've created. It's only going to be a couple seconds. We're going to talk about white men for a couple seconds here. Don't worry too much.
For me to be the one to investigate that. One response I get in a lot of my content, a response I think a lot of black people get whenever they talk about race in public, is that, we just are bitter against white people and we hate white people and all this stuff. And
they do the same shit.
That's not the case. I'm bitter at racism. I hate racism. Now, the concept of racism and whiteness as a class structure are intrinsically linked, but the people who embody that status are still people. There's still so much nuance and depth and variance among people. So much appreciated and in many cases empathize with. And that is sometimes hard because on many an occasion, black people have seen our empathy for others be exploited. And so it's safer and easier to reserve said empathy for our own. It took me a second to get comfortable with the uncle moniker that I've grown to love. Please believe it's not without its baggage. There's a
My friend, you're much more of an uncle than you think.
Magical Negro discourse that I manage internally as I make content, especially content like this, where it surrounds a subject and population that I can't trust to fully understand the delicate balance of talking about.
I can't understand. People can't understand my fully delicate nuances, and I can't expect these white men to understand my standpoint epistemology. Fucking. See, either we get information from this gentleman, who has very little experience, probably, with women and dating and relationships
obviously, it's so obvious that this man has very little relationship experience. Or we get these himbo dudes who are repeating feminism that they don't understand, like Hassan, like that TED Talks video.
As an actor, I get scripts. And it's my job to stay on script, to say my lines, and bring to life a character that someone else wrote.
This is probably the stupidest TED Talk I've ever heard. He starts off by saying, I have lived my whole life repeating scripts, and then moves on to repeat feminist scripts word for word.
I'm here today to say, as a man, that this is wrong, this is toxic, and it has to end. And who's only occasionally shirtless.
We are currently experiencing technical difficulty.
This is the only world we get. We got either these guys or those guys. But look at a guy like me, a middle guy. Let's say I'm a 5 out of 10, right? You know, I'm the guy. We are the people that are doing the actual emotional labor, who are existing in a culture created by the 1% of men, right? The 1% of men decide how sexual relationships are operating. And you can look at my biopolitics of sex video. The ones that decide why we live in a throwaway culture, why we live in a culture where we objectify each other, why we don't look at sex and love as being connected to one another.
And a lot of feminist psychology, a lot of feminist reasoning, working towards propping up this ideal created by really the most privileged in society.
And it's done by the right, but it's under the table. Naturalism comes through the left. And how does naturalism come through the left? Because of Engels, the thesis on Feuerbach, that kind of, and Gramsci, that kind of thinking, which makes, so for example, the idea was this holy family, this family where we treat each other as ends in themselves, was a construction, it's a social construction, when really it's an economic structure. That's what Engels talks about, when really the patriarchal system is one that takes away women's emotional labor, that takes away women's ability to do labor and doesn't pay them enough for that. And that's what the capitalist system strives on. That's what slavery is about, right? It's a form of slavery. When really what's actually happening is, what the left is doing is it's turning our kin-based relationships, our love for one another, into an economic cost-benefit analysis of emotional labor. What it's doing, that is the real naturalism, is to say that what really is happening in this family structure is a capitalist system is happening within this family structure. That is the real naturalism, right? This kind of emotional labor, capitalist cost-benefit analysis, that is the real naturalism, right? Not what the right wing does, but also what the left wing does. And the left wing, they aren't self-conscious to realize that.
Drafted by sociologist R.W. Connell with support by James Messerschmidt. Simply put, Connell took the concept of hegemony and expanded it to the performance of masculinity, i.e., what culturally idealized and prescribed features should a person perform.
Performance of masculinity, okay? Remember, look at your life, okay? In your life, this idea, oh my God, there's so many problems, right? So within masculinity, one of the main things of masculinity is homoeroticism, right? Since the Greeks, what is the main goal of masculinity? Is being gay. Being gay and being gay and masculinity have always been connected to each other. Okay? What is the utmost form of masculinity? Is being able to take a dick from the back. Okay? That's the utmost form of masculinity. These people don't understand that.
Masculinity had. Again, these things change from culture to culture, space to space, and time to time. Black men in America who are marginalized because of race still have a framework of masculinity within community that they adhere to and aspire to. And
who makes us aspire to masculinity? The other day I was listening to this one of my customers. She had a phone on her phone, and she was talking about how if my boyfriend got beat up, I would totally lose attraction for him. And she was saying this in front of the phone. A black woman was saying this in front of the phone, in front of me. Look, the only people that pressure masculinity on to children is not males at all. Males do not have any form of this. Male brotherhood is all very socialistic. Okay, when a worker from the sewer comes out and he sees another worker, we have a worker solidarity there. Okay, it doesn't matter your class level even, right? There's a worker solidarity. So when you see another worker, males always are respecting each other. But compare, that famous thing that
different from what white men do or Latino men do, or what black men might do in other parts of the world, or what they did 20 years ago in a lot of ways. Even among queer men, there's going to be nuances and a hierarchy around what a good man is and what a good man is not. And yes, there is a feminine counterpart, but this video is long enough, but it's basically picking it. It's not that hard to get. Another foundational concept that I want to bring up is what Conwell calls the patriarchal dividend. This is a fancier way of saying the material or psychological manifestation of male privilege. All men, and yes, that includes not just white, but BIPOC, queer, trans, etc. men, benefit on some level from our patriarchal system, some obviously much more than others.
The patriarchy died in 1970 when the court found its way into the family. That's the death of the patriarchy. Dies in 1970. But we keep talking about it. Why? Because it's an ultimate way of taming the beast. The craziest thing here is that masculinity is a threat to capitalism. Masculinity is a threat to capitalism. And these people don't realize this. Masculinity is a threat to capitalism. Why? It comes out in the form of fascism. It comes out in the form of many different ways. Masculine people, males, we have no problem with putting our life on the line for something. We have no problem with going and living in the forest, right? This is our dream. Every male wants to go MGTOW, right? We want to go and explore the world. We want to be travelers, explorers, and all these things, right? That's part of being a male. We're not afraid of being in an insecure position, right? The whole system right now is built on a monopoly of insecurity. So the monopolization of insecurity by feminism. So the manosphere is born out of the privilege of worship, right? And who worships privilege? Insecure people. And who are insecure people? The people that are most attainable to being idealized, the people who are most easily to succumb to vicarious traumatization. And who are the people that are most easily able to succumb to vicarious traumatization? Studies have shown that those who are insecure or have been in situations where they have been traumatized are more likely to worship privilege and look for traits associated with traditional masculinity, money, muscles, and popularity, social status. For a very long time, it has been obvious that capitalism operates on fears and insecurities. But what kind of gendered fear and insecurity are we talking about? What kind of gendered fear and insecurity is propping up a Patriot Act 2.0 as we speak today, that is turning our internet into a place of non-freedom when it was certainly a place of freedom before? Who are the most insecure people? Who are the most people that are just perpetually traumatized in our society?
No matter how much they align with women, no matter how they vote, no matter the various other intersections through which patriarchy may also hurt them, within a patriarchal society, there will always be a continuum of privilege between men and non-men.
Once again, the definition of patriarchy that this man is operating with is all men above all women. That's not the patriarchy. That never was the patriarchy. That definition of patriarchy is just, it's a fake. It's wrong. The patriarchy is the father of the household, right? Then it's the mother, then it's the oldest, right? Like oldest male, right? Because he's going to be the heir, and then it's the daughter, and then it's the slaves of the household, all the other men who are just invisible in that system. 80% of men are under that whole family structure in the first place, right? It's funny. All the rich people in our society, all the rich people have very strong families, have very strong obligation, have very strong idea of duty, family, obligation. All of these rich people have that. It's the poor people that say it's too much emotional labor, that it's my business, I want to live my own life. All of these idioms are within the insecurity of poor people that get elevated. And what does intersectionality do?
Intersectionality takes the most traumatized prostitute and puts them into an elevated prostitute position to have the highest voice. And that voice, that prostitute position, that prostitution position, the one where you have to sell yourself, the one where you operate from an amygdala. Your amygdala is operating in this ever insecure, never secure, always anxious, repeating that kind of cost-benefit analysis of everything, cost-benefit analysis of emotional labor, comes from a deep, deep insecurity, an inability to take on really what is the legacy of slavery. What really does the legacy of slavery mean, right? It took me a long time of thousands of hours of reading and crying about the history of slavery to understand that this collective traumatization, right? This is a collective trauma of femininity and blackness.
And you see, I'm someone who's not necessarily a woman, nor am I a black man, but I do, when, This Is America came out, that song, I was raving. I thought I was part of the crew, right? There's plenty of occasions where I think I'm a part of it, right? In terms of black masculinity, even though I'm clearly not. Regardless, the reason why I'm even making these claims is because I disagree with standpoint epistemology. Look, I am able, I have the capacity to get out of my standpoint sometimes, especially when I've lived it in a way, even though it might not be exactly in that way, okay? It is possible to have other ontotheological worlds outside of your standpoint epistemology. An inability to deal with these difficult issues, with these collective traumas, is our reasoning, is the reason why we retreat into our amygdalic mindset. And we retreat into our amygdalic mindset, and then what do? We flock. We flock into our groups and into our polarized echo chambers. And in those echo chambers, what do? We echo. We repeat idioms over and over again because it keeps us safe, keeps our group safe. Doesn't matter what group you're in, whether you're in the manosphere or in the feminists. Right? See, the manosphere is a feminist creation. Okay? It wouldn't exist without feminism. All right? It's a feminist imagination, even, the manosphere. It's a feminist imagination. It's a lot like the war on terror.
That is the patriarchal dividend. But the thing is, for some men, especially men who clearly are very close to the aforementioned masculine ideal, aka someone like Hassan or...
My friend, I do not at all associate with masculinity.
Regardless, I'm still pushed into that identity position
with masculinity.
Some of these men can often feel like what they're getting isn't what they're really owed, that they're not getting enough of that patriarchal dividend. They feel like they're doing the right things, performing masculinity in the appropriate way, upholding the appropriate values, but they don't see the results they believe they're supposed to get. They're not getting the job, they're not getting the girl, they're not getting the respect. There's a specific feeling that comes from this that sociologist Michael Kimmel calls aggrieved entitlement. And I want to quickly mention that Kimmel, who is one of the more prominent figures in masculine studies in sociology, has, in the past few years, had his own rash of accusations of workplace bullying and sexism.
Wonderful. See? If these people are your allies, you are racist and sexist no matter what.
Bell Hooks had more than a few bad takes on black men that did not age well. And really, really hated Beyonce. Was not a fan. W.E.B. Du Bois was a proponent of eugenics later in his life. And Karl Marx was a fuckboy. So stop deifying the theorists. Let's just rock with the theory as much as it is useful to us. And so that's what we're going to do here. Kimmel describes aggrieved entitlement as a sense of shame and frustration and eventually rage that comes from men who feel like their patriarchal dividend has been...
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I'm telling people to read Heidegger. I'm telling people to read a fucking straight up Nazi, right? I'm like, yo, you gotta read Heidegger. Psychology has guiding logics for people that are on the bottom rung of society, the people that can't control their mental health, the people who we're talking about, the lowest end of society. But then it universalizes those laws that are made for the lower half of society, for the upper, for the people that have normal mental health issues like existentialism and collective trauma and maybe childhood trauma, and people who are doing well with dealing with that kind of trauma, right? So what it does is it universalizes a way of thinking for both
the people who have really deep mental health problems with the people who are more, let's say, normal. Okay, I don't want to make these distinctions. I don't know how to talk in terms of psychological language. I'm not a psychologist. All I know is that this is what psychology does. It universalizes laws from the bottom of society for also to apply for the people who are normal or doing well in their mental health, right? And that is a problem because therapy culture destroys community, and that's what we need. We don't need more therapy culture.
All of them agree with one major core tenet, which is that modern men are in a state of crisis. And 9 times out of 10, the next thing they'll say is because of women.
No, because of feminism. You see, this is another feminist tactic, is to say that any critique of feminism is sexist. Any critique of intersectionality is racist. This is the fucking insanity that we have to deal with, right? No, it's not because of hatred of women. It's because of feminism that refuses to take on critiques from outside its own worldview, and then goes on and takes over our psychological institutions, our legal institutions, our academic institutions to repeat all of these lies over and over again. And then, we're surprised. Why are people voting for the right-wing people?
And before I get into all the ways in which they're wrong about many things, I want to point out as a whole that these men are definitely correct to at least feel like something is wrong. Men of all races are in a state of crisis. And for white men,
men are not in a state of crisis, my friend. There is no crisis in masculinity. I don't know what this idiot means. I have no idea what this idiot means. There's no crisis of masculinity. No idea what that means.
Crisis is made more complicated by the emergence of widely accepted critical theories such as postmodernism, intersectional feminism, critical race theory.
And it's so interesting. You see, another aspect is pretending like all of these ideas are allied. All of these ideas, that there is one group that is the postmodern. I'm part of that camp. And I know that there is no agreement. Okay. First of all, there's a difference between the postmodern condition that people keep getting mixed up and the postmodernists. Okay, the postmodern condition and the postmodernists are totally different, and we're going to be talking about this, right, in my next video. Another thing is Hannah Arendt in critical theory, because Hannah Arendt is completely anti-feminist in her idea that the personal is not political, that the personal is a space for my own subjectivity and nothing else. Right? There's so much lies. There's so much bullshit. And another aspect of this bullshit is this idea that there is complete commensurability between different intersections, that there's complete commensurability between what is called postmodern whatever and feminist whatever and all the things that he's naming. There is no agreement. In fact, there's more disagreement. In fact, the reason from one of the greatest books that's ever written, The Sociology of Philosophies, the Randall Collins. My friends, if you want a quick way to understand everything there is to know about anything, you've got to read Randall Collins's Sociology of History. And one of the theses there is that when an ideology is strong, it tends to fragment. When an ideological perspective or religion or theology is weak, it tends to unify, right? And that's what's happening on the left, because it can't account for fragmentation. That's why it's such a weak movement right now. That's why the left doesn't really exist today.
Is you add it all up, and like this is another song I've been singing for a while. There is no left in the U.S. unless you inflate the language of left, of what counts as left, to the equivalent of, I don't know, like the Reichsmark in 1929, right? And so I've like taken to curmudgeonly describing what there is here as that blob, that phenomenon that occupies the cultural space that a left would occupy if there were one in the U.S. But I think one entailment of that people kind of overlook, it's like the good news within the bad news, is that because there is no left, like we have to face up to the fact that we can't have any impact on anything, right? Like we couldn't have any impact on the struggle for the Build Back Better bill, right? I mean, that was very clear. We couldn't have any impact on the 2020 presidential election. That was also clear. And while that's a demoralizing admission of our weakness, that there's also something a little emancipating about it. Like, because leftists in this country act like there's some audience out there waiting to hear what they think about stuff. And there isn't. So, like, I don't have to follow the body count in Ukraine on a daily basis, except out of my own concern about, as a citizen, about being drawn closer and closer to the brink of nuclear war, right, or whatever, or a lot of other stuff that we don't need to follow, the daily news and be prepared to dictate statements to the press, and because as leftists rather, we're going to be in the same position tomorrow, no matter what happens today.
Ironically, I think that FD Signifier kind of explains himself much better during the Bad Faith interview. So let's take a look.
Years of listening to a lot of folks who don't have a lot of background on what they're talking about on the internet, having folks that actually seem informed on what pedagogy has come before them and are able to marry that with what's going on in the hashtag discourse in a way that feels really contributed. Like you're not just doing another response video, you're really adding to the discourse.
Why do people uphold academia as being this place where actual knowledge is done? It's not. It's not at all. It's a place where suppression happens. It's a place where social capitalism happens. You can only get ahead by repeating these idioms. And it's funny that, FD Signifier, the guy who's repeating all these idioms, he's still unable to participate in the academic world. And the reason is clear. It's because academia is dead. And that's why we're on YouTube. The reason why academia is dead is because it killed itself.
I was a teacher for 10 years, and I had to get an advanced degree as a teacher. And
I'm a teacher for 10 years as well.
Of teaching high-risk students, both white and black, issues was often filtered through these corporate interests. So we had MTV, BET, VH1, whatever would pop up on CNN. They would do like a decade retrospective. We got their version of that history, which was, useful on some levels, but always told the story in a very specific way and left a lot of things out. And so all that stuff is gone. The kids these days, Gen Z and coming up Gen Alpha, they're getting that type of media through us and TikTok, which is scary on some levels. So we have to do these things, like do this.
Mark Fisher.
We have to take this seriously.
Social media is not your friend.
I initially never wanted to do a manosphere video.
Realm of the enemy.
When I started with the same reason I've been doing a lot of other videos, which is like,
and
this may be a really important video to
up.
somebody for the next, going into their adulthood. They might remember that this video completely reframed their perspective on a particular issue. So yeah.
So the reason I wanted to talk to you this week is because your latest viral video, by the time this episode airs, I'm sure it'll have surpassed 250,000 views, is about dissecting the manosphere. And this comes about a year after a video that you did about kind of dissecting edgelord online media culture. And the reason everyone is obviously very interested in this right now is because we are, about a week out from the latest mass shooting event at the elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. Obviously,
Now look at what the left is doing here. They're using the language of terrorism. They're using the language of domestic terrorism to basically re-bolster. It's a leftist version of the Patriot Act that's coming at you from seeing terrorists within the manosphere, from seeing terrorists within the whiteness. This is all just a liberal version of the Patriot Act 2.0. It's a shock doctrine 2.0. And we don't realize it. And we're using the same language to bolster the carceral feminist state.
Almost 2 weeks out from the shooting at Tops Grocery Store in Buffalo, New York. And folks are focused once again on what is motivating these kinds of shootings. And conservatives, as is par for the course, are focusing on mental health issues. And liberals are par for the course pushing back against that, saying that that's a pretext for not talking about gun reform. And while I think that's true, I also hesitate to completely dismiss the cultural element of what's going on here. And I recently had a guest on the show, Irene Ose Frimpong, who talks a lot about, quote unquote white culture and why there is a reluctance to talk about what specifically is going on in various communities across the country in the same way, rightly or wrongly, that the Moynihan Report investigated what was going on in the Black community. And so your video is interesting to me, one, because it's just well-informed and really great, but also because you're another Black person in this space who is taking the time, the way that I also do, to consider what motives, whether they be socioeconomic or culture, what have you, are operating on some of these figures in a way that I think there's a lot of hostility about in the broader liberal space, about anyone saying that there's anything motivating these folks outside of white supremacy and hate, which is obviously an element of this. And sometimes I feel like as a Black person, because I'm Black, I have more space to ask these kinds of questions than another person who might be accused of kind of wanting to downplay the relevance of racism. Can you tell me a little bit about what you discovered and how you got into this?
Right. So this was my master's thesis. And like when I did the last video, I had finally turned in what ended up being the last version of my thesis, which was on spree shooters. And it was looking specifically at spree shootings, essentially from an intersectional lens. Like, what is it about whiteness and maleness?
I mean, is anything not from an intersectional lens anymore?
and blackness and maleness is a thing that is going to make people uncomfortable when I get to the next, when I touch on specifically spree shootings in the next video, is that the data on spree shootings doesn't correlate with like our perception that it's only a white thing. That there are, proportionally speaking, not that many more white spree shootings than anybody else. And so then the question becomes, well, what is it then? The thing that you recognize is that the only true like outstanding demographic in that is that these are all men, cis het presenting men, and no, that's it. I'm sorry, that's it.
And let's go back to Breaking Buck for a second. What is Breaking Buck? Buck is the horse from Animal Farm that he talks about. Maybe is that the I don't know if the name is Buck, but and I use Breaking Buck on purpose here because that's how you igrify. I'm not going to say the N word. You igrify the population by breaking bucks, right? You break the buck, and how do we break buck? Because masculinity within masculinity, there's a idea that you will put your life on the line for something, that you will give out free emotional labor, that you will do your duty. These kinds of things that the feminists and the intersectional people that they want to destroy, what they're actually doing is actually undermining the basis for a Republican or a democratic society, right? What does it mean to be in a demos? What does it mean to be in a democracy? Well, my friends, before in an ancient Greek city-state, you wouldn't just get a right to vote willy-nilly for just being there, right? That's how this kind of society works today. But in our actual society, in an actual working democracy, your participation within society is based on your ability to actually contribute to the society. And how do you contribute to society? Well, if it was ancient Rome, you would buy armor and protect your society if you're a man, and become part of the legions or something. Or if you're in ancient Greece, you would be there to prepare to either send your sons to war or you would send yourself to war. You have to put your life on the line to defend the public sphere. That's the whole point. Right now, the public sphere itself has eroded because of this very ideology.
It was a really interesting psychological study that I found myself reading all of, even though nobody certainly was paying me to do that at the time.
I had a moment where I was reframing my perception of whiteness because I was immersed in a white space where I was a teacher. And like that required me to like, okay, let me re-engage with like how I understand this culture because I am now like in a position of power and responsibility for children. So like I'm not gonna.
This is one of the ridiculous things here. There is no whiteness. There is no white culture, my friend. Whiteness itself, I mean, assuming that there is a white culture, is in itself ridiculous. It's racist. There is no white culture. What does it mean to have a white culture? African blackness is actually very critical towards the commodification of emotional labor, the moralization of the commodification of emotional labor, unpaid emotional labor. Oh, I have to get paid for talking about white men. Look, she's going to do it. Oh, it's unpaid labor that I have to get. This kind of thing is what destroys the Republican democracy, volunteerism that we need to participate in a democracy. Look, if everything is a matter of emotional labor cost-benefit analysis, why should I be taxed for the health care of people or the education of people that I have nothing to do with? What undermines the socialist idea of we owe duty to each other, we have a duty to each other, is this feminist idea that I don't owe you anything culture. That both of these guys, they keep repeating within their everyday lives. Oh, I'm too busy worried about my liberation to worry about the liberation of anybody else. Excuse me, our liberation is tied together, first of all. No matter who you are, your liberation is tied, okay? Your liberation cannot be untied. This is what the Professor Gopal says. She says that your sexual liberation cannot be separated from class liberation. Your gender liberation cannot be separate from race, okay? That's what true intersectionality means. And all of that cannot be separate from what? Class. But the whole intersectionality movement just doesn't work because it assumes commensurability. It assumes that there can be no complicity on the part of victims, right? What does it mean to actually take on the question of complicity?
Once you have done the ancestral difficult work of trauma, collective trauma, family trauma, ancestral trauma, looking up that's the kind of work and dealing with whatever is happening in the politics in your family, you can start dealing with the politics and see from the different perspectives, the different viewpoints on the same issue, on the same lies that are told in your family, or the deceptions that are within your family, or within the greater kinship structure, this kind of collective dealing with pain, because pain is what's difficult to even talk about, and that's why like these deceptions or miscommunications or politics even happens, and that's what it means to participate in the public sphere, is to participate in that politics. Right now we have a situation with both the Republicans, Democrats, everybody doesn't even want to participate in the politics anymore. And we've gone to instead be given more power instead to the judiciary aspect of our lives. We've made lawyers the central tenets of our society. But we should be moving towards more demos kind of working together kind of society, but that's just an impossibility today because there's just an immense amount of civil war. There's civil war between ourselves and our intersubjective selves, right? Because we have created a very individualized subjectivity, a subjectivity that is easily conquested by a neoliberal order.
What does it mean to actually take on the question of complicity? Complicity means to look at your own history and realize that the reason why your family has been enslaved, the reason why your family has been colonized is because your great grandfather, right, was actually the master of the situation, and he was selling his own kids, right, his own children. And this is not something that particular to Africa. This is something that happens all over the world, right? And that's one of the difficulties of understanding. That's one of the difficulties of understanding complicity. Complicity and incommensurability are much more important issues than this prescribed, enforced intersectionality at every turn. Intersectionality is great for analysis, but not this kind of intersectionality.
And like that required me to like, okay, let me re-engage with like how I understand this culture, because I am now like in a position of power and responsibility for children. So like I'm not gonna, carry I need not carry certain habits and prejudices into that space. But then the other thing was video games. And I just got tired of being called the N-word. I'm like, why are these fucking what's the language?
You're allowed to curse.
Okay. If any black person, male or females, play video games, as soon as your voice is racialized as black, they start going off. I'm like, why are these kids so into this particular activity?
It's catharsis, my friend.
And when I started talking to them, I was like, man, these kids kind of like are out here bad. And like this is like the only place where some of them feel like they have power, feel like they have autonomy and a claim to.
It's about power. It's about being able to speak.
Why, if you do not agree with the theology of the university today, you will not be able to get ahead. If you don't repeat the popular idioms, if you don't agree with the power equals privilege logic of standpoint epistemology, which I think is which, if you follow my channel, I think is pure neoliberalism of the personal is political.
And why is it the case that we came to this point? Now, one of the people that warned us years ago about the trajectory was the man called Leo Strauss. Now, I remember going to school, and Leo Strauss was tainted as being a conservative white man thinker that we shouldn't read. Now, today, I realize that Strauss's work was so important to study. Today, we don't even study outside of our own ideology. We're not allowed to go outside of our own ideology to say something outside of the ideology of prescribed intersectionality today. You're not allowed in in sociology, philosophy, all of the soft sciences, even anthropology, the study which should know what exactly colonialism is. Anthropology in the past, if you follow my series, anthropology in the past was the old unwitting colonizers. Today, the unwitting colonizers are the new voice of the progressive left, which are the neoliberals and are the globalists. And it's funny because the right-wing people have no basically verbiage. They have no tools to basically understand what the heck is going on. So because, I don't want to say they're uneducated, but the villager people of the villagers aren't educated enough to be able to defend themselves against these accusations. people are shutting people up on the masses, intersectional people, and they recognize it, that within the intersectionality, nobody talks about these issues. Nobody actually takes these issues seriously. Nobody studies these issues. In fact, if you're going to do a study on these issues and you don't repeat the intersectional idioms, you are not going to be published, right? That's the problem that we have here.
The ground. You cover some of the kind of you use the Batman movie.
And in fact, that kind of not publishing is a non-new thing. And you can look at my next video on analyzing the work of Gabriel Rockhill. This kind of cancel culture on the left, I'm talking about specifically leftist cancel culture, historical leftist cancel culture. Yes, I understand that slavery is the worst form of cancel culture, but I'm talking about leftist cancel culture. What it does is police the boundaries of the left. So what does that mean? It means that if you are on the left, if you're contributing to this kind of communism, the imperative of the structures of power are not to, repress the left. They're much smarter than that. They actually, what they do is they corrupt the left. They corrupt the left with capitalist interpersonal relationship ideas that have taken over much of discourse today.
And the contrast between Batman and Joker as a way to illustrate Nietzsche's an idea of nihilism. And you really interrogate this concept, which is often used as a justification for some of the shooters and the bad maladaptive behavior. But you draw out this contrast between positive nihilism, which is demonstrated by Batman, who has had the traumatic incident in his childhood, but because he's good looking, because he's rich, is able to funnel that into a kind of constructive, arguably, I mean, a lot of people are like, hashtag Batman's a cop, and I get it. But a kind of constructive force, whereas the more traditional, when we think traditionally of nihilism with respect to these shooters, it's the Joker figure who is...
Bane is my favorite character in those, by the way.
Just hell-bent on causing chaos because of his belief that nothing matters anyway. Why is that distinction important to you?
Because essentially, and this is a challenge I was met even in my graduate studies, we don't have, like, I by training, I'm a gender scholar.
Okay, by the way, that Batman Bane movie came out during Occupy. It was completely carceral.
Gotcha. And so I read, all the greatest hits, Judith Butler, Pat Hill Collins, Bell Hooks, etc. And there were very few men, like, in terms of gender, I read zero, like, straight male work.
Yeah, why is that? Why is that? And I asked this before. Why is the straight male perspective blocked off from intersectionality completely?
And like that would be a problem in any identity-based, discipline of the social sciences. And when I started kind of pushing against that, of course, I didn't push right the whole time, right? Like, I want to be clear about that. But I found that part of it was just that people just didn't know. People just don't have a useful knowledge base of that. And the only person that really, at least from my original studies, engaged with that effectively was Bell Hooks. Bell Hooks wrote on patriarchy about how we're kind of trained not to talk about patriarchy.
And I do open my critique of FD signifier with what? A quote from Bell Hooks.
Because it's a man's thing, and we're like conditioned, especially feminist scholars, traditionally speaking, to not speak of men in a certain way. And of course, you're also focused on your own liberation. So it's like, well, I'm going to spend all this time kind of trained not to talk about patriarchy because it's a man's thing, and we're like conditioned, especially feminist scholars.
In fact, the type of patriarchy that feminists always talk about is this kind of non-historical patriarchy, this kind of patriarchy where all men are better than all women, when rather it's the father of the household the whole time. The father of the household is much different than all men over all women.
Traditionally speaking, to not speak of men in a certain way. And of course, you're also focused on your own liberation. So it's like, well, I'm going to spend all this time trying to save, these white guys when like there's things happening over here.
Because your liberation is tied to the liberation of others, like I said.
The point about Batman and Joker was to kind of illustrate like, hey, we're missing a lot of like important details as to why, some guys end up spree shooters or like incels and really falling deep into this wormhole of radicalization from all the way to the extreme end of the spree shooters to just maybe the guys trolling people on Twitter. And why some, although this is not like categorically better, are just like, assholes at your job. They just microaggress you, right? And like, in the grand scale of things, I want to know that spectrum and what leads one to one. And you analyze that, and there's literature on this. You recognize that it usually pops up around these other intersections of lookism, of ableism, of socioeconomic status, or just general social efficacy. Because there's been plenty of traditionally good-looking and economically viable spree shooters, but they're so.
So see how he's breaking down the idea of whiteness itself by breaking down the idea of whiteness by looking at all the intersectional perspectives. Whiteness is not a thing. Whiteness never existed. Whiteness is a construction, right? It's a new construction. Whiteness is a construction of class. Look at Adolf Reed. It's not about the kind of whiteness that we have now. Look at the historical idea of what whiteness means. Whiteness had to do, the nobility in the English courts would think of themselves as white, and would look at the peasants and think of those peasants as not being white.
Social efficacy and or other features seem to contribute to a radicalization process that they fall into.
And again, this comes back to whether someone like me can be considered black, even though I'm stopped probably just as much as any black woman, right? I'm probably stopped at the border, at wherever I'm going. I'm stopped just as much. I mean, don't mess. I've gotten into fights with white supremacists many times, right? I've been in physical altercations with white supremacists in Europe many times. I've gotten my ass kicked, okay? Even though I have all of these experiences of racism, someone in the intersectional group, right, they would consider me as white passing, right? This is the ridiculous American-centric perspective that is enforced onto the rest of the world, where that we have Black American intersectional people enforcing their stupid neoliberal intersectionality onto the real anti-capitalist ideas of, for example, the kin-based structures in Africa. They enforce intersectional ideas, and what does that do? That breaks down the traditional kin-based structures that are very anti-capitalist in Africa. Now, for more on that, look at the work of Silvia Federici, and you can take a look at my critique of Silvia Federici, where I don't talk about necessarily this positive aspect of her work, because I'm focused on critiquing Silvia Federici, but she does talk about this very interesting aspect.
Lookism point that you make, I think, is very interesting and kind of amusing. So, I mean, one of the contrasts between Batman and Joker is that Batman also is considered to be very physically desirable. You point to Hassan Piker as someone who is kind of in that bred to be edgelordy, maybe community, but who doesn't really identify as such and isn't seen as such because he's just consumed as attractive to people who are attracted to men. And I'd also maybe reflect on the Elliot Rodgers manifesto from the West Coast shooting from some years back, where he was really fixated on feeling like he was entitled and deserved to have more attention from women. He was half white and half Asian and had this weird complex relationship to his own racial identity and felt like he should have superior access to women because of his white side, and, you know, had all this contempt for his roommates of color and things like that. It was, I mean, I'm not obviously trying to glorify the thing, but it was a really interesting psychological study that I found myself reading all of, even though nobody certainly was paying me to do that at the time. And so
wonderful, right? That's the cancer is right there. Look at this cancerous speaking, right? The cancer is right there. Nobody was paying me to do my democratic duty, right? If that's the situation, if this is the line that we keep telling ourselves, telling each other, the line that you do not have a democratic duty, you don't have a democratic duty to participate, then my friend, why am I getting taxed for other people's healthcare? Why am I getting taxed for other people's education? When you make this libertarian argument over and over and over again, that this is unpaid emotional labor to have to participate in a democratic society, you, my friend, you're undermining the very basis for your own movement. And these people don't recognize that the moralization of the commodification of emotional labor is the number one issue on the left that's breaking down the left. And how they frame it instead, how they frame it as free access. Excuse me, let's talk about access. So if you have an access, do you have a duty to participate in democracy? Do you have a duty to participate and vote? Do you have a duty to speak? This is all about the breakdown of the public sphere. The breakdown of the public sphere is the breakdown of community. And how is that community breaking down? Because capitalism is intruding in our everyday interpersonal relationships. And that's what
I've never heard someone really emphasize that particular point, that the difference between someone who goes on a shooting spree and someone who becomes Batman, a cop, or Hassan Piker is simply good looks.
My friends, this is a insecurity that is projected onto, see, you don't have to be good looking as a man to get laid. Okay, I don't even know why this is the situation. You don't have to be good looking, right? You don't have to be good looking to get laid, okay? But the problem for masculinity is not whether it's good looking or not. The problem for masculinity is this. Okay, I will explain to you. All right. The difference is here. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. However, what is more objectifying than beauty? What is more objectifying than beauty? It is the social cost-benefit analysis, your social capital, your economic capital, all of this calculus that goes into play to see whether you are someone who can or should be monkey branched because you have better options for now. It's not even going to be permanent, right? This is the situation we're living in. This man doesn't have the experience of being monkey branched over and over and over and over again. He doesn't. Absolutely, he doesn't. He has no idea what that's like. Maybe he doesn't date. I don't know. He obviously doesn't know what it's like to be in a situation, to be a semi-Chad, right? Because those girls have already given themselves, right? Have given their bodies, have given their souls, their spirits, their love to a 9 out of 10 guy. And as a result, this is the situation that we're living in. And this obvious situation, they call it lookism. It's not about lookism. Here, let me give you another example. I go to as a teacher even, I go to a bar and, I don't want to hear from anybody who hasn't actually gone out and tested the red pill ideas. So one of the great tragedies is how they have censored all of these old pickup videos. These old pickup videos where people actually go out and test the waters and test whether the red pill ideas are true. So that's what people used to do. They used to go out and test whether red pill ideas are true, and that's what started the MGTOW movement even, which was you go out and you see. So I did that in myself, in my personal life. I went out to a bar, and plenty of times, right, I would have an amazing conversation with a woman, and after about 40 minutes, she would ask, "Oh, well, what's your job?" I'd say, "I'm a teacher." Uh-oh, that doesn't make enough money, right? Look, there's a finance guy right over there, and he's just as good looking as me. So I'm just going to talk to that guy, right? How many times has that happened to me? And in comparison, how many times have I gotten laid because I wore a $2,000? So I got a really expensive watch from my family. I wore it. I go to the bar. I act mysterious. I'm quiet. I'm not my genuine self. I'm not my authentic self. But I'm wearing a $2,000 watch. Now I challenge you to go to your nearest feminist or go to Reddit feminists or Reddit r/ask feminists and ask them, is judging someone on the basis of how much money they make a form of objectification or not? Even though it clearly is, it follows the definition of objectification, what feminists have done is they've given a 15-point list of objectification because they literally want to exclude what the real definition of objectification is. What is objectification? Objectification is treating people as a means to an end rather than an end in themselves, and this is the basis for what started feminism in the first place. But I want you to go ask, is judging a man based on how much money he makes a form of objectification or not on Ask Feminists, and see how angry they get from that question. Just because of that, I've gotten laid. And my friends, if we're not going to call out this bullshit culture of worshiping privilege on the feminine side, if we're not going to call out the worshiping privilege culture, then what the fuck are we doing with all of this checking our privilege shit? Okay? All of this checking your privilege crap falls on empty ears when you are worshiping privilege in your personal life. If everybody's worshiping privilege, right? It's so ridiculous.
But it's not, I would say simply, it's opportunity structure. And that's like, we look at opportunity structure for a lot of social outcomes.
My friend, it's not about whether, you have access to the 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10 women that Hassan has access to, for example. Okay? For a 7 out of 10 guy, one more time, he goes out, he knows, there's all these other kinds of igrifications, like stay in your lane, igrifications from the left. I'm not using the word N word here. I'm talking about igrification. What is igrification? A reminder that you're brown and you will never be anything but brown. Remember, you're brown. Remember, you need affirmative action. Remember, you need help. Remember, there's been plenty of studies I've done that people take tests, right? People take tests And what happens? Everybody does the same. Everybody has a similar test score. But then they do the test a second time, this with a different control group, and they write on the top, okay, write your race or gender on top, and guess what happens? People with black and gendered races, they do worse on the test, and people with who are Asian who do better on the test for some reason, but they're reminded that their race is more intelligent, right, or whatever. And so so how do we solve that, right? Do we solve that by continuously reminding ourselves of the stereotypes and reinforcing and finding self-fulfilling prophecies within the real world? Or do we do what Denzel Washington says and talk about how you cannot legislate love? You cannot legislate love between different groups. You have to work at it. That's hard work. But guess what? Who doesn't want to do the hard work? The people that yell, it is too much emotional labor to educate you. The people that keep repeating this unpaid emotional labor crap. These people are the neoliberal soldiers of today. Please watch my Biopolitics of Sex video, where I get pretty emotional in that one.
But we don't like the opportunity structure between me and one of my cousins from a different part of town is that different part of town. It's my mother's educational background. It's my access to tutors and mentors versus his access to tutors and mentors.
See, everything has become a cost-benefit analysis. Whether you date somebody, right, it has all of these privilege and emotional labor cost-benefit analysis embedded. And that's supposed to be a view of empowering people. But what it really does, it empowers individuals and kills communities. We empower individual social capital, individual emotional labor. We empower that at the cost of collective emotional labor, at the cost of collective social capital.
The point I'm trying to get to is lookism is one element of how opportunity structures can be stratified even among white males. And so when you cross that with entitlement that white men have in this country to feeling like they should have access to everything, I call it main character syndrome in the video, but it's also
So this idea of main character syndrome, very interesting. This is what happens, again, when you have presentation politics as the main source of your ontotheological world building. Presentation isn't everything, okay? And for this, we're going to have to talk about the conflation, the debate between historicity and anti-historicity that we're going to be talking about in my Leo Strauss video coming up.
It's called aggrieved entitlement. When you cross-section that, look, I don't care what you were told when you were a kid, because of these factors of your identity, your opportunity structure is not the same as Hassan Piker's. That aggrieved entitlement can turn to bitterness. And
what is the culture that forces us to do neoliberal cost-benefit analysis in our human social interactions? What is the culture that creates that? You are participating in that culture.
Up for either radicalization or self-radicalization. Roger, for example, like one thing people don't understand is that it's not just all neo-Nazis. Like a lot of these dudes, the neo-Nazi thing is a part of what manifests. But more than anything, they're just looking for ways to flail against like the society that they feel holds them back. And they talk a lot about each other. Like Elliot Rodger mentioned the Columbine kids in his video, in his manifesto. Then like a year later, one of the biracial.
What I find a little bit problematic here is that we keep looking at the platform of strawman version of it. We go to basically the worst example, and I'm not here defending these serial killers. You know, I just want to talk about the general vibe, you know, and this conflation between this whole spectrum of people. Look, we need to cut out the bottom of the, you know, psychology, mental health thing, because those people skew the average, okay? The extremes skew the average. So I'm not here defending Elliot Rodger. I don't understand why these people do what they do. It's not just because of presentation politics or what they hear. They have psychological issues that they take it to the next level, that they take their insanity, okay, and they take it to the next level. And then the response is more Patriot Act, more censorship, more, and guess what that does? It kills community even further.
Shooters, Chris Harper Mercer mentioned Elliot Rodger and the Columbine kids and another black shooter. And like when you read through their manifestos, they're like all talking about each other because they feel connected through this sense of marginalization that's, you know, it's not real in the sense that we often
see. As long as this is why this is actually a bad faith, right? Good faith, right? This is why philosophy is dead today. Philosophy requires that you go out of your way to give grace. Remember how he asked for grace, right? He asks for grace, but he doesn't give it out, right? We have to be gracious. We have to, even the most ridiculous perspective, we have to platform it as an Iron Man. Search Iron Man and straw man. See, this platforming straw man culture is embedded within censorship culture, and it's embedded within academia, and it's embedded within the social capitalism of academia. Thus, that you cannot get ahead if you don't repeat the literature.
Consider how people might be marginalized, but it's real to them, and that in and of itself, I think, requires better inquiry than we've given it up until this point.
You see, he himself is doing what masculinity is. He is doing the buck thing. He's the horse thing, which is what? Taking on other people's emotional labor. Let's talk about Derrida for a second. Derrida tells us that Nietzsche, what is the number one message of Nietzsche? Nietzsche tells us, from a Derridian perspective, that we need to be responsible for things that we are not, that we need to be responsible for that which we do not deem ourselves to be responsible for. That is the message of Nietzsche.
If it really is about this sense of...
And that is what nihilism is all about. It's about looking in the desert and realizing your responsibility, even within this meaninglessness. Your responsibility to do what? Undo emotional labor. Your responsibility to put your life on the line for something that you believe in, for meaning. Hannah Arendt. Hannah Arendt, again, is excommunicated from the feminist pantheon for good reason. Look at Joy James's critique of Hannah Arendt in that book. Terrible, terrible critique. And we're going to be talking about the personal as political as being the fundamental aspect of neoliberal colonialism today.
Feeling increasingly marginalized, feeling like the social contract is broken, feeling like this sense of entitlement that you described, aggrieved entitlement that's exacerbated by the historical narrative in this country being that.
I mean, the entitlement argument works both ways here. I mean, the right wing is what that's the right wing word, even entitlement, right? Who is entitled here? You are entitled to getting free healthcare from half the population who has no idea what. Why does half the population have to pay the other half of the population because of their, look, either we live in a community or we don't. If we live in a community, if we have libertarian ideas of it's too much emotional labor to educate you, then don't tax me for your education. I will go and pay for my own education. Don't tax me for your healthcare. I don't need to do that. I will become a full libertarian.
Men and white men in particular deserve to have more, so that your feelings seem more aberrant than, say, if you come from another group. What do you do about that? Because there is this conflict between what
is to be done. Leninist question. Thank you.
The left liberals perceive as progress, which is a world where your whiteness and maleness, or let's say just the maleness for the purposes of this example, since as you pointed out, so many of the shooters are non-white, that your maleness entitles you to a certain status in this country.
Your maleness doesn't entitle you to anything. What entitles you is your contribution to society. And what has been cut off is our ability to contribute to society. Volunteerism is dead. Your ability to participate in the public sphere is dead. Why? Because of the moralization of the commodification of emotional labor, which killed the socialist unions. It's how socialism died.
If we are actively working toward a more equitable world where the patriarchy doesn't exist, how do you accommodate or address those that...
And it's interesting how the patriarchy just continues to exist no matter what. Although we've done so much to obviously destroy the patriarchy. Why does the patriarchy persist? Why does the patriarchy persist? If this is a feminist question, Google it. Why does the patriarchy persist? I think I forgot which. I think it was maybe Nancy Fraser. Somebody talks about why does the patriarchy persist? The patriarchy persists because of complicity, because of the worship of privilege.
A sense of anxiety without throwing the community whose equality you're fighting for under the bus.
That's a really good question, Brianna. I don't have a super great answer to that. That's if I did, I'd have been Bernie Sanders, Rock and Roll Bernie Sanders. the best I can think of is, for one, we got to start at least engaging in a discourse that opens up that venue, right? Right now, to a great extent, gun control would fix this problem to a great extent.
Okay, so again, idioms, rhetoric. We need more schooling. We need more
support systems and mental health support would help the problem to a great extent. But
who, in their right minds, if you're a masculine person, who in your right minds would go to right now to go get a psychologist when the psychology itself has been taken over by the American Psychological Association has been taken over by these people who are moralizing capitalism, who do all of the intersectional rhetoric, right? It's just another form of propaganda, just as a form of you find in academia as a whole. Academia, the discipline of psychology, and other disciplines today, they're all being infiltrated by this, what's called critical race theory, right? Critical race theory is basically prescribed intersectionality. What people call critical race theory, I've been calling prescribed intersectionality for longer than it was called critical race theory, okay? Why would you trust that system? Why would you trust a system that has destroyed this idea of public space, has destroyed this idea of volunteerism?
Culturally, we would still have the problem. And so changing culture is a dynamic, long-term, complex matter. I think one thing that is happening kind of before, like in real time, and we don't maybe know that it's going to have an effect on this, is the way that media is becoming more diverse and representative of many other stories. When I was a kid, if I wanted to see anything that was superhero or, boy-centered, I would never see a black face. If I wanted to see anything adventure-centered, I would never see a girl's face or a woman's face. And so now you have so many different aspects of the myth-making of heroism.
You can see my critique against narrative and myth-making and presentation politics in my Ritual Traces series. What we need is not more narrative, okay? Narrative can just as easily, just like art in my Ritual Traces series, what we need is daily rituals. What we need to focus on is our daily gestures. Our gestures and rituals, those are even pre-component parts to before even narrative construction can be created, okay? What is narrative construction? Narrative construction isn't that amazing, okay? It's not amazing, okay? This is what academia has been focused on, narrative structure, for a very long time. But what they've been doing instead is not taking the ontotheological world building that comes from our daily rituals. Daily rituals like what? The earworms and idiomatic expressions that we keep repeating that uphold capitalist social relationships.
And, fantasy elements that are less hegemonic and less centered on this specific one experience. And I think that at least, the alphas and whoever comes before them, maybe, hopefully, I don't have much to back this up, but hopefully that manifests in some sense of decentering that main character syndrome. And I also think the resistance towards it.
Who gives a fuck? Nobody cares. Nobody cares about presentation in politics anymore. I mean, look at the presentation politics that's been put out so far. Cinderella. God, look at my bell hooks video. Cinderella is like the utmost bland version of capitalist, neo-colonial intersectionality that there is.
Right now, like every time there's a person of color or a woman or a queer representation in like a piece of mainstream media, you see the worst of the internet angry about it because they recognize that this is not explicitly for them. But the youth don't care. Like the youth aren't as concerned.
Look at my last video where I talk about Ronda Rousey versus Megan, I forgot what her name is, the soccer player, okay? There's a difference between a person who rises to the occasion despite their historical oppression and a person who gets to their position of power by continuously playing the race and gender card. When you continuously play the race and gender card, it doesn't matter what race you are or what gender you are, there is no respect to have for you. Why do people respect Ronda Rousey, right? Who actively refuses to play the gender card. That's why people have respect for her, okay? And it doesn't matter about the presentation. If the medium is empty, if the content is empty, then there is no presentation. Who cares about presentation? See, we live in a makeup culture. We live in a culture where presentation is the most important thing because of Butler, because of what's called neoliberal subjectivity.
take a look at my history of mental health regimes that uphold neoliberal subjectivity video in my Ritual Traces series.
Now, will that manifest in widespread structural changes? No, but that's the best thing I've noticed.
Okay, so first of all, pay attention here that there will never be a situation where this is Afro-pessimism. There will never be a situation where we can actually come out of racism or patriarchy even, right? So what are we doing? It's like nothing. We're not doing anything. We're just playing power politics within a system of slavery, neo-slavery.
I mean, it does feel like sometimes I get optimistic and I think, wow, I look at these kids, when I was in college, almost nobody was out even. Like on a really basic level, there was still enormous stigma around just being gay. And these days, kids in high school or even middle school feel a certain degree of freedom to express themselves all along.
Man, these high schools have become intensifications. Before, when I was in high school, there wasn't such a worshipping of the 1% of males. Right now, in high schools, the 1% of males are getting sex every week, right? I remember that I see this guy, he comes in with a different girlfriend every week. He's a high school kid. He's fucking the whole fucking school, right? This is insanity, right? This has never happened before because of a culture of agreeableness within feminist culture, and a culture where nobody can actually disagree, and a culture of worshiping privilege while at the same time pretending to be checking your privilege all the time. What is checking your privilege all the time? It's checking whether you're worshiping the right person. That's what checking your privilege actually means. Are you worshiping correctly? That's what checking your privilege means. If you love yourself, then you would only worship the highest of the high.
LGBTQIA spectrum, and I look at that progress and I think to myself, well, this is a real hit to the patriarchy.
Ridiculous that 1% of males are in high schools today banging the most, and you call it the death of patriarchy.
We're going to see fewer and fewer of these incidents going forward. But the reality is, an 18-year-old committing a shooting is are they still Gen Z, or are they moving into Gen
I'm pretty sure it's Gen Z.
Well, they're Gen Z, and I had better hopes for Gen Z. And you talk about your experience playing video games now with kids now who are young and on there still flailing out in these kinds of ways. And
when you repress people, okay, I love going on video games too, and it's a catharsis, right? You go on video games and you say whatever the fuck you want.
What sort of cartoon character did your mom have to fuck to brew you up in the womb?
Because of a system of social capitalism, of a Black Mirror system of social capitalism. It's Black Mirror, right? These people are enforcing the Black Mirror on all of us, and they don't realize it.
Right. So the games themselves there's very little research to back that the violent games themselves are great contributors to these events.
My friend, this guy just argued that the presentation politics of Joker was contributing to an attainable goal. He just called the Joker an attainable goal, right? And so now he's going back on it. This is the level of comprehensiveness that we get in academia today. Okay.
The most of the research says is that it desensitizes people to violence, and that happens from the news, from music, from movies as well. Excuse me. What I'm speaking more about is the community, the edgelord communities and cultures that are built around gaming that exist kind of as alternative holding spaces for a lot of young, disaffected white men that can't feel that struggle to engage or succeed socially outside of the game.
Nobody struggles socially. I don't agree that men have a social problem, right? We live in a world where men have a problem with expressing their emotions. This is all feminist gaslighting. So why don't we live in a world where men have a problem with expressing their emotions? It's because the men who don't express their emotion, the 1% of men, how do they get laid more? Is by not expressing that emotion. The moment you express emotion as a 1% man, the moment you express love, right? That love is seen as a form of weakness, kindness, all of my kindness, weakness. Is that Kanye? Okay. The moment you express yourself, and this is what the bell hooks. This is why I opened with that bell hooks line, right? That men are not able to express themselves because of the system of social capitalism that feminists have enforced. A system of social capitalism where we are all doing cost-benefit analysis of emotional labor and privilege calculations all the fucking time.
gaming world. Because like you can get just as much negativity in Minecraft as Grand Theft Auto.
Okay, so that's the question I was going to ask. Is there a difference at all between the communities given the quality of the game? Like the SimCity folks are just as edgelordy as
So I don't know much about SimCity.
I'm dating myself. That's the last video game I played.
It's the Sims now, and there's white supremacist stuff in the Sims. Like it's in there. Roblox, it's in there. These are.
Please, God, strike me down right now. Please, God, Roblox is racist. God, please. Hello. There is no God. There is no God.
Not violent games. What attracts these, and this is going into my research a little bit. What attracts some of these boys is the ability to remake the self in a virtual space. That's one of the reasons why anime is also a big, very popular, at least among the edgelord contingent of this problem. Is here's a fantasy space where I can remake the self into something that is more ideal for who I would want to be, or for what the world, for what I wish the world was. And there's also autonomy and a lack of consequences. And so like all of that contributes to
lack of consequences. You see how much of their argument is propping up Patriot Act 2.0, and they don't realize it. They want consequences for abusive behavior on the internet. What constitutes abusive behavior? Who gets to choose what is abusive behavior? Well, the feminist jurisprudence today gets to decide what is abusive behavior, so that if you say some shit on the internet, or if you the virtual groping lady who felt harassed when she could have just easily taken off her headphone or switched servers or go into a private server, or plenty of other things that can be done. Instead, what is enforced is carceral feminism. Left, right, and center, carceral feminism rules their ideas. Carceral feminism allied with the neoliberal state. The neoliberal subjectivity on one hand, and the discipline and punish on the other. It's so obvious.
Several features that, at the end of the day, make it easy for those kids to be recruited into these radical spaces. Have you heard of the Pewdie Pipeline?
Yeah, a little bit, but.
So there's a Pewdie Pipeline, and one of the guys I had in the video, Ian Danskin, also did the alt-right playbook. And they kind of talk about how a big part of like how these movements grow, and a lot of this, like the shooters grow out of these movements, is they find these, young boys who are just kind of flailing that meaning. And they say, what we really want to talk about is feminism, and how the SJWs are trying to ruin the world, and with the Jews and the blacks, etc. And that's really like, that is.
Can we stop platforming? We can't. The reason why we can't stop platforming strawman, you see, I'll give you the best example of platforming strawman, right? There's a Reddit called Men Writing Women. So all they do is post examples of, terrible examples of men writing women. When in fact, what they should be doing, right, is Iron Manning that position, and realizing that when men actually write women, you get someone like Carmen Mola. Who is Carmen Mola? Carmen Mola is a group of men who are writing women, who are writing as women. Carmen Mola was a fake woman written by a bunch of dudes, right? That's the opposite of platforming strawman culture. This platforming strawman culture, and it's even in the name, Bad Faith Podcast, this platforming strawman culture will never convince anybody of anything. You're supposed to Iron Man the perspective that you disagree with. Do I ever platform the strawman perspective of feminism? No. In fact, I always uphold the intersectional perspective, the feminist perspective that I think is valid, that I think is really anti-capitalist, that I think is really progressive. And I call out the kinds of feminism that are subservient to worshiping privilege and the neoliberal order. But these people don't do that. They don't realize that the manosphere, okay, what is a good example of the socialist, collectivist examples of the manosphere? I can give you two of the most anti-capitalist things that have happened in the last 10 years, okay, or after Occupy. The two of the most anti-capitalist things that have happened were the GameStop people. The people, my friends, today we're going to be talking about this idea that you cannot find anti-capitalism, or you cannot find the revolution from outside of basically the city. You cannot find anti-capitalist revolution from outside the city. This is something that I 100% agree with. However, this also can be a argument used for a kind of accelerationism. If you want to know more about this, you can take a look at Mark Fisher's ideas in his post-capitalist desire work. Now, I think that post-capitalist desire, it's a good work. Now, the only thing that it does, which I am critiquing of all the left here, is find parallel commensurables between race, class, sex, gender, all of these things. This is one of my biggest pet peeves with this idea of intersectionality, which is the assumption that all of these different forms of oppression are, in fact, commensurate with one another, that they can understand one another. And that in itself is the reeking of idealism. Remember, my friends, the intersectional people who, and in post-capitalist, Mark Fisher does talk about these ideas as well with regards to standpoint epistemology. Now, he tries, in Mark Fisher's work, he tries to give the best idea of what standpoint epistemology is. Now, standpoint epistemologies are, which is that it's not just a matter of perspective, but it is also a socially constructed position, a class position, a class consciousness position. Now, of course, you would know that the ultimate destroyer of class consciousness was the line, "It is too much emotional labor to educate you." The line that when I was between two different groups of feminists yelling at each other, they were yelling it at one another. They were calling one another misogynists, and they were telling each other that it was too much emotional labor to educate each other. This is the insanity of modern progress. And what exactly does it do? Because as I've argued on this channel before, all of this, what it does is worship of privilege from the back door. It worships privilege from the back door because what we are doing is we are putting ourselves in a certain standpoint, turning everything into a cost-benefit analysis of privilege and emotional labor. And what that does is basically give power to those who already had the most power in our society. Otherwise, it does this. So in Mark Fisher, he argues that there is a certain class consciousnness that is created when you are, for example, doing more work than you should be, right? Whether you're a worker, you're doing more, your work is being exploited. Now, whether you're in the home, whether you're in the business, whatever the situation is, now there's a marked difference between what I think is the exploitation of surplus labor and kin-based work, right? Kin-based work is how we deal with our children, with how we deal with our cousins, how we deal with the people that were once in our village, the people that used to be in our village, right? And that kind of villager relationship, right? And this is what I want to be talking about with regards to inside and outside of capitalism, where Fisher points to how Leotard sees that there is no non-capitalist utopic place. There is no holy family, right? That holy family has its own structures of oppression, namely the patriarchy, right? Well, here we can see right away that within the left, we can see that the left already understands that patriarchy and capitalism are not necessarily allied to one another. The left already clearly understands that. That's clear because within their own writings, they make that explicit, the idea that there is no holiness, there is no holy public sphere, for example, there is no holy family, there is no holy noble savage situation. In fact, if you know my perspective, I'm saying once again that Marxism is a particular cure for a particular disease. For our own particular disease, the people who have been westernized, the people who have been more than westernized, we've been neoliberalized, right? That's more than just Western. In fact, neoliberalism, in fact, is the death of the West. Really, it's not a crisis of white masculinity. It's just the supervening of one kind of system, one God from another God, right? We have a God that's much more powerful than those old kinds of ideas, right? What is that more powerful God? And that more powerful God is the God of itself, is the God of cost-benefit analysis. So we're going to come back to this one second, and we're going to tell us what are the implications here, because, well, Lyotard tells us that there is no revolution outside, right? From outside. The revolution, perhaps, the question is the revolution from within capitalism? That's the idea of accelerating the contradictions. Now, neither do I agree, okay? I do think that there are quote unquote noble savages. They're not that noble, right? But they do have their nobility comes from the fact that they are able to think in a different ontotheological reality than we are. And so do we, right? So are we. So we can do that as well. It's just that one form of God, one God clearly answers our prayers, and the other gods do not answer our prayers. What is our God that answers our prayers? It's the God of the market. That's the God that answers our prayers. Whereas the other gods, sure, we can go ahead and believe them, but may or may not. So we're all, in a way, polytheists, in a way. Some of us have gods of tarot cards and other types of worshipings. But even these tarot cards, usually, is my argument, the ritual is actually a ritual of money, right? People who charge money for tarot card readings, for example, they aren't doing actual channeling, spiritual channeling, and it's obvious because it's a materialistic, it's grounded within the materialism of not just any materialism, it's grounded within a certain type of global ritual materialism, which is this, global monetary exchange. You are connected when you exchange a dollar with another person. You're connected to the entire global economy, right? And that's the God you're feeding. I think there was a show called American Gods, and every time people would do particular rituals, they would be feeding certain gods over other gods, and that's basically what social reproduction is all about. So the question is, does the revolution come from outside? No, it doesn't. But I do think that we can still look to the outside, that there are places where capitalism and communism is not a thing, right? There is alienation, but not capitalist alienation. It's just phenomenological alienation, ontological alienation, other forms of existential alienation, right? There are places like that. Right? People who aren't connected to the global economy. There are still places like that, and they do exist. And the problem here is that we are sending, with our United Nations, right, they send these people, these progressive people, these people who think that they're helping people. And I aspired to be one of these people in my past as well, where you would go to the most remote places and try to do something, but most of the time you're just imparting a language of human rights. You're imparting it's a neo-colonialist way of doing things, right? It's this justification where you have this post hoc moralizing justification for going into a society has their own ontotheological world and bringing in your God, right? It's missionary work. What's your God? The God of the market, the God of human rights, the God of global connectedness, the God of all of these. This is what the right wing calls as globalism. And it is, in a way, the intellectuals that are doing it. They're going into these remote regions of the world and spreading their religions. And they don't realize that they're doing that. It's unfortunate. And there is a concerted effort to do this, right? Because global capitalism is has such a need for growth, right? It needs to keep funding this crazy inflation-ridden 2008 financial crisis, all of these. It needs to keep that afloat. And how does it do that? It needs to grow. It needs to conquer the most farthest recesses of our minds, so that when we are hanging out with our baby, right, we have to think, oh, should I put Mozart for this baby so it could grow up to be, Mozart? Or should I teach this baby Chinese because, the global economy might require it? Or this kind of incessant amygdala-inspired cost-benefit analysis that goes into even our relationships with one another, my relationship with the homeless guy on the street. This kind of amygdalic practice is this insecurity of capitalism. We've always already known that scarcity and insecurity are the motivating factors of capitalism. And who are the most insecure people in the world? The people who are constantly vicariously traumatizing us through making us scared of our connection with strangers on the street, right? We need to be scared. Read Bauman, Liquid Modernity, right? This idea of being estranged from one another, right? We can't talk to a stranger on the street because I have a certain class and I have to maintain this illusion, right? And or something, I don't know, or my time is valuable. All of these idioms that invade into our authentic connections that we could have been having with one another. It's basically what the hippie movement was trying to tap into, but ultimately failed. Because what happened was, again, an insecurity-minded world focused our attention to maximizing marginal benefit. And it comes down to, thinking about whether, and it comes down to really important issues, right? Whether genetic engineering is going to be a thing, right? Genetic engineering has already started, right? In China, we have 2 children who are genetically engineered, supposedly, and we're going to see how that turns out in a couple of years if they survive. And that's a secret project that China has been doing, and hopefully we'll see the results of that in 10, 20 years from now. Regardless, if they survive, hopefully they'll survive, but I don't know. The drive towards genetically engineering ourselves, and what does this mean for the disabilities movement, right? What does this mean for real intersectionality? So what is real intersectionality? Is this idea that should we abort a baby because it has, one less chromosome or whatever the situation is at 9 months, at the later portion of the whether it's a 6-pound baby or whatever, a 1-pound baby that can survive into adulthood, or a 6-pound baby that can survive into adulthood. Let's say it's a 6-pound baby that has some sort of problems with it, right? And the conventional idea here is that it could be too much of a burden on the family. And those kinds of questions are difficult. And it's because the rationale is given that we don't live in that society that can help us fully. We don't live in that society, so I must, right? We don't live in that idealistic society, so I must be doing this instead. So I must ultimately. It's not a choice. I'm not making a false dichotomy here between, keeping the problematic baby, or let's say, or it's even difficult to talk about it because, especially during this abortion debate right now, where it's not even a fetus yet. It's barely even a fetus. It's barely even a human, right? It's almost dehumanized, right? We dehumanize this thing so that we can have rights in another sector, But then what we do again is we step on the toes of like the disabilities movement. It's interesting, right? And the people who are the loudest, right? The people who are the loudest, the people who can control the conversation, they're the ones with the privilege, right? That's how we have to. It's obvious that they are the ones who control this basically social capitalism, right? What is okay to say? Again, that's why I come back down to Hannah Arendt. Arendt has become even more important today than she was in her time, because the idea here is who is worth listening to in our modern environment. Should we listen to Gary Vaynerchuk, or should we listen to people who are actually willing to put their social capital on the line to say something that's different, right? If you're not willing to put your social capital on the line, if you're not willing to take those risks, which nobody does, right? Nobody's willing to take the risks. People answer, as a recent skit showed, people answered like this, right? So we come down to the final things that I wanted to say regarding this whole situation, intersectionality movement, because what it's done, the intersectionality movement, is that it's killed a very powerful form of solidarity, and that solidarity is a form of brotherhood, right? It's diminished it, it's castrated brotherhood, right? But brotherhood is, again, going back to Hannah Arendt, is the movement, are the rituals that you need to put your life on the line. To have something to say in the public sphere, you have to put your life on the line, right? The only people that worth listening to are the people who are putting their life on the line. The modern rendition is people who are putting their social capital on the line, because of course we live in a neoliberal dystopia. Of course, putting your life on the line for something is a psychological problem in our society, in our society where feminism has taken over the institutionalization of our academia, of our psychological institutions, of our legal institutions. When that happens, when this feminist perspective, the idea of defending your life or putting your life on the line for something, that in itself becomes questionable. Of course, if there's an actual war, we're definitely going to revert, right? And that shows the hypocrisy of the whole thing. But until we get there, until human life becomes, because there's two different types of cyberpunk worlds, and I'm going to be doing a quick kind of video. One is in China, right, and one is the Western one. The Chinese cyberpunk, they really don't care about individual life, right? They build a subway station, right? 10 people died, but they built it in one day, right? That's the Chinese system, where this individual life isn't so important, right, as the Western ideas of individual human rights. That is also connected to your collective human rights. Yeah, you can complicate that, but ultimately there is more of a life, sanctity, soul. There's an idea of a Judeo-Christian soul that hangs around, that haunts Judeo-Christian legal systems, right? That you do have a soul, and there's a Bible in your prison. Regardless, we go back to what I wanted to talk about, which is how the brotherhood, these ideas of brotherhood, are so dangerous to a system that is trying to civilize people, right? The brotherhood, this idea of a brotherhood, is incredibly dangerous, because the brotherhood, what does it do? It creates a set of rituals by which this group of people almost becomes like a cult that is willing to die for something, right? That sees something greater than themselves. This is a brotherhood, right? Compare that brotherhood, right? Even I'm trying to idealize a little bit too much, but I'm really not. Look at the modern example of what I mean by this, where we all go into our deaths. We find it in gaming, right? You can play video games where, you know, a bunch of soldiers, they come together like, we're all going to die to our, you know, and it's really funny if you go search, for example, Hold Fast, the video game, and all these guys are like running to their deaths, or because there's like a great war or something, or for example, GameStop, What was the whole GameStop stock movement? The whole GameStop stock movement was about trying to get back our girlfriends' wives from the capitalist class. Did you see? Were you watching all of the comments that were happening? How many comments were about we're going to give our girlfriends' husbands a second husband or something, or a second boyfriends? And there was just so much joking about that with GameStop, and lots of people made money, lots of people lost money, but the whole mentality of it was ape together strong. Was what? It meant that together they were going to ride into their death. Okay, they're going to ride into their death financially, right? That was what GameStop was all about. Why? Because the system was so unfair, right? And there was an aspect of sexuality that was key to this whole thing. If you look at the comments of the sexual nature of those comments, right? What was sexuality doing in the GameStop comments? It was obvious that there was a resentment towards a capitalist class that was winning in terms of the sexual, in terms of having access to sexuality, right? But the problem here isn't necessarily that money gets you sex. The problem here is that money actually deteriorates the whole sexual game in the first place. I mean, paying for it ruins the whole foreplay aspect of sex. When you just give the money, it destroys the fun of it. Regardless, anyway, that's a kind of a side note. But the point here is that GameStop was an example of apes together strong, brotherhood. Another example here in the last couple of years was the soccer. What happened in the world of soccer? Now, if you don't follow the world of soccer, it's pretty much the biggest show of masculinity in the world today, other than the military, I guess. Or I guess the military, I don't know if it can be even masculine today. The military is like robotic today. It's just like a full machine. I don't even think you can even give it a gendered even perspective, because it's just such a robot. Regardless, or a gendered robot. I don't know. We can talk about trans futurist ideas of gender. Anyway, regarding the military, that could be your own essay. The idea here is that there was a movement in the soccer world where they were trying to basically brand name soccer teams and split the power of the soccer team from the league itself. So the league is built on there's I don't know how many different leagues there are for different countries, like 15 different leagues, and you go up and you can a nobody, right, can make a team, and year by year you can climb up the ladder, and finally you could face Liverpool or Manchester United in the top tier of the Premier League, right? That was the whole structure of what that means. But what they were trying to do is trying to bring this American presentation culture into the world of soccer. The presentation culture, which sees everything as a brand name rather than a historical, the power of the history of that soccer team. The reason why we support Manchester United is not because it's just a brand name. We support it because of the history, because it comes from 100 years of, my father would support it and his father's father would support it, there's that kind of modern military-esque-ness to the power of sports, right? Not just soccer. But what they were trying to do is they were trying to Americanize it. They were trying to make it like how the NBA is, how there's advertisements every 5 seconds, and people weren't happy about that. They revolted, right? And they came together. The whole, you can say all of masculinity united. These are two instances where brotherhood brings people together. Now, what has feminism been doing in the last couple of years? It's been systematically destroying this idea of brotherhood with people. And this is what I'm going to get today, which is about men's liberation, the male feminist movement, as being the ultimate form of cancer. And I invite any male feminist to come and debate me, because I am a well-read feminist. I
was a feminist for many years. I was a feminist for 10 years, right? And so I can basically, I've read Audre Lorde, I've read Bell Hooks, I've read all of these people. So no problem. I can read, what is that feminist essay, Throwing Like a Girl, all of these different works that I've read. I've done the work. I've read, somebody told me once that at the last straw, a couple different last straws for me. I have maybe 20 different last straw stories, right? One of them was the feminists fighting each other. The other one is, for example, a woman who told me it was too much emotional labor to educate me. So I spent 3 years educating myself on the concept of emotional labor, only to realize that the whole fucking thing is garbage, right? And the whole fucking thing is garbage. Only to realize that standpoint epistemology itself is based on market liberalism, which we get back to the Mark Fisher thing. Mark Fisher sees that standpoint epistemology is a kind of social construction, right? Now that we have to work to create, right? So it requires non-productive, non-capitalist, right? You're not getting any money for your consciousness raising efforts. Consciousness raising now only happens within supposed feminist communities, and that was a concerted effort to not grow the socialist movement, right? That was a concerted effort. When the consciousness raising idea, within the consciousness raising idea, you have a capitalist ideal within the consciousness raising idea. What you are doing, you are raising the consciousness of not socialist togetherness or communalism or whatever we thought we were trying to fight for. What you're doing instead, you are starting a civil war. You are starting a civil war between those who can pay for your emotional labor and those who have to exploit surplus labor and they cannot pay, right? So that's basically what it does. So what the real consciousness raising that it was doing, and this is why I'm saying that the whole movement is evil, is that it raises the consciousness that if you want to be loved in this world, that you must exploit surplus labor, that you must treat other people like objects. And this is another form of the feminist sexual liberation is tied to this idea, not that love and sex are connected, that we shouldn't treat someone like a fleshlight, that we shouldn't treat someone like a dildo, that we shouldn't treat someone like that this is a human being, right? That your connection, that your love making with this person is in fact an end in themselves, that you are connecting with someone on a real level, right? But that's not what we do, right? We see instead the other person as a collection of cost-benefit analyses, and whether me being with this person is going to help my social status or not, whether me walking around in public with this person is going to up my social status, so that when I'm actually looking to hopefully settle down, which is never going to happen someday, that final person is going to be the supposed highest value person, when in fact, right, the whole idea of being in a community with one another is that you don't cut people off right when their value is not worth enough for you, when they become too much emotional labor. So what is emotional labor cost benefit analysis? Well, really it depends on how much money the other person has, right? If they have a lot of money, then yeah, I'm willing to, you can shit on my bed for $15 million, right? That's how much emotional labor I'll take. I'll take $15 million of bed shitting. Okay, no problem, right? So that's what happens when it becomes a cost-benefit analysis. Two of the most anti-capitalist things that's happened were the GameStop people and the people who were trying to fight the brandingization, the Americanization of European soccer, of soccer in general. Those two were the biggest anti-capitalist things. And what were they fueled by? They were fueled by a group of men who were willing to put their financial lives on the line. One more thing that I want to talk about that's implicit in this conversation
And I think this comment here breaks down exactly the do if you don't and do if you don't situation of modern masculinity. And if it's anything of a crisis, it is specifically because of feminism, right? So one time I broke down and cried in front of my girlfriend. I could tell that I broke her expectation of me being a strong man, and the relationship didn't last any longer. Women want us to share our emotions as long as they are the right ones. So the two responses, the two gaslighting responses, are the feminist one, she wasn't the right one, that's the feminist one. And then we have the masculine response, aw, poor baby. This is the damned if you do, damned if you don't situation that feminism has created and refuses to take responsibility for. And they refuse to take responsibility because they are unable, because they have a victim mentality, form of noble strawman, igrification mentality, the kind of mentality that you need affirmative action, the kind of mentality where colored men are saying that affirmative action is racist, but we have to swallow this racism because feminism loves infantilization, right? This is the kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't situation that all men today are experiencing. It's not because of masculinity, but it's specifically because of the culture, the capitalist culture that feminism has created, the social capitalist culture that feminism has created.
The core ingredient. The game just happens to be a holding space where that type of activity can manifest.
So why is it then, because as a leftist, my answer to the question that I asked you earlier about how do we do this without throwing marginalized communities under the bus is to take what is the legitimate grievance at the core of it. Nobody, greater equality shouldn't mean that anybody is subjugated to a sub-tier in society or doesn't have the ability to fully self-actualize or achieve education they want or have a decent standard of living and all of those kinds of things. And the fact that what makes people so anxious is the idea that it's going to continue to be a zero-sum game, the way that it has been for the history of capitalism in America. And that in a world where not being able to take an unduly large piece of the pie, if it wasn't that, no longer getting access to an unduly large piece of the pie still means you get a very significant piece of the pie because there's more equal distribution, then there shouldn't be any anxiety around it, right? And that you should address these things by making sure that everybody has the opportunity to have a good job.
If you are saying it is too much emotional labor to educate you, I don't want any of my taxes to go to things that I do not support, like education for people that this is not actually my argument. Right? I'm Iron Manning the argument that it's obvious in front of us. You are making a libertarian argument on one side. It's called gaslighting. You're gaslighting.
And a decent standard of living and a good home and a safe living environment and all those kind of professional and spiritual opportunities that they want. And it's curious to me, why aren't there Marxists in the chat flipping people to the left instead of having these right-wing ideologies being the only thing that is there for people to grasp onto?
Because Marxism itself has been overtaken. There is an anti-communist left that we're going to be talking about more and more on my channel.
Yeah, so that I kind of try to tackle that in the second half of the video. That we just like if there's a failing of the left that I think we have more control over, right? Because we're up against the wall and up against a lot of odds politically, structurally in this country worldwide.
There is no left,
etc. But I do feel like the lack of efficiency or effort toward engaging with these issues productively is a thing that we could do better at. There's one video that I cite where a guy talks about the fact that he was a low social efficacy guy, and he was just trying to figure out how to talk to women better, which is completely understandable and normal for a young man to try to be figuring out. And so that's when all the grifters and crazies come in and say, hey, we'll teach you how to do that. And, it's misogyny, it's all the worst things possible, right? And so you have figures like a H-bomber guy, a philosopher.
That's how misogyny works, okay? A guy who wants to learn how to talk to women, and then another guy comes in and says, this is misogyny. Okay, this is ridiculous. That's not how it works. Okay, I'll tell you exactly how it works. Dude wants to learn how to talk to women, searches it, obviously comes up against red pill ideas, tests those ideas. Men are very empirical. Okay, we go out and we test those ideas. We test those ideas over and over and over again. Those ideas go again. The practical, how it practically works, goes against all of the idealisms that feminism has taught us, goes against all of the stupidities of traditional society, right? Both feminism and traditional society lie to us completely, continuously, over and over again. And now you're wondering why people don't want to pay for your healthcare.
That make videos debunking that type of stuff, but not videos saying, okay, but from a more holistic, intersectional Marxist, whatever code word, you want to use framework, here's how maybe to talk to women. And like, that is a gap that we're not filling. And when we're also up against.
Yeah, because the main line of feminism today is that it's not about getting you laid. Go and search our feminism, Reddit feminism, and see that the main line is that it's that sexuality is not a part of healthcare, right? Sexuality is not a part of healthcare. Look, when women talk about the orgasm gap, right? They don't talk about the 40% of dudes that just have to. The idea of the orgasm gap in itself shows the amount of insanity that when it comes to women, we can have conversation about an orgasm gap. But when it comes to men, and why is there an orgasm gap? Why is there an inability to have orgasms? Because your orgasm today is tied to socioeconomics rather than something like romanticism. Romanticism is a patriarchal attitude today. Check out my biopolitics of sex video. Very difficult subject, the biopolitics of sex video.
It's the traditional frames of white supremacy and patriarchy, where these are boys who are not even inclined to that type of rhetoric in the first place. It makes it pretty easy for them to fall back in line to these right-wing ideologies when it comes to that stuff. And
again, it's just this assumption that I'm a left-wing dude, guys. Hello? Hi? Anybody listening?
And again, I get it because, well, first off, I don't know if we are as strong in that rhetoric as we might like to think. I think going back to Bell Hooks, she called that out in The Will to Change, that we kind of aren't, well trained on that. There aren't enough. The biggest the biggest person in masculinities for the last 20 years turned out to be kind of a creep, and has left the whole academic at least that level of academic inquiry into masculinity kind of in a bad space in the last 20
who are we
years.
talking about?
Michael Kimmel. I don't know if you're familiar. So he's in the last 20, I think he founded the Journal of Masculinity, which was the biggest journal in all of gender studies on masculinity. He was the lead, muckety muck over it. And
this is some fucking intense gender study crap that nobody knows about. Okay, I don't even know who this is. This is what they study in gender studies. I don't know. She doesn't know. Who are you talking about?
I'm not sure explicitly of what the accusations were, but he definitely was, for lack of a better way of putting it, canceled for poor behavior on his part. And so, but he was like so many of the people I quote and pull my
friend, even the most progressive people have been canceled. Okay, so it doesn't matter anymore.
My academic backing from around masculinity were students of his, and we're out of his tradition. And so imagine if, so everybody loves Bell Hooks, but imagine if she was the only voice in Black feminism and gender and sexuality. Imagine
it would all be over because of her comments about Beyonce.
Right. You know what I'm saying? So I
actually kind of liked her comments about Beyonce.
But also we would not have enough queer engagement on the issue. We would not have enough, working class or immigrant or, you know what I'm saying? There's so many aspects of masculine studies that are, I don't think people, I'm not an expert, right? I didn't finish my PhD program. But from my standpoint,
all the best people didn't finish. my mom among them.
So I'm just giving that as a caveat that take what I'm saying with a grain of salt if you know just all the great masculine scholars. But there's a comparison to these other social identities. There's not a lot. That's one of the things about the Black manosphere that I struggle with, because there are some Black male scholars that are providing some useful stuff. But some of the stuff I'm not.
Well, that's what's so frustrating, because when you look at people like Jordan Peterson or Kevin Samuelson, you see that there's this aspect of it that's make your bed. Work out, and there is this.
Be really honest.
As a woman, I will say that I have a little bit edge about some of this incel stuff, because there are obviously plenty of women that feel extremely judged by the aesthetic demands that are put on women that are vastly exceed the aesthetic demands that are made of men.
Perhaps. Okay, so why is it that it's because we only look at the top 1%, the preferences of the top 1%. When feminists only care about what the top 1% of men think, and the top 1% of men, they have vast expectations. They have great expectations on what their women should be. You see, they don't care about what 7 out of 10. I'm okay with. How many people have I dated? Right? That I didn't find conventionally attractive. In fact, the reason why I dated them was because they were non-conventionally attractive. The problem here, again, one more time, is that we are all subsumed within a socio-economic capitalist relationships with one another.
And the judgment society makes about what makes a desirable woman. Mm-hmm. We internalize all of that stuff aggressively and very early.
Who cares? It's only the top 1% of men that have this kind of anybody else, any dude I know, even if they're
top 1% of men, right? There's so much more. Oh my God.
And there is nobody, the difference between men and women is I feel like women, there's no sense of entitlement to partnership at all. We always know that, we're always told rather, that if you want a certain kind of guy, well, you got to be skinny and have long hair and do all these other kinds of things, approximate whiteness and all these other kinds of things. And so it's interesting, but also a part of me kind of rolls my eyes at men who need to hear someone like Jordan Peterson articulate like,
wash your
not
ass.
hurt. Yeah. Buy a washcloth.
Right. There's a great clip I was going to use of Kevin Samuels.
This is fucking ridiculous, guys. Fucking ridiculous. Who are you people talking about? Imagine me going into a sociological study and laughing at my victims, right? This is what colonialism today looks like. Colonialism today is blackface, okay? It's blackface. There's neoliberal colonialism is done today by destroying our social bonds with one another, destroying our traditional ways of living with one another, and replacing that with capitalist cost-benefit analysis. And that's no problem for people who are born with intrinsic value. If you are born with intrinsic value, what does that mean? You have the capability to reproduce. That's intrinsic value. Versus people who have no intrinsic value.
He's like, wash the pissy crust around your toilet. And it's like dudes that compare him to Martin Luther King, and I'm like, fuck, that really just shows how bad a situation we're in.
Right.
I try not to like get too close to like gender war discourse because it's easy for it to go off the rails. But I tend to agree that like the framing for how women engage with the world around like their gender role performance is much more dire much earlier.
Okay, so one thing I want to say about this is that in anarchist communities, in collective societies, they did a study like 10 years ago where they took a bunch of studies about communist societies, communist co-ops that every week they get I've lived in such situations, right? Every week you get like a patriarchy destroying meeting, or every week you get a privilege check meeting, right? Every week, right? They do this constant reminder, right, of who is doing the cleaning in the home and who's whatever. And they did a study about that, and they learned that even in the societies, even within the communes, where gender is put under question, constantly you have to check your privileges, even in those societies, women do more work. So it's not women do more housework. So it's not about something in something that is toxic within masculinity that they don't want to clean necessarily. It's that what is priority for a woman and what is priority for a man are different. Even in societies, even in communes that continually reinforce feminist ideas, those co-ops that I've lived in and I've experienced, right? Even in those societies, men fail in terms of doing whatever the expectation of household work is. This was a comprehensive study long time ago.
But the flip side to that is it's kind of like I'm trying to think of a good like pop culture example. But it's basically like for some of these guys, like think about what the world has to be to you. That somebody has to tell you to wash your ass in your mid-20s. That's kind of, you know what I'm saying? Like there's a deep problem there.
So there's this clip of this manosphere guy, Williamson, who talks about how men who don't pay for dates actually up their value, right? If you don't pay for a date, that means that you don't have to pay for your date. You have plenty of options. This works for ass wiping as well. That's the crazy thing.
I had to interject regarding this ass wipe comment is how it's fucking clear that it's so much more cringe today to be a male feminist than to be a fucking incel. Does this guy not know that? I mean, I had a homie the other day tell me he hadn't wiped his ass for 10 days and he got his ass licked. Are you fucking ridiculous? If you're part of the top 1% of men, you don't even have to wipe your ass. You get your ass licked. I'm not even joking about this. This guy is so obviously disconnected from masculinity. But how does he have the right to speak this guy is so obviously indoctrinated by what I was indoctrinated by. How does he repeat? How does he repeat these idioms so unconsciously?
That like is it the same as like the thing I like to say is that patriarchy is a genderless social construct. It privileges one gender far above the other, definitely, but it is genderless in terms of the way it manipulates and hurts people in order to keep itself going. And we have a pretty strong understanding of how patriarchy damages essentially non-men, whether you be or queer people, right? But we just haven't thought about the profound ridiculousness of 25-year-old men not knowing how to wash their ass and like what that means for like what that guy may have been doing for 25 years and how to unpack and address that.
So why should he compete? Why should that guy who refuses to wash his ass, why should he compete in a society where he's never going to win? It's quite simple, really. I showed you the example of the 5'8" guy, right? The guy's 5'8". If you're 5'8", in the last 10 years, I've seen less and less short guys hanging out at bars and clubs and events. Less and less short guys. Now you go to a bar event. I'm one of the short guys now. I'm like average height, I'm 5'11". I'm one of the short guys now. Right? 5'11" is short now. Okay? Because the 5'8" guys don't hang out. And now I have to compete with all of these 6 feet guys who are getting laid every week. It's ridiculous. This kind of gaslighting is absolutely ridiculous. There is no sexual liberation without class liberation. There is no sexual liberation if we're going to keep worshiping privilege without talking about it. Why do these people just assume that we have to worship privilege? When I was a feminist, one of the main things that I was taught is that a lot of pornography, for example, shapes my view on sexuality, which I agreed with. But that kind of perspective is totally dead within the thought of feminism. You're not supposed to talk about people's kinks anymore. Kinks are almost sacrosanct. People can have whatever kink they want. Kink shaming is a problem, right? Kink shaming and slut shaming are a problem. Whereas, while sexual liberation is completely free to do whatever kinds of things that it wants, you're not allowed to kink shame. On the other hand, your speech is completely under watch, under the big brother, under the big sister, let's say. And that's why we live in a cyberpunk dystopia, where we're so sexually liberated, but we can't speak. We can do whatever we want sexually, but nothing we can say can be not conforming to the social capitalist norms.
So I don't want to equate it, right? But I think ignoring it is how we get Jordan Peterson, Kevin Samuels.
Yeah, men, you're saying men have been suffering from the soft bigotry of low expectations.
I mean, a little bit, and to be fair, that does, to pull out some manosphere talking points, that does vacillate out into other issues, because it also means that, men have to go through this many more steps to prove that they are capable as parents in the court of law. It means that, when men suffer from sexual assault or other forms.
And they blame that on patriarchy rather than on the feminist carceral state. This is the insanity too.
Gender violence that people are much less reticent to believe. One of the things I'm going to eventually talk about, something that is championed in certain parts of the Black manosphere, is that Black boys are among some of the most what's the word we're looking for? Black boys there's an epidemic of sexual abuse for Black boys from women in Black communities. And I point out, maybe not in this video, but in other videos, that some of the more notable, problematic, and toxic Black men that are in the media, like the Baby or Chris Brown or Nick Cannon, Mike Tyson, etc., all of those men have in common that they may not say it like this, but they were sexually assaulted as children by adult women, and they weren't allowed to understand that. And the way that manifests into adulthood, and that's an experience that I have, and almost all the Black men I know have that experience.
So we're going to go back to the idea of trigger warnings as being a form of triggering itself. Trigger warnings are a form of triggering itself. What you're doing here, if you study trauma at all, what you're doing here is you're taking something that could or could not be traumatic and reframing it as traumatic. This is the part of our society which sees abuse at every corner. And that society is what the carceral feminist state needs to enforce itself, to enforce technical difficulty.
I mean, the reason why I'm a little bit I'm taking off the gloves on this is that he mentions how he's not going to debate anybody with under 4,000 subscribers. So I mean, he's not gonna debate me. So might as well just say how I feel and how I think. And that's going to get me in trouble.
It feels like we left off the last video in a bit of a weird spot. Timing and technical difficulties kind of made it impossible to create a useful transition into this video. And over the last few weeks, as I did more writing and research, I ended up writing a script that was nearly 20,000 words long as this part 2, which was just too much to make a coherent video, too much to...
Yeah, there's just so many issues to talk about, and he's right about this. There's just so many issues to talk about that we really can't talk about everything that needs to be talked about. So my video is even going to be even more hefty.
First, while many think of the manosphere as a space where people learn how to pick up women or complain about women or live life without women or why we should take away rights from women, etc., I argue that all of this stuff, from the benign to the extreme, is connected to a concept called hegemonic masculinity, first introduced by...
You don't argue that. That's not your argument. Who said that was your argument? That's the popular argument. That's the argument that we're all made to repeat.
Sociologist R.W. McConnell. In short, hegemonic masculinity is a frame.
And if you don't agree with it, then you're not able to reap the benefits of affirmative action.
Work that explains why men dominate society, and more importantly, what types of men or what features of men tend to dominate in a given space at a given time. For the sake of brevity, the Chad, as we've come to know him in internet culture, is what we might call the hegemonic ideal.
And who creates that hegemonic ideal? It is insecure people. And who are the most insecure people?
And anything less than a Chad is lower on the hierarchy. All males, regardless of race, economic, sexual orientation, or presentation, are expected on some level to aspire to be a Chad as much as...
Why?
As possible.
Is it because men teach each other to be a Chad? Why do men teach each other to be a Chad? This beginning of the video is very important because he sums up his whole argument in 5 minutes, and you can see that he skips a huge chunk of it, which is why this ideal creates it in the first place.
The further you are from Chad, for whatever reason, the lower you are on the social hierarchy, and the more exposed you may be to social sanction, bullying, ostracism, etc. This is a massive, massive oversimplification of a very complex concept, so I'll be leaving some links in the description if you want further research on this concept. Another thing I talked about...
Again, the whole idea of research here is itself steeped within the power equals privilege logic for the last 50 years. So there is no research. It's just repeating the same rhetoric for 50 years. I've read so many papers that repeat the same rhetoric over and over and over again because we have a publish or die capitalist culture. And I started this video by talking about the capitalist takeover of pride for a good reason. Okay, I started that because in our individual interactions, yeah, there's love and all this thing, but collectively we lose because we are all doing this emotional labor, cost-benefit analysis. We all individually gain because we're creating a culture of individualism, but collectively we lose. And this is just that perspective, that idea to see from a collective perspective, to see from a city-state perspective, that in itself is a form of patriarchal perspective. That is the role of masculinity. Where is male emotional labor? Male emotional labor is the consideration of the society as a whole. That's what male emotional labor has always been about. That's why citizenship within the male patriarchal system of ancient Greece worked the way it did. It's because men were expected to fight and die to defend the patriarchal order, right? It's not just that. And what is the patriarchal order? The primary goal of the patriarchal order is to protect the society itself, and in a way protect the more vulnerable people, the people who need vulnerability, or who have a vulnerability, like women and children and slaves. And you need to protect the whole system, right? So who is doing that protecting? The same way that pride is protected by who, right? Who does the protecting for pride? It's usually, the Chad police guy, right?
Is how being far from that hegemonic space, that Chad ideal, but still internally believing in it and desiring it, and externally being sanctioned for not having it, this can lead to a sense of what sociologists might call...
Who does the sanctioning? Who does the sanctioning? Who is excommunicating the non-Chads? Now, if you, again, go to any public event today, right, in the last 10 years, you see less and less short guys chilling at public events. Less and less short guys are chilling at public events. Who is doing the excommunicating here? Is it other men? I don't think so.
Kimmel calls aggrieved entitlement. Kimmel states that men, especially white men and boys, are socialized to think that they will all be the stars of their own stories, that as long as they appropriately perform masculinity, the rewards of being a good man or a nice guy, such as getting girls, getting respect, being successful, etc., will come to them.
In fact, you don't even have to do that if you are part of the 1% of men. The 1% of men that I know, they can live a life of hippie, chilling, not making too much money, and they still get, it's the same point as what I said in my last video, which was, FD Signifier said that, these incels don't clean their assholes. Excuse me, my friend, my chat friends do not have to clean their assholes, my friend.
However, this is not the case and has never been the case. Once the reality of this not being real settles in, a sense of resentment can build up as young boys and men begin to recognize that their social contract has been broken.
There was never a social contract. I'm not even sure what he's talking about. We live in and again, he assumes when he says traditional society, look, my friend, we live in 2022 in a TikTok world. Okay, there is nothing traditional. There's no legacy media. All of these analysis that you have are outdated. Everything that you have is from the 1970s, and you keep repeating this shit over and over because you think you're smart.
As I realized that this is akin to what many might call the red pill, being awakened to the reality of what gender performance really is for men and boys.
Look at how he messes up what the red pill is, because he just doesn't understand what the red pill is, because he's never been in a situation of being monkey branched. He's never been monkey branched. This man being monkey branched? Absolutely not. This can't be monkey branched, right?
And I argue that this is where you begin to see the development of nihilistic or antisocial ideologies in some men.
And then that's where he develops his terrible, terrible analysis of nihilism, which is not even a high school analysis of nihilism.
AKA edgy boy behavior, when they don't have the best coping strategies for this realization. There's a lot.
And again, he uses these mental health theory. Again, everything he says, there's no thinking here. Everything he says is a tidbit, is a citation, that I know that citation, right? He doesn't, basically the difference between regurgitation and digestion, right? This man is fully just a vomit of, he needs to make a 4-hour video to just vomit out the crap that he's been brainwashed to believe, whereas a digested perspective wouldn't just take a citation, right? Look, I just showed you the Foucault script, right? I didn't just put out this Foucault by itself. I gave you a digested version of it by talking about Foucault's own life, about, that's a digested analysis, right? That's the difference between thinking and regurgitation, right? This guy needs to regurgitate everything. It's his own, it's actually, I agree, there is a mental health thing going on here, but not in the pop psychology sense, right? I go to my psychologist, I say all this stuff to my therapist, and, he agrees with a lot of, the perspective that I'm putting up.
More to that video, it was over 90 minutes long, but those are the core elements I need you all to kind of get that lead into my main argument for this video, where I really start to dig into.
So his foundation, right, his whole foundation misses the main point, which is what forces men to go into the toxic masculinity itself in the first place. Is it other men? My friend, never has it been other men. The only time it's been other men in my life is men warning me about insecure people, right? About the insecurities of other people, right? There's a reason why in psychological studies, women who have been abused prefer toxic masculine traits. Women who have been abused in the past prefer, muscle, money, and whatever else it is, right? And because there's also a culture of agreeableness that infects intersectionality itself, a culture of agreeableness that creates different sections of intersectional perspectives that are at war with each other, the TERFs and the SMERFs and the SWERFs and all these people. And it makes us unable to have conversations with each other. I was just at Pride and I was talking to several sex workers who didn't like their job at all. They think that it's a terrible situation. But we have also created an empowerment narrative when it comes to all of this as well. It's really rather insane.
the manosphere as a whole. More than anything, the manosphere is about reifying and affirming the status quo, especially as it pertains to men.
Once again, there is no status quo, my friend. There is no status quo. The status quo you're talking about are from papers from 1970 talking about the 1950s. That's what you're talking about. This endless vicarious traumatization. You keep repeating the same shit that's 40, 50 years old, and your analysis, has been no evolution in the feminist theory. This first wave, second wave, third wave stuff, it's all crap. It's all the same. After the second wave, everything became intersectionality. Everything became conformist. You have to agree to the conformist, CIA-enforced Gloria Steinem version of intersectional bell hooks feminism that has taken over the American Psychological Association, the academia as a whole, has stifled research for the last 50 years, and has made us unable to talk about, for example, how feminism could have been in solidarity with socialist unions, but feminists have chose to basically become scabs, basically destroying the socialist movement in its tracks. Feminism destroyed socialism, and we're not able to talk about that. The history of feminism. Then, not only did they destroy socialism, but then they went into the academic world and they made those kinds of analyses very rare to find. So I have to go out and really dig to find what I'm looking for in terms of a critique of feminism from inside or outside, right? Because there is no critique of feminism. If you're skeptical, just search critique of feminist jurisprudence, and what will you find? Absolutely nothing. Just search critique of feminist jurisprudence or critique of feminism at all. It's so difficult. I mean, if you search critique of feminism, a lot of things are going to come up. But if you search critique of feminist jurisprudence, Kimberly Crenshaw, all this crap, you're not going to find anything. And that's because of 60 years of academic, basically cuckolding. I'm going to say academic cuckolding.
Status quo tells us that men should be this assortment of traits society has deemed appropriate for men. In fact, not being this assortment of traits.
And you see how he says society has deemed appropriate for men. Excuse me. It's not society. It's the insecure. And who are the insecure?
Man, is why you're unhappy. And more.
Let's just see his platformed straw man perspective here.
Especially as it pertains to men. The status quo tells us that men should be this assortment of traits society has deemed appropriate for.
The status quo, there is no status quo. Ridiculous. That society deems appropriate for men? No, it's not society, my friend. It's the insecure agreeableness culture.
I just think I'm giving the best advice to women and minorities in business today, which is tough. Wow.
To me, V represents the manosphere.
What's so crazy about that? I mean, that is capitalist realism. I mean, and that's again, to understand what capitalist realism is that there is no discussion of anti-capitalism in Pride today, whereas on the right wing, right, the Christians, the Orthodox and the Christians, they are discussing about how capitalism shouldn't impede into the church and the home and the family and possibly perhaps politics, like Eisenhower would tell us, right?
Way where tons of normal men and boys might pay a visit to at some point in their life, the world of men's self-help. They might just be looking to escape the rat race that is normal work, or improve their salesmanship, or start a business, or dress better, get bigger muscles, etc. And in doing so, they may come across a lot of self-help, bro philosophy figures who offer that type of advice to boys and men. And the thing that we have to contend with for this,
I mean, you telling men to wipe their ass is the same as Jordan Peterson telling men to clean their room. You tell it. You say it as well.
And the manosphere as a whole is that a lot of this stuff is useful, helpful, and important, especially for normal men and boys who have weaker social skills.
And the key here is that it doesn't matter if you wipe your ass or not, right? It doesn't matter. Again, you can get laid as a Chad regardless of whether you wipe your ass or not, regardless of whether your room is clean or not. I know because I've had my Chad years, right? I've had a wonderful experience being that guy, right? I don't have to wipe my ass. I get my ass licked regardless.
Or may have been lacking to certain type of knowledge that can be passed on from other men in their communities, or are just in need of explicit instruction or motivation to make certain changes in their lives. The world of men's self-help by itself isn't a problem. The problem is that many of the foundational ideas that permeate this space can prime these boys and men for worse things later on in life by emphasizing ideologies.
So the world of self-help isn't a problem. Why isn't that a problem? Is because feminism needs
that capitalists, they need to extract resources from males, basically. That's what the affirmative action, that's what abortion is all about. It's about affirmative action. So today, for the last 10, 15 years, feminists have been telling us it's too much emotional labor to educate you. It's too much emotional labor to build class consciousness. And now that the chickens have come home to roost with regards to, oh, well, if it's too much emotional labor to build class consciousness, well, why should I be paying for things that I don't use, like abortion, right? What is there any societal glue at all? There is no societal glue. There's no societal religion, right? And we're going to be talking about that with Strauss and this lie. So the main argument with Strauss is that the Holy Family, the idea of the feminists is that the Holy Family was never really that holy. It was always economic. It was always capitalist realism. There was no holiness in our relationship. There's no holiness to this love. There's no holiness to a union. There is no holiness. Marriage itself is a patriarchal institution. And in a way, I kind of agree with that, and I think that we need to change the concept of marriage, but it needs to also incorporate that holiness, that religiousness, that sense of togetherness that is going to keep this family together. This guy is a product of the destruction of that himself.
So every last cartoon character is deeply unappealing and totally androgynous, until the moment you wouldn't want to have a drink with any one of them.
No, that's not the case.
And I don't feel like I need to defend the strawmans. Like, there's no reason to defend the strawman. So,
and I say that as a gun-owning, football-loving barbecue enthusiast. But what I do want to point out is that all of these spaces still present a very hegemonic and commodifiable image of what idealized masculinity looks like. The packaging of it all speaks to principles of what masculinity.
You see how he upholds the capitalism in one sense while trying to attack the commodification in another sense. And the reason why he can't come up with a clear analysis is because he has to filter everything through the ideological power equals privilege intersectionality propaganda that he's been resuscitating, or he's been repeating for the last 10 years, I would assume, right? He doesn't have the ability to critique the methodology that he uses, and he just assumes the methodology is true rather than just one of the many lenses that you can have, right? Those many lenses are all subsumed within intersectional monolithic perspective.
It should be in how it should present to the world.
You don't see many wild stallions anymore.
While these types of spaces.
So you see how he has to keep resorting back to the 1950s. He has to use, strawman, Tucker Carlson videos, because that's this culture today. The culture of censorship creates a platforming strawman culture.
Don't hold really any explicitly negative elements in them. They prime the pump for those who consume this type of content to be more easily taken in by the bad faith actors that exist in other spaces. They reinforce the appeal of hegemonically masculine identity and performance and sell to boys and
the only person who is bad faith here is the person who built a foundation, right? And didn't see the structures of that foundation, the pillars of that foundation, right? He doesn't see the pillars of that foundation. He built a whole foundational argument, but the pillar of that foundation is what I'm saying is that who pushes men into roles of toxic masculinity. It's not other men. It's absolutely not other men. And if it is other men, it's men warning other men about the situation, the red pill, the reality of the situation. Okay, that's the only thing. It's men warning other men. That's my best friends. Are the ones who are truthful about the reality of the situation. Those are the friends you want, not people like FD Signifier who lie to you. And I fret for all of the male feminists who are, I used to be one, who are trying to basically spread this ideology onto other males. It's a cancer, right?
Men that they will only really be happy if they can be more like these types of men. In short, they're all.
I don't think anybody really cares about happiness. It's more about doing something worthwhile with your life, right? It's what does Zizek say? It's better to be interesting than happy. Who cares about happiness? Happiness is for the people who are always chasing something.
About affirming and selling the status quo of what masculinity is.
There is no
Here's
status
a really
quo.
important thing to get about this concept in general.
We live in TikTok world. There's no legacy media. There's no status quo. The only status quo
is the law of the market.
Okay.
With happiness and wholeness. And do not assume that men who have access to certain privileges through these frameworks are somehow immune to the struggles and barriers of late capitalist dysfunction. There are definitely many benefits and rewards to high masculine performance under patriarchy, regardless of race, but even the men who have the highest aptitude.
It's interesting how, regardless of obvious death of patriarchy with regards to how legal institutions are in the home now, our relationships with one another are based on lawyers, and economists are intermediary middlemen within our relationships with one another. Regardless of all of the death of the patriarchy in their analysis continues every day. It's not going to die. The patriarchy will not die, just like racism will never die, because these people are continuously vicariously traumatized, and they can't take a moment to take a deep breath. They can't stop thinking, right? If you have these people that can't control their endless thinking, right? You're going to be weary of those people.
For performing masculinity can find themselves in hollow and unfulfilling lives. There's lots of media that actually does a good job of deconstructing this, by the way. It's just that I don't think people fully get the message, or that the message is drowned out. Notable pickup artist Neil Strauss became famous in the mid-2000s after he wrote a book about the underground world of pickup art.
So if you can, and this is why the red pill is the red pill.
If you can find this guy's work on the internet, which is impossible to find these days, is why it's red pill now.
This guy was a very interesting guy, because if you look at all his videos, the guy, I'm not sure if it was this guy or one of these pickup guys, a lot of them are just romantics at heart. They are romantics at heart, and what do men do? Again, just like me, right? We go to a bar, we practice, we initiate those red pill ideas and see if it's true. And over and over and over and over and over and over, if it's true empirically, is it men telling other men? No, it's men going out. Men don't even trust other men. Men disagree with other men. Okay, disagreeableness is masculine, right? Disagreeableness is highly masculine. Men don't agree with other men. I don't agree with anybody, right? Anyone who tells me something, I go out and empirically test it, right? I didn't just red pill in one session, right? Red pill is a daily pill. You have to keep taking it. Why do you have to keep taking it? Just like, it's funny because in the new Matrix movie, they keep taking the blue pill, right? But actually, you have to keep taking the red pill because we don't want to. Nobody wants to be in a red-pilled world, but we are forced into it. Why? Because when we go out and practice those red pill ideas, those pickup ideas in the real world, again, my story is, I go to the bar, I have $1,000 watch, I get laid. I go to the bar, I be myself, my true philosopher self, my talking self. I'm not able to be successful. It's interesting, right?
Industry at that time. It eventually even got a reality TV show. And he got tons of women and became rich and very successful in the process. But his life was in shambles even after getting married and trying to settle down. He dealt with sex addiction and struggled mightily in his marriage before getting divorced. And after this, he wrote a follow-up book nearly 10 years later where he cautioned against his previous glamorizing of the high-value man lifestyle that he...
So why did he do that? Okay, why? It's because he became mainstream.
So you've had a change of heart.
I guess sometimes you have to hit a real low, and for me it was meeting someone I cared about, being really in love with this person, or so I thought. Then cheating on her, getting caught, and breaking the heart of someone who loves you, hurting her that much that I started to think, well, maybe I'm just completely wrong about everything.
To further clarify that the lifestyle that he was living wasn't ideal or high value or to be glamorized anymore because, well, that's the mistake he made in the first place.
Yeah, that's after his conquest. That's after this is a 50-year-old man compared to a 30-year-old man. Come on, man.
But when you're convinced that this life is what you want and need, you miss the lessons that people who've been there are trying to give you. It's like when I was an undergrad, or just early 2000s for those.
You're still an undergrad.
Time frame. If you were in college and you were a guy, you probably had a Scarface poster on your wall. But people never remember the end of the Scarface movie.
What do you mean people don't remember? That's the main thing I remember. That's the main say hello to my little friend is the goal of is the only thing I remember. That and get the women and get the money.
So wrapping it up, I don't have a lot to say about Gary Vee, obviously, but it's more about the section of the
obviously have nothing to say about anything.
That gateway drug of the manosphere. Men just seeking help, trying to make their lives better, and sadly, they open themselves up to being grifted, gaslit, and possibly even dragged
by feminists
from that point.
by feminist males.
Fresh and Fit obviously are a very popular target here on LeftTube, and for obvious reasons. They're fucking awful. But I don't have a lot to add to a Fresh and Fit discussion. I went on record in saying that they're just so bad, I don't care. I understand they're harmful, not trying to undermine that. I just don't care. Talking about them, to me, feels like a waste of time. But I think more...
Absolutely, but you did bring up Tucker Carlson. You do bring up straw men all the time.
Or can be learned and understood about the manosphere by looking at a much less toxic, but still very problematic black duo in Abbott and Preach. Looking for black male commentary creators who weren't outwardly toxic. Initially, I was happy to find Abbott and Preach, but it didn't take long to see that while not being outwardly toxic,
this guy has a predefined term, toxic, right? And he just applies it indiscriminately. When it's just like when you have a hammer, everything is a nail.
Content still had a lot of concerning elements. To their credit, I want to be clear, we're kind of 50-50 with these guys, and I'm going to not be 50-50 in the video to illustrate the problem, but I want to make sure it's clear that there are elements of Abbott and Preach I think are redeemable. I just wish those other elements weren't so bad. They tend to take aim at what is an overzealous and often unfair media landscape and general tone around gender from the perspective of men. They see it as often too critical towards men around certain issues. Abbott in particular seems to be very invested in calling out elements of hypocrisy in the ongoing gender wars that are popular in social media as well as TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, wherever you want to go.
A lot of you guys are feeding into your own perpetual failures in life and then getting mad at the market and shitting on it. Women do it as well. I find it fascinating. Everyone's always blaming everybody else. Men nowadays, women nowadays. No, some of y'all just need to do some self-work and figure your shit out. And it's a lot easier to say it to women. And even women do this. Women get on their TV shows and be like, what's wrong with men today? Why don't they have their shit together? Because we going through some shit. We are. And guess what, ladies? You going through some shit too.
There is a prominence of feminist rhetoric and wokeness and SJWs that can sometimes have blind spots on how people engage with gender as it pertains to men, including queer and trans men. I will argue with anyone that women know a lot less about men than they think. It's actually hilarious sometimes. There are a lot of situations where from a man's perspective, women sometimes will get passes on overtly toxic, patriarchal, or even homophobic behavior that we wouldn't get, or that men are sometimes not allowed the space to grow and learn from.
So he just said something very important. He basically gave responsibility to the subordinate position. Now that is an anti-intersectional perspective, that the person in the subordinate position, right, the woman, the black person, the colonized, these people have any type of agency. That is very rare.
From certain behaviors or mistakes in the public sector, etc. However, there's a lot of nuance that often gets left out of these valid grievances that, I don't have time to get into.
And again, he just repeats a lot of these idiomatic words. Nuance. I don't even think he knows what that means.
But you all kind of know what they are. And as I pointed out in other videos, the problem in the gender wars, black or otherwise, isn't men versus women. It's really everyone versus patriarchy. But that
the patriarchy is a rule of the father. Right now, the popular rhetoric for what patriarchy means is men over women. But that's not true. It's like the pop psychology.
If everything they're hearing makes perfect sense. It's like telling white people about white supremacy. For younger boys and men weaned under patriarchy and lacking models and frameworks, or in many cases just the language to engage with these topics around gender effectively, it can feel affirming to see confident and charismatic men, especially black men, speak on some of these anxieties, to call out double standards and make an effort to bring women to task in a way that they often don't see on some of
Yes, that's called equality, my friend.
These issues.
Okay, so the issue that I'm having with this discussion is, like, I think it's fine for everyone to talk like this and esoterically, but we do have a crisis, right? We do have an issue with a lot of people who are very likely to die alone, who are basically getting in their own way with some of these ridiculous standards, and they face a lifetime of loneliness. So we can get up here and we can be saying all this stuff and it sounds cute, but I'm a pragmatic person. I think about what's good for society and what's good for communities. And so when I see so many people,
I think about what's good for society and what's good for communities. That is male emotional labor. Okay, wonderful.
Who are being left behind. To me, it just sounds so sad. I hope you guys rethink some of these ideas, because even though it may work for you and it may be fine for you, you got 3 other girlfriends down the street who are going to die alone. Damn. And that's what it's sad. So that's all I want to say.
So having Abbott and Preach, or numerous similar figures, because they are not unique in this style of content, talk about issues of lookism for men, or double standards for intimate partner violence, or talk about how to better talk to girls or maneuver relationships. Talk about the way men who show emotions outside of aggression.
This idea is a cancerous idea, right? That men cannot show emotion. Men show emotion all the time. We live in a world of Van Gogh, Shakespeare, thousands and thousands of poetry, but still, these liars, they tell us that men can't express emotion. Have you read James Joyce? Do you even read? Do you watch media? Look at Abbott and Preach themselves. So why is it? The question really is, why is it that despite the countless examples of male emotional vulnerability that doesn't include aggression, why is it that countless examples of all of these examples, we still only focus on the kinds of men who have they don't come out emotionally, that's because all of our focus is always on the chads. Those chads know that showing emotions releases an insecurity within insecure people. So that your emotional labor is always heavy, right? If you watch my last video, we can see that those emotional labor hesitations only affect people that actually care.
And lust often seen as lesser than, this is valuable. In some ways, it might almost seem that avid preacher trying to deconstruct hegemony by challenging norms that often aren't challenged. Further, they do also make a lot of content that is critical of the most ridiculous elements of the manosphere and alpha male podcasts and political issues, etc.
You preach to these men that they have to always seek this thing, that this is the way to live, that this is the best way, but you don't even walk the talk. That's what I find distasteful. It's like a Derrick Jackson talking about be faithful to your wife, don't pay for box. Come to find out this man's cheating on everyone. How are you any different? Can you tell me? Now everyone's there, well, we're attacking people in the manosphere. I don't care about the manosphere. I don't care about none of this. Move with integrity in life. That's it. I'm not here about some scene. Oh, and you can't go on this podcast. I don't care. At the end of the day, the truth remains the truth. When I came into the game, when I was listening to Patrice, we didn't call it rector. We just called it the truth. These niggas is fronting on some points.
On the surface, they may seem like a nice, safe entryway into discourses around social issues, but specifically aimed at men. But sadly, that's really not the most accurate description of them from my perspective or other creators with similar styles of content. It doesn't take long to look at the whole of Abba and Preacher's content to see that it closely resembles anti-SJW content that you might have seen during the Gamergate days. A large portion of their
the full story of Gamergate is ridiculous.
The content boils down to crazy woman gets owned for stupid things she did.
But all the things that got them so triggered, goodness gracious, we don't want anybody offended. Somebody call the politically correct police.
And this is not just going to be politically correct police. They are releasing laws that are going to be reinforcing this. Bill C-11 in Canada. You're not going to see any of my videos anymore.
A significant amount of their content is simply antagonistic towards trans women for a cheap view. A lot of this is something that's called straw feminism, which is where someone takes the most extreme or untrue feminism and uses that as an avatar to argue against the entirety of a concept or a gender or a group, etc. It's basically just cringe reaction content where the subjects they tend to tackle a lot are
platforming strawman culture is the norm on Reddit today. And not only that, not only after the feminists have taken over Reddit and all the internet, they still complain about Reddit being patriarchal.
I am not of the mind that you can never make jokes at the expense of women. I'm still mad that transphobe Hall of Famer now, Dave Chappelle. I'm still mad that Dave Chappelle spent an hour complaining about trans women but didn't have one joke about the girl that accidentally glued her hair to her head. That's hilarious. But when most of your content is this low vibration, othering comedy about women at their expense, you kind of see that same punching down vibe of something that I think.
Again, he can't escape from the power equals privilege thinking because he can't think.
They went on record as saying they don't care much about. And all of it ends up serving a very specific viewpoint and agenda that again supports.
Exactly. Okay? But your feminism is included in this. That supports the patriarchy. Your feminism is included in this.
Status quo. For example, in this video, they make fun of a female soldier who struggles to complete a military test and use that to jump off into a critique of forced gender quotas in general.
Watching this video is truly an inspiration to never give up.
I feel inspired.
Affirmative action is racist. Affirmative action is sexist. Affirmative action is igrifying.
But unsafe. I'm gonna tell you that. I'm just being real. The other dudes strolled through like it was nothing.
There was like a point in the military where they transitioned earlier, allowing women to join the forces in droves, but they really wanted to encourage it because from a public relations standpoint, it worked really well. And also, to be fair, admitting women in the military was overwhelmingly positive. But the way that they pushed some of them through, the success stories that they were trying to pick, like you would have Marines, right, who are males, and who would get passed on for promotions for women who met an inferior.
This is happening in absolutely every sphere. This is happening with courts. This is happening with lawyers. This is happening with absolutely every sphere. This is why society is shit right now, because of this presentation culture.
Right? Even though they were working for the same job.
Here they make fun of a vapid girl in a dating show, but make sure to insert the ever-present simp.
This is also, for example, when police are sent to certain situations, dangerous situations, they did a study that, oh, look, when we send women to a certain situation, there's less violence. But then they realized that the police commanders who are sending the commissioners or whatever they're called, the chiefs, that they send certain people to certain places, they only send women into situations that are probably not going to be violent in the first place, right? And then the statistics are skewed. All of the statistics are skewed because academia itself is terrible. Academia itself is reckoning with this power equals privilege narrative that's destroying research itself, and this is where this man is coming from.
Anti-simping argument that is somehow still a thing in these YouTube streets.
I live in California, so I've been around basic women like this before. It's insane how vain they are and unaware as well. But to be fair, dudes are the reason why they're that unaware, because dudes will simp for them anyways.
Oh my god, it's hard.
Maybe it's because she's an airhead, but everything she says, I'm just thinking about her lips. When she goes, it's hard, I'm like, yeah, it is.
Here they make fun of a white feminist doing the white feminism and not minding their own business.
Wait, what do you disagree with? You don't think that catcalling can be like a little enjoyable sometimes?
It's not. It's disgusting.
It's always disgusting?
Of course.
It's never made you feel good?
No.
So what's your opinion on these three women disagreeing?
There's a camera in front of them and they're trying to be in the camera. That's it.
The hostility is fascinating, isn't it? Women can say one thing and other one's like, no, you're oppressed. You're just doing this for the camera. You can't even have your own opinion as a woman.
No, there's valid critiques and important things to maybe talk about.
That's it. It's all a presentation culture. Judith Butler presentation culture. There's no authenticity anymore. Authenticity requires that you put your life on the line if you're going to speak on the public sphere.
In all of these videos. But then you start to recognize that this is a pattern here, a pattern of shallow critiques of outlier worst case scenario.
You are the shallow critique. You are the shallow critique.
Moments to kind of make their young male viewers feel affirmed in their distrust and aversion towards anything that somehow connects to feminism or egalitarian issues or any systemic analysis of the social problems that Ab and Preach purport to care about. The end message is that all this
So purport to care about, that means that they are bad faith? Anything you disagree with is bad faith, buddy.
Feminism stuff is just a bunch of dumb girls talking nonsense.
What? No.
It's like when Fox News wants to talk about a black issue and then they invite 4 black Republicans with fucked up haircuts to talk about it as if they have well-informed takes when they don't.
He doesn't realize that he's a strong man.
A lot of liberals at the moment don't have common sense.
You're doing the same shit.
I got a lot of heat from my family and friends for hopping on the Trump train.
Somebody explain the hair to me. Just why, bro? I just want to know why. Like, who are you trying to look like?
And then, of course,
what? Who cares about his hair? What the fuck? You can see how body shaming on the left is totally okay.
Fox calls it fair and balanced. You can even see through a lot of their thumbnail choices that they are very comfortable leaning into problematic loaded imagery in order to drive views from a very specific population that these types of images appeal to. None of the people depicted in these thumbnails are at all related to the videos in question, but they play into stereotypes about marginalized communities. This is not an accident. Predictably, they save their worst takes when they engage on trans issues, just like everybody else.
You really have to resort to attacking another minority community to boost your numbers?
Ain't nobody trying to talk about y'all that deeply. You guys just won't shut the fuck up, and you guys are in every news article, always trying to cancel folks. Of course, ain't nobody talking about Native Americans or indigenous folks the same way they're talking about you. The reason why folks talk about y'all is because you guys put yourselves out there all the time and then constantly demanding change from everybody. Up until like...
They are forcing affirmative action, so they force people into civil war. You're right. Abbott is right here.
Maybe 5-6 years ago, the trans stuff wasn't that common in terms of stand-up comedy.
No.
Then the pronoun stuff
We
happened.
laugh. We laugh. Comedians is the news. If you look at comedy that did not age well,
it's because they are narcissists. The narcissists keep getting fed by the power equals privilege logic.
It's a reflection of not the comedian, but the era which we live in.
Why do we have to talk about like 5% of the population, whatever the percentage of the population is all the fucking time? Because we don't have to talk about capitalism then.
So if you talk a lot and you're all in the news and stuff like that, we're going to talk about who's to blame for that rise in attention. Trans women are in the news a lot because it makes for good outrage content, like a lot of y'all's content. Because conservatives love to talk about the marginalized group that most people don't understand or see as worthy of protection.
At least let's say that both sides are contributing to the problem.
Because they can't attack black people like they used to. Because Trans Panic Story.
This was the same argument that Kimberly Crenshaw used. Okay? Remember that video I made? This is the same argument. Moralizing capitalism, go watch it. Same argument that Kimberly Crenshaw used. Straw manning.
Are low-hanging fruit.
You are the low-hanging fruit.
All right, so here we are for the first or second addendum. I don't know. I'm not doing all of this in order. And I'm here because I wanted to kind of elaborate on this connection between like these reactionary, right-wing, conservative, quasi or overtly fascist figures and entities seeking to, create political movement by attacking trans people, by attacking queer people. And
the assumption here is that there's no debate within feminism. There's no debate within feminism regarding trans people. Right? Of course there is. Not only is there debate, but there's a war within feminism today about the TERF situation.
And traditionally by attacking black people. It shouldn't, like if you've been paying attention to politics in the last couple of years from the right, especially in places like Texas and Florida, and really states all over the country.
And you can see, why do we have to focus on Texas, what Texans think all the time? It's because this American-centric perspective of the world then forces itself onto the rest of the world. So we have to force intersectionality in the mountains of China as well. And they do that. They actually send the United Nations in to force these human rights councils to as a form of modern colonization. And that's a whole different story.
You see that for about a year, they were all fighting, well, we got to get rid of critical race theory in the schools. And now they pivoted.
I did a whole video on critical race theory. It's called Moralizing Capitalism. Please take a look.
It's back to trans women in sports and grooming or whatever other, anti-LGBTQ attitudes that they can muster up. And this is not like a coincidence.
There needs to be a conversation about whether drag is inherently sexual, right? This is the conversation that's happening in Toronto right now about whether drag is sexual in nature itself, and if it is, whether it should be in the library for little kids to be read to. Now, I'm not taking a side in this position. I am only taking the side that there needs to be a conversation. That's it. But the fact that there is no conversation, that's the problem itself. And why is there no conversation? Because of the commodification or the moralization of the commodification of emotional labor that creates a situation where nobody wants to talk to each other. It's the destruction of the public sphere. And who created that? Yes, both the bad faith Republicans, right-wing guys, and the constantly vicariously traumatized racism, sexism behind every corner, insecure people of the left.
Go back a couple of years, the argument was about how Black Lives Matter was a terrorist group and how Antifa was destroying the country and looking to take over America.
By the way,
and all kinds of stuff. And I want to try to draw that through line so people can see it, because when I go back to thinking about how people responded to Dave Chappelle and his transphobic stuff in his comedy special, it was clear to me that a lot of people didn't quite recognize that all of this is a part of the same right-wing movement to basically subterfuge political activity.
Dave Chappelle is the same right-wing movement. What a turd.
Into these negative attitudes about these marginal identities. So if you pay attention to anything political from the right now, they're not talking about anything.
Again, right and left don't mean anything today. The right wing is anti-capitalist, more anti-capitalist than the left wing today. The right wing discusses anti-capitalism. The left wing, pride, is fully capitalist. The right wing, they discuss whether Christianity and capitalism can go together. And most of the time, it can't. And they can't, and what do? They focus on community instead.
Anything but guns, black people, and queer people. That's it. They don't talk any policy at all. There are no explicit policies around issues that most Americans would care about that are coming from the right. It's just galvanizing people against these marginalized identities. They are relying on people's allegiance to this hegemonic thinking.
Why does this all exist in the first place? To get the focus away from capitalism.
To create momentum for these fascist policies that they are trying to instill.
This guy's so traumatized he can't even think. Right? He sees everything as fascism. He sees fascism at every corner, right?
For all the things that Trump did beforehand, because when Trump was doing it, it was Mexicans. It's always a group that they can other. And so the idea...
He can't stop using these academic, already predefined terms. It's like when you're talking to a Christian person and you ask them something original, what do you think happened to Jesus in the 3 days, or whatever religious question that you might have, they look to the literal biblical Christians, right? They're like, well, the Bible tells us everything, and let's look at page 70. The people that memorize the Bible, he's the same, except his Bible is a bunch of these intersectional rhetoric people, bell hooks, all the people he just named. He has his own citational Bible that he refers to. He doesn't digest, right? He doesn't think for himself. He just repeats the idioms over and over again.
Idea that people are okay with othering this other group that's not a part of my group, we got to stop that.
So the only contribution he has is, we need to stop othering people. Brother, we've been talking about the concept of othering for how many years? 30 years in academia? You're so old. Your analysis is old. It's not your original analysis.
So picking on Abba and Preach in particular, as well as Jordan Peterson later on in this video, about their propensity to align themselves with transphobic movements is a very important thing to point out. And even though Peterson, Abba, and Preach he's pinning it as if there's a left that is pro-trans and a right that is anti-trans, when in fact it's really not that way at all. It's more, there is within feminism, right? Within feminism, there are the debates about trans people, and the fact that there is no conversation is the real problem. Why is there no real conversation? It's because of the destruction of the public sphere. Why is there the destruction of the public sphere? Because all the things that feminism killed, duty, honor, civic pride, all those things have been destroyed by feminist capitalism. And this idea that intersectionality idea
that heteropatriarchal capitalism is and always will be the same stagnant thing that we have to critique, when really the patriarchy is opposed to capitalism. The patriarchy is opposed to capitalism. How do we know that? Because the right wing today decided that the church is more important, or some of the right wing, the non-Ayn Randian right wing, decided that the church is more important than capitalism, right? That's crazy.
Or to be centrist or aligned with leftist ideologies, the actual action that...
See, the right and left, this whole one-dimensional frame, even the two-dimensional frame that the libertarians created, that's all old. This is all old news. These kinds of analyses are all old news. But he can't think.
Takes place with these social movements when you align yourself with these regressive attitudes ends up being in service of the right and the far right.
There is no right or far right. It's just everything is messed up right now. There's no left or right. But for you to keep framing it as a left and right issue, guess who's doing the othering? Guess who's simplifying the perspective of the other here being the right? I'm doing the hard work of complicating the right-wing perspective. I'm doing the frontline work of talking to right-wing people, of reading right-wing work, of reading the Christian theology, of all of that. That's called the right-wing. That I complicate the right-wing in order so that we can find supposed allies, anti-capitalist allies within the right-wing. That's what Zizek was doing when he was debating Jordan Peterson. By the way, both Jordan Peterson and Zizek are my professors, my literal professors.
If you've ever talked to a moderate or a centrist or anyone who's in this weird nebulous space of center-left liberalism, what they come to is a general resistance of looking at things systemically. It's not that they disagree, it's that they just don't want to go that deep into the problem because that would probably make them uncomfortable.
You're not going deep enough.
Both with
You're not going deep enough into the idea of collective trauma.
Their own behavior and beliefs, but also in the work that might mean for them to change that. So they have to make it seem like you're crazy for thinking that in the first place. So what Abba and Preach do for their presumably young male audience is give them the language to acknowledge social problems, but not force them to digest how they may be a part of those problems, and greatly absolves them of participation within those problems by just saying, hey, look at these crazy leftists and feminists. There's no way that what they're saying has any bearing on the issues
Leftists and feminists are not allies
that we're talking about. I'm picking on Abba and Preach not because I find them so explicitly heinous, although there are clearly a lot of problems in their content, but in comparison to the world of content that they embody, they're relatively mild. But it's also that mildness that makes them maybe a little more dangerous as, again, this entry level of the manosphere. And while we should be highly critical of the message that these boys receive, as well as the messengers that profit off of it, I want us to again empathize with the need for boys to have avenues that help them make sense of the world around them in their youth. A paper published here, because I left it off the script, tells us that research on identity development indicates that men are more likely to go through phases of what's called identity foreclosure, which means they adopt the socially expected and enforced ideology of what they are and what they should be. Conversely, women and girls are more likely to go through phases of identity moratorium or exploration of who they are or might be, or they go through what's called achievement and confirmation of an identity that they choose for themselves. And if you think about it, this makes a lot of sense when you look at how the way that patriarchy limits boys' understanding of what a boy or man can and could be, which limits their ability to actualize themselves outside of the framing of masculinity, the classic phrase that masculinity is a cage. And this is not to say that femininity is not compulsory or the same, but the parameters of that compulsion are very different. For an easy example of this, consider the way that bisexual men are treated when seeking out female partners.
That's a key one.
Why did I start this conversation with the question of bottoms and penetration? Again, he is noticing some things that don't agree to his power equals privilege logic, but he can't disown the whole intersectionality ideology. He's not able to do that.
But might also consider themselves feminists at the same time, which, yeah, that doesn't work. And I want to put a pin on why it's a really important and good thing that boys are getting opportunities to understand the world from an explicitly masculine perspective, and why we on the left should care a lot more about the fact that so many boys are seeking affirmation through these venues, and what that means that we should be doing about it outside of being critical and making fun of these types of figures. And sure, he will say over and over again that he isn't racist, and that this isn't about race, and he hates the alt-right and identity politics. But when you listen to the way he talks about equality and egalitarianism as bad things, and you hear him defend hierarchies, all of which in the West are obviously controlled by white men, but never mentioning that particular piece, and the way he attacks critical theories that are meant to deconstruct that, and then you see him posing with Pepe the Frog and hanging around with Lauren Southern, and that's gotta be racist, there's no way. Like, here he is clearly engaging in a systemic analysis of how race determines criminality and unfair outcomes of sentencing, policing, etc.
Like, look, one of the things I was interested in talking to you about, you've written a fair bit about racial differences in incarceration in the United States.
Look, this is less a result of where Peterson wants to be and more a result of where Peterson was pushed to be. I was a student of Peterson, okay? Peterson the reason why he finds himself taking pictures with Pepe is because he's pushed from the left. The left pushes people into the right and doesn't take responsibility for that.
But just like my argument about Jordan Peterson, if it's halfway there, that's too close. And the other thing is, you can go and you can look on my channel page in the community section. You can see some of the comments in support of Aaron Yeager. You can go and look at my post on Twitter. You can see some of the arguments in support on Aaron Yeager, or just Google the shit, especially on Reddit. And you'll see that while it's arguable to say whether or not the show and Aaron Yeager in particular are fascist in terms of their undertones and like important themes, I compare it to what I said in that old edgelord video, in the previous video about the Joker and Travis Bickle and the guy from Falling Down, Walter White, Rick from Rick and Morty. So many of these characters that are these, Sigma male, edgelord, we live in a society type characters are arguably meant to deconstruct that mindset and show why that's a bad thing, but too many dudes do not get that.
Oh, man, this guy's a fucking idiot. Rick and Morty is too close to fascism, even though it was supposed to be a critique of fascism. What?
There are too many boys and young men that idolize that type of power and that don't give a fuck, edgy, antisocial attitude towards the world to recognize that the message in those stories is to reject that mindset. They just don't get it.
Because they're not smart enough. They're not smart enough like you are. You are an intelligent person. You're such a smart person, buddy. You're such an intelligent dude.
And again,
man, you have glasses. You've read so much. Oh my God. Let's get a debate going. Let's get a video debate going, buddy.
Look in the comment section. Do your own search. For those of you that are on the fence, you will see what I'm talking about. So yeah, I survived the barbs. I'll survive the weaves. If you got a problem with it, it is what it is.
Okay, let's see its solutions.
I'm not saying anything you don't already know. In fact, I imagine that if you're here on the left side of YouTube, that almost everything I've spoken about here is pretty well understood on some level. So my question is, what are you doing about this?
Why is it so? Everybody already agrees on the left what we can see. We can all agree that we all see the same essential structure. It's a heteropatriarchal blah 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 structure. So what can we do about it? So we all agree. If we are on the left, you already agree about what we see, right? And we can see that this is an objective reality, right?
Of all of the topics and issues that we on the left understand and argue about, there's no bigger weakness in our rhetoric, in our ideas, than our ability to understand and engage with masculinity. And I can show you right now my analytics that the majority of my viewership are men. So this speaks to this idea that there is such a great demand for anti-SJW content and that leftist and progressive content is not as viable with this population. So this begs a question, even though of course I am not as big as some of these other manosphere creators, can we blame YouTube for pulling people deeper into these holes if they aren't actively being sucked in by YouTube's algorithm? The research says no. Noah Sampson addressed this in a video a little while back, and I found 2 different papers published in the last couple of years that also support this claim. Both found that the only people who fell deep into those types of rabbit holes of aggressive, violent, racist, etc. content were people who greatly were predisposed to that type of worldview to begin with, i.e. ones who are already looking for it. The algorithm and YouTube on its own is not as powerful as we like to think in terms of radicalizing normies.
But that's not going to stop Bill C-11, Patriot 3.0, all these intersectional, vicariously traumatized people to enforce their bullshit on the rest of us. That's why the right wing is starting their own identity politics.
At least not anymore. I think this is something significant to understand. On one end, I am somewhat skeptical of the research because the one question I have is that what counts as predisposed for that type of content? So much of how we teach boys and men to see masculinity could easily predispose a good amount of young men to pursue radical content. But more significantly, if we recognize that there is a battle for the proliferation of certain ideas among this population, but we still see the massive influence and reach of everything between Gary Vee on to Jordan Peterson for men and boys, then to me that says that we aren't really putting our best foot forward to address this on the left.
Of course not.
Essayist Macabre Storytelling did a pretty awesome video on his experience with pickup artist communities. He bravely admitted that he had unironically spent some time in the community and then got out, and while in, he noticed that most of the men were just normal men who were like him, trying to get better at talking to women. He also noticed that although he could see the flaws in the community and that there were several great content creators who had done excellent breakdowns of why pickup artistry was bad, when it was time for him to find a better alternative to pickup artistry and manosphere type content, a lot of these creators didn't have as much to offer.
Whoa there. These guys may seem like your saving grace, but their methods may lead to you only seeing women as objects to be won. Ah, yes, I can see that. Glad you let me know this before I got too deep into it. Bye, cringelords. No. Awesome. So, can you help me? Help you with what? Well, like I said, I'm pretty insecure when it comes to women. Oh, well, just be confident. Just be confident? Yeah, just, be confident. There's plenty of fish in the sea. You'll find the right girl eventually. Well, thanks, but I was hoping for some more substantial advice. Like, my mom told me the exact same thing, and it isn't really all that practical or specific, so there may be Hello?
Exactly. Too much emotional labor, buddy.
More than the edgelord stuff, more than any dunks I landed on Jordan Peterson, this is the most important takeaway I hope people get from this video.
Like honestly, I've improved my life so much by examining my own toxic masculinity and examining my own, why don't I let myself cry? Why is that?
Yeah, why is that? Why is that? Is that because of something inherent to masculinity? Is that a social construction?
Who contributes to that social construction?
Who am I trying to impress?
Who are you trying to impress? Why are you trying to impress them?
That has only been good for me. That has been a vast improvement in my life, and I wish that for everyone. Yeah, it's interesting, right? I guess like all of these alienated like white dudes who are susceptible to the beauty pipeline types, like they are looking for guidance. They're looking for some answer to their problems, and I can definitely like understand. Like it would be nice to have someone on the left that was speaking to that group.
Except it's too much emotional labor. It's too much unpaid emotional labor to take on these fucking people.
Understand that there are some barriers in terms of how well we can talk about it, as well as how well we can give that message to individuals who.
What's the message?
Maybe aren't that open-minded to it, or
well, the message is that what that the patriarchy is harmful to men. That's the message.
The best folks to engage with on a regular basis in this type of political discourse. Many of the biggest figures on LeftTube are women, but LeftTube is not without its fair share of creators who, regardless of gender expression or sexuality, present masculine and have large swaths of mass viewers who they appeal to. So it's not an absence of opportunity, it's kind of an absence of efficiency and effort. And again, I understand why. So much of how all of us have been taught to understand masculinity.
No, we're not taught to understand masculinity, okay? There's nothing even literal or cognitive about it. Okay.
It's built around these destructive and toxic frameworks. Many of us, myself included, are in a constant negotiation with
Buddy, cry in front of your girlfriend. Go cry in front of your girlfriend.
Masculinity as something we value and identify with, but also something we've had to in some ways unpack and relearn in order to get healthier. Some of us don't know how to define.
Cry in front of your girlfriend. There's only two options. Your girlfriend will lose attraction for you forever, or number two, it's too much emotional labor to educate you. Go get a therapist.
I hope this doesn't sound like complaining. I hope it sounds like the numerous layers of complexity around engaging with masculinity from this weird progressive standpoint, and why
so
I feel
much
like a lot of
so much layers of complexity.
Maybe just avoid the minefield altogether. On one end, there's
so much layers of complexity, but you still have to agree with the underlying methodological ideology of intersectionality and the overlying result of it, which is the idea that you are responsible as a male for patriarchy, and only males are responsible for patriarchy, and the subordinate position are not responsible for creating the situation at all. It's time to take responsibility. Okay, it's time to stop the noble savage narrative. It's time to stop the infantilization narrative of affirmative action. Okay, we need to stop all that shit. Okay, we need to stop. If we're gonna take responsibility for what society is today, okay, that's what we got to do. We got to take responsibility for society, regardless of your identity.
A man who has felt the way you felt, as a man who has questioned my efficacy as a man at numerous times throughout my life, a man who felt the urge to read Neil Strauss's The Game. Yes, I'm putting it out there. I read that book in my early 20s because I felt probably how a lot of you feel. And had a lot of this manosphere stuff existed 20 years ago when I was trying to understand who I was as a man, you best believe I'd have got sucked in just like some of you all, and I'd have prayed for this voice that I'm giving to you all now as a beacon to get the fuck out.
What's the voice, man? Dude, you're not an original voice. There's nothing original at what you said. You are the voice of the academic hegemony. Okay, that's it.
Not helping you, and it will not help you in the long run achieve the things that you say you want to achieve. Humble brag, achieve the things that I got before I even got on YouTube. Things I just got in my personal life. Things that aren't perfect. They don't make me perfect or ideal as a man, but it's things some of you all say you all want. I'm no guru.
I don't want to be that. You are talking to a bland blob.
Come on out the cave.
Dude,
if we can teach...
Dude, come out the cave, and then what do you have to do after you come out of the cave? You have to go back in. You have to take responsibility for your society. How do you do that?
Young men, that they don't need to be that. I think that would be really, really healthy for them and really beneficial to society as a whole, because like everything bad I'm saying...
Yeah, who needs to say that? Feminists need to say that. But what do instead? They commodify emotional labor, and they enforce patriarchy onto the rest of us.
About young men and like the mindsets they have, we teach it to them. You know, like we...
No, you don't have to teach it to them. Men don't agree with other men. Men are disagreeable, and they would go out and do the empirical tests that are needed to see who is correct. Okay, so if you're a man today, go read a red pill book, whatever one you want. Go and implement those red pill book in your relationships and see how that works. Then go and implement feminist ideas into your relationships and see what happens. See what happens, my friend.